against the far wall didn't look like much work was done there. There was a long couch and chairs arranged beside a wet bar, making the room a very comfortable place to relax or do a bit of light work. The room was a slice of outdoors, a feeling heightened by opening onto the shaded deck and, in turn, the garden. "Hey!" Jenks said in excitement. "Look what I found!" I turned from the orchids I had been jealously eyeing to see Jenks hovering over a bank of electronic equipment. "It was hidden in the wall," Jenks explained. "Watch this." He flew feet first into a button set into the wall. The player and its accompanying discs slid back into hiding. Delighted, Jenks hit it again, and the equipment reappeared. "Wonder what that button does," he said, and distracted by the promise of new toys, he darted across the room. Trent, I decided, had more music discs than a sorority house. Pop, classical jazz, new age, even some headbanger stuff. No disco, though, and my respect for him went up a notch. I longingly ran a paw over a copy of Toccata's C. The disc sank out of sight and into the player, and I jerked back. Alarmed, I jumped up to hit the button with a scrabbling of nails to send everything back into the wall. "There's nothing here, Rach. Let's go." Jenks looked pointedly at the door and alighted on the handle, but it wasn't until I jumped up to add my weight that it clicked open. I fell to the floor in an awkward thump. Jenks and I listened to the crack for a breathless moment. Pulse racing, I nosed the door open enough for Jenks to slip out. In a moment he buzzed back. "It's a hallway," he said. "Come on out. I'll fix the cameras." He disappeared around the door again, and I followed, needing all my weight to pull the door shut. The click of the lock was loud, and I cowered, praying it went unheard. I could hear running water and the rustling of night creatures being piped in from unseen speakers. Immediately I recognized the hallway as the one I had been in yesterday. The sounds had probably been there before, but so soft they were subliminal to anything but a rodent's hearing. My head bobbed in understanding. Jenks and I had found Trent's back office, where he entertained his special guests. "Which way?" Jenks whispered, hovering beside me. Either his wing was fully functional, or he didn't want to risk being spotted riding a mink. I confidently started up the corridor. At every juncture I took the path less appealing and more sterile. Jenks played Vanguard, setting every camera for a 15-minute loop so we were unseen. Fortunately, Trent went by a human clock, at least publicly, and the building was deserted. Or so I thought. "Crap," Jenks whispered the same instant I froze. Voices were coming from up the hall. My pulse raced. "Go," Jenks said urgently. "No, to the right, that chair in the potted plant." I loped forward. The smell of citrus and terracotta blossomed, and I tucked behind the earthen pot as soft footsteps moved along the floor. Jenks flitted up to hide in the branches. "As much as that?" Trent's voice came sharp to my sensitive ears as he and another turned the corner. "Find out what Hodgkin is doing to get such an increase in productivity. If it's something you think can be applied to other sites, I want a report." I held my breath as Trent and Jonathan walked past. "Yes, Sahun." Jonathan scribbled on an electronic notepad. "I've finished screening the potential applicants for your new secretary. It would be relatively simple to clear your calendar tomorrow evening. How many would you like to see?" "Oh, limit it to the 3 you think are best suited and 1 you don't. Anyone I know?" "No, I had to go out of state this time." "Wasn't today your day off, John?" There was a pause. "I opted to work, seeing as you lacked your usual secretary." Trent said with a comfortable laugh as they turned a corner. "So there's the reason for your zeal in finishing the interviews." Jonathan's soft denial was the merest hint as they walked out of sight. "Jenks!" I squeaked. There was no response. "Jenks!" I squeaked again, wondering if he had gone and done some stupid thing like following them. "I'm still here," he grumbled, and I felt a wash of relief. The tree shuddered as he shimmied down the trunk. He sat on the edge of the pot and dangled his feet. "I got a good sniff of him," he said, and I sank back on my haunches in expectation. "I don't know what he is." Jenks's wings shifted to a dismal shade of blue as his circulation slowed and his mood dulled. "He smells meadowy, but not like a witch. There's no hint of iron, so he's not a vamp." Jenks's eyes crinkled in confusion. "I could smell his body rhythms slowing down, which means he sleeps at night. That rules out Wares or any other nocturnal Inderlander. Turn it all, Rach. He doesn't smell like anything I recognize. And you know what's more odd? That guy with him, he smells just like Trent." It's gotta be a spell. My whiskers twitched. Odd wasn't the word. Squeak, I said, meaning, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. He rose on slow dragonfly wings, slipping out to the middle of the hallway. We should finish the run and get out of here. A jolt shook me. Out of here, I thought, as I left the security of the citrus tree. I was willing to bet we couldn't get out the way we came in, but I'd worry about that after I burgled Trent's office. We had already done the impossible. Getting out would be a snap. This way, I chittered, turning down a familiar hallway just before the lobby. I could smell the salt from the fish tank in Trent's office. The frosted glass doors we passed were black and empty. No one was working late. Trent's wooden door was predictably shut. Swift and silent, Jenks went to work. The lock was electronic, and after a few moments of tinkering behind the panel bolted to the doorframe, the lock clicked and the door cracked open. Standard stuff, Jenks said. Jax could have done it. The soft gurgling of the desk fountain drifted into the hall. Jenks pushed his way in first, taking care of the camera before I followed him in. No, wait! I squeaked as he angled feet first at the light switch. The room was bathed in a painful glare. Hey! I squeaked, hiding my face behind my paws. Sorry. The light went out. Turn on the light over the fish tank, I chittered, trying to see with my light-shocked eyes. The fish tank, I repeated uselessly, sitting back on my haunches and pointing. Rach, don't be stupid. You don't have time to eat. Then he hesitated, dropping an inch. Oh, the light. Good idea. The light flickered on, illuminating Trent's office in a soft green glow. I scrambled onto his swivel chair and then the desk, awkwardly flipping his date book back a few months and tearing out a page. My pulse raced as I sent it to the floor, following it down. Whiskers twitching, I pried open the desk drawer and found the discs. I wouldn't have put it past Trent to move everything. Maybe, I thought with a stab of pride. He didn't think I was that much of a threat. Taking the disc marked Alzheimer's, I eased back to the carpet and threw my weight against the drawer to shut it. His desk was made of a scrumptious cherry wood, and I dismally thought of the coming embarrassment of my pressboard furniture among ivies. Sitting back on my haunches, I gestured to Jenks for the string. Jenks had already folded the paper into a wad he could manage, and as soon as I had the disc tied to me, we'd be gone. String, right? Jenks dug in a pocket. The overhead light exploded into existence, and I froze, cowering. Breath held tight. I crouched to look under the desk toward the door. There were 2 pairs of shoes, a soft slipper and an uncomfortable leather, framed in the light spilling into the hall. Trent, Jenks mouthed as he landed next to me with the folded paper. Jonathan's voice was angry. They're gone, Sahan. I'll alert the grounds. There was a tight sigh. Go, I'll see what they took. My pulse pounded, and I scrunched under the desk. The leather shoes turned and went into the hall. My adrenaline rushed as I considered darting out, but I couldn't run with the disc in my front paws, and I wasn't going to leave it behind. The door to Trent's office closed, and I cursed my hesitation. I edged to the back panel of the desk. Jenks and I exchanged glances. I gave him the sign to go home, and he nodded emphatically. We scrunched down as Trent came around and stood before his fish tank. Hello, Sophocles, Trent breathed. Who was it? If you could only tell me. He had lost his business jacket, making him look vastly more informal. I wasn't surprised at the firm definition in his shoulders as they bunched under his lightweight shirt at his slightest movement. Sighing, he sat in his chair. His hand went to the drawer with the discs, and I felt myself go weak. I swallowed hard as I realized he was humming the first track to Toccata's Sea. Chapel-damn, I'd given myself away. Is it no wonder the newborn cry? Trent said, whispering the lyrics. The choice is real, the chance is a lie. He went still, his fingers on the discs. Slowly he pushed the drawer shut with a foot. Its small click made me jump. He tucked closer under the desk, and I heard the sound of the date book scraping across the desktop. He was so close, I could smell the outside on him. Oh, he said with a soft surprise. Imagine that. Gwen, he said loudly. I stared at Jenks in confusion until a masculine voice came echoing into the room from a hidden speaker. Sahan? Loose the hounds, Trent said. His voice reverberated with power, and I shivered. But it isn't full of them. Loose the hounds, Quen, Trent repeated, his voice no louder but carrying a deep anger. Under the desk, his foot began to shift rhythmically. Yes, Sahan. Trent's foot stilled. Wait. I heard him take a deep breath, as if tasting the air. Sir, came the hidden voice. Trent sniffed again. He slowly rolled his chair away from the desk. My heart pounded, and I held my breath. Jenks flitted up to hide behind the back of a drawer. I froze as Trent stood, backed from his desk, and crouched down. I had nowhere to go. Trent's eyes met mine, and he smiled. Fear paralyzed me. Belay that, he said softly. Yes, Sahan. The speaker went dead with a soft pop. I stared at Trent, feeling as if I was going to burst. Ms. Morgan, Trent said, inclining his head cordially, and I shivered. I wish I could say it was a pleasure. Still he smiled, inching forward. I bared my teeth and chittered. His hand drew back, and he frowned. Come out of there. You have something that belongs to me. I felt the presence of the disc beside me. Being caught, I went from successful thief to village idiot in a heartbeat. How could I have thought I could get away with it? Ivy was right. Come along, Ms. Morgan, he said, reaching under the desk. I sprang into the empty spaces behind the drawers, trying to escape. Trent reached up after me. I squeaked as a tight grip fastened on my tail. My nails grated as he pulled. Terrified, I twisted, sinking my teeth into the fatty part of his hand. You canicula! He shouted, pulling me out in a helpless scrabbling. The world spun as he rose to his feet. Violently shaking his hand, he smacked me into the desk. Stars exploded into existence, seeming to go with the dusky cinnamon taste of his blood. The pain in my head loosened my jaws, and I spun from my tail as he held me. Let her go! I heard Jenks cry. The world gyrated in quick swings. You brought your bug, Trent said calmly, slapping the flat of his hand against a panel on his desk. A faint smell of ether tickled my nose. Get out, Jenks! I squeaked, recognizing the smell of sticky web. Jonathan flung open the door. He stood in the threshold, his eyes wide. Sahan! Shut the door! Trent shouted. I twisted frantically to escape. Jenks darted out just as my teeth closed upon Trent's thumb again. Damn you, witch! Trent shouted, swinging me into the wall. Stars exploded anew, dying to black embers. The embers grew, and I watched, numb as they slowly overtook my sight until there was nothing else. I was warm, and I couldn't move. I was dying. I had to be. 19. So, Ms. Sarah Jane, the split schedule isn't an issue for you? No, sir. I don't mind working until 7 if I have the afternoon for errands and such. I appreciate your flexibility. Afternoons are for contemplation. My best work is done in the morning and evening. I keep only a small staff after 5, and I find the lack of distractions helps me concentrate. The sound of Trent's smooth public persona slipped into my awareness, jarring me awake. I opened my eyes, not understanding why everything was glaringly white and gray. Then I remembered. I was a mink. But I was alive. Barely. The alternating high and low voices of Trent and Sarah Jane's interview continued as I shakily got to my feet to find I was in a cage. My stomach tightened at a wave of nausea. I sank down, struggling not to vomit. I am so wasted, I whispered, as Trent flicked glances at me over his wire-rimmed glasses as he talked with a trim young woman in a pale interview suit. My head hurt. If I didn't have a concussion, it was close. My right shoulder where I'd hit his desk was sore, and it hurt to breathe. I tucked my front paw close and tried not to move. Staring at Trent, I tried to figure things out. Jenks was nowhere. That's right, I remembered in relief. He had made it out. He would have gone home to Ivy, not that they could do anything for me. My cage held a bottle of water, a bowl of pellets, a ferret hut large enough to curl up in, and an exercise wheel. Like I would ever use it, I thought bitterly. I was sitting on a table at the back of Trent's office. According to the fake sunlight from the window, it was only a few hours after sunrise. Too early for me. And though it stuck in my craw, I wasn't going to slink into that hut and go to sleep. I didn't know what Trent thought. Taking a deep breath, I stood. Ow! Ow! I squeaked, wincing. Oh, Oh, you have a pet ferret, Sarah Jane exclaimed softly. I shut my eyes in misery. I wasn't a pet ferret. I was a pet mink. Get it straight, lady. I heard Trent rise from behind his desk and felt, more than saw, both of them come close. Apparently the interview was over. Time to ogle the pet mink. The light was eclipsed, and I opened my eyes. They stood above me, staring. Sarah Jane looked professional in her classy interview dress, her long, fair hair falling midway to her elbows in a simple, sparse cut. The petite woman was as cute as a button, and I imagined most people didn't take her seriously with her upturned nose, her high little girl voice, and her short stature. But I could tell from the intelligent look in her wide-set eyes that she was used to working in a man's world and knew how to get things done. I imagined that if someone misjudged her, she wasn't opposed to using it to her advantage. The woman's perfume was strong, and I sneezed, clenching in pain. "This is Angel," Trent said. "She's a mink." His sarcasm was subtle but loud in my ears. His left hand massaged his right. It was bandaged. 3 cheers for the mink, I thought. "She looks ill." Sarah Jane's carefully polished fingernails were worn to almost the quick, and her hands looked unusually strong, almost like a laborer's. "You don't mind rodents, Sarah Jane?" She straightened, and I shut my eyes as the light fell upon them. "I despise them, Mr. Kalamack. I hail from a farm. Vermin are killed on sight, but I'm not about to lose a potential position because of an animal." She took a slow breath. "I need this job. My entire family scrimped to put me through school, to get me out of the fields. I have to pay them back. I have a younger sister. She's too smart to spend her life digging sugar beets. She wants to be a witch to get her degree. I can't help her unless I get a good job. I need this job. Please, Mr. Kalamack. I know I don't have the experience, but I'm smart, and I know how to work hard." I cracked an eyelid. Trent's face was serious in thought. His fair hair and complexion stood out sharply against his dark business suit, and he and Sarah Jane made a handsome couple, though she was rather short beside him. "Nicely said, Sarah Jane," he said, smiling warmly. "I appreciate honesty above all in my employees. When can you start?" "Immediately," she said, her voice quavering. I felt ill. Poor woman. "Wonderful!" His gray voice sounded genuinely pleased. "John has a few papers for you to sign. He will walk you through your responsibilities, shadow you for your first week. Go to him with any questions. He's been with me for years and knows me better than I know myself." "Thank you, Mr. Kalamack," she said, her narrow shoulders raised in excitement. "My pleasure." Trent took her elbow and walked her to the door. He touched her, I thought. Why hadn't he touched me? Scared I might figure out what he was, maybe? "Do you have a place to stay yet?" he was asking. "Be sure to ask John about the off-site housing we have available for employees." "Thank you, Mr. Kalamack. No, I don't have an apartment yet." "Fine. Take what time you need to get settled. If you like, we can arrange for a portion of your compensation to be put into a trust fund for your sister, pre-tax." "Yes, please." The relief in Sarah Jane's voice was obvious, even from the hall. She was caught. Trent was a god to her, a prince rescuing her and her family. He could do no wrong. My stomach roiled. The room was empty, though, and I dragged myself into my hut. I circled once to get my tail in place, then collapsed with my nose poking out. The door to Trent's office clicked shut, and I jumped, all my hurts starting up again. "Good morning, Miss Morgan," Trent said as he breezed past my cage. He sat at his desk and began sorting through the strewn papers. "I was going to keep you here only until I got a second opinion on you, but I don't know. You are such a conversation starter." "Go turn yourself," I said, baring my teeth. Again, it was all chirps and chitters. "Really?" He sat back and whirled his pencil. That couldn't have been complimentary. A knock made me scrunch out of sight. It was Jonathan, and Trent became busy as he came in. "Yes, John," he said, his attention firmly on his calendar. "Sahan." The unusually tall man stood at a respectful distance. "Ms. Sarah Jane. She has exactly the qualifications I need." Trent put down his pencil. Leaning back in his chair, he took off his glasses and chewed idly on the tip of the earpiece until he noticed Jonathan watching, with a prim, unspoken disapproval. Trent tossed them to the desktop with a bothered look. "Sarah Jane's younger sister wants off the farm to become a witch," he said. "We must help excellence along in any way we can." "Ah," Jonathan's narrow shoulders relaxed. "I see. If you would, find the asking price on Sarah Jane's home farm. I may like to dabble in the sugar industry, get the taste of it, as it were. Keep the labor force. Move Hotchkin in as foreman for 6 months to train the present foreman in his methods. Instruct him to watch Sarah Jane's sister. If she has a brain, have him move her to where she has some responsibilities." I wedged my head out my door, worried. Jonathan looked down his narrow nose at me in disgust. "With us again, Morgan," he mocked. "If it had been up to me, I would have stuffed you down the garbage disposal in the employees' break room and flipped the switch." "Bastard," I chittered, then flipped him off to make sure he understood. Jonathan's few wrinkles deepened as he frowned. Long arm swinging, he smacked my cage with the folder in his hand. Ignoring my pain, I lunged at him, clinging to the bars with my teeth bared. He fell back in obvious shock. Flushing, the gaunt man pulled his arm back again. "John," Trent said softly. Though his voice was a whisper, Jonathan froze. I clung to the bars, heart pounding. "You forget your place. Leave Miss Morgan alone. If you misjudge her and she fights back, it's not her fault, but yours. You've made this mistake before, repeatedly." Seething, I dropped to the floor of the cage and growled. I hadn't known I could growl, but there it was. Slowly, Jonathan's clenched hand loosened. "It's my place to protect you." Trent's eyebrows rose. "Miss Morgan isn't in the position to harm anyone. Stop it." Eyes going from one to the other, I watched the older man take Trent's rebuke with an acceptance I wouldn't have expected. The two had a very odd relationship. Trent was clearly in charge, but remembering the bother in Trent's face when Jonathan expressed his disapproval of Trent chewing his glasses, it seemed it hadn't always been so. I wondered if Jonathan had seen to Trent's upbringing, however briefly, when his mother and then his father had died. "Accept my apologies, Sahan," Jonathan said, actually inclining his head. Trent said nothing, returning to his papers. Though clearly dismissed, Jonathan waited until Trent looked up. "Is there something else?" Trent asked. "Your 8:30 is early," he said. "Shall I accompany Mr. Percy back?" "Percy!" I squeaked, and Trent glanced at me. "Not Francis Percy." "Yes," Trent said slowly. "Please do." Swell, I thought, as Jonathan ducked into the hallway and eased the door shut behind him. Francis's interrupted interview. I paced the perimeter of my cage, nervous. My muscles were loosening and the movement felt painfully good. I stopped as I realized Trent hadn't taken his gaze off me. Under his questioning look, I slunk into my hut, ashamed somehow. I found Trent was still watching me as I curled my tail about myself, draping it across my nose to keep it warm. "Don't be angry with John," he said softly. "He takes his station seriously, as he should. If you push him too far, he'll kill you. Let's hope you don't need to learn the same lesson he does." I lifted my lip to show my teeth, not liking him giving me wise old man crap. A whiny voice pulled our attentions to the hallway. Francis. I had told him I could turn into a mink. If he made the right connection, I was as good as dead. Well, more dead than I was. I didn't want him to see me. Neither, apparently, did Trent. Yes," he said, hastily getting up and shifting one of his floor plants to hide my cage. It was a peace lily, and I could see past its wide leaves and still stay hidden. There was a knock, and Trent called, "Come in." "No, really," Francis was saying as Jonathan all but pushed him in. From behind the plant, I watched Francis meet Trent's eyes and swallow hard. Hello, Mr. Kalamack," he stammered, coming to an awkward standstill. He looked more unkempt than usual, one of his laces peeping out from under his pants almost undone, and his stubble having grown from potentially attractive to ugly. His black hair lay flat, and his squinty eyes had faint, tired lines at the corners. It was likely Francis hadn't been to bed yet, coming out for his interview at Trent's convenience rather than the IS's. Trent said nothing. He went to sit, easing behind his desk with the relaxed tension of a predator settling in beside the waterhole. Francis glanced at Jonathan, his shoulders hunched. There was the sound of sliding polyester as he pushed up his jacket sleeves, then pulled them back down. Tossing his hair from his eyes, Francis edged to the chair and sat on the very end. Stress drew the features of his triangular face tight, especially when Jonathan closed the door and stood behind him, with his arms crossed and his feet spread wide. My attention flicked between them. What was going on? "Would you explain yesterday to me?" Trent said with a smooth casualness. Confusion made me blink, then my mouth dropped open in understanding. Francis worked for Trent? It would explain his fast advancement, not to mention how a short-order cook such as himself made which. A chill ran through me. This arrangement wasn't with the IS's blessing. The IS had no idea. Francis was a mole. The cookie was a freaking mole. I looked at Trent through the wide leaves. His shoulders shifted slightly, as if agreeing with my thoughts. My nausea came rolling back. Francis wasn't good enough for anything this slimy. He was going to get himself killed. Francis stammered. "My head of security found you spelled in your own trunk," Trent said calmly, the barest hint of a threat in his voice. "Ms. Morgan and I had an interesting conversation." She said she would turn me into an animal," Francis interrupted. Trent took a breath. "Why," he said with a tired patience, "would she do that? She doesn't like me." Trent said nothing. Francis cringed, as he probably realized how childish that sounded. "Tell me about Rachel Morgan," Trent demanded. "She's a pain in the, butt," he said, flicking a nervous look at Jonathan. Trent took a pen in hand and twirled it. "I know that. Tell me something else." "That you don't already know?" Francis blurted. His pinched eyes were riveted to the revolving pen. "You probably had your finger on her longer than me. Did you give her a loan for tuition?" he said, sounding almost jealous. "Whisper in her IS interview's ear?" I stiffened. How dare he suggest it? I had worked for my schooling. I'd gotten my job on my own. I looked at Trent, hating them all. I didn't owe anyone anything. "No, I didn't." Trent set his pen down. "Ms. Morgan was a surprise, but I did offer her a job," he said. And Francis seemed to sink in on himself. His mouth worked, but nothing came out. I could smell the fear on him, sour and sharp. "Not your job," Trent said, his disgust obvious. "Tell me what she is afraid of. What makes her angry? What does she cherish most in the world?" Francis's breath came in a relieved sound. He shifted, going to cross his legs, but hesitating at the last, awkward moment. "I don't know. The mall? I try to stay away from her." "Yes," Trent said in his liquid voice. "Let's talk about that for a moment. After reviewing your activities the past few days, one might question your loyalties, Mr. Percy." Francis crossed his arms. His breathing increased, and he began to fidget. Jonathan took a menacing step closer, and Francis tossed his hair from his eyes again. Trent went frighteningly intense. "Do you know how much it cost me to quiet the rumors when you ran from the IS records vault?" He licked his lips. "Rachel said they'd think I was helping her, that I should run. And so you ran." "She said, and yesterday," Trent interrupted, "you drove her to me." The tight anger in his voice pulled me out of my hut. Trent leaned forward, and I swear I heard Francis's blood freeze. The businessman aura fell from Trent. What was left was domination, natural, unequivocal domination. I stared at the change. Trent's mien was nothing like a vamp's aura of power. It was like unsweetened chocolate, strong and bitter and oily, leaving an uncomfortable aftertaste. Vamps used fear to command respect. Trent simply demanded it, and from what I could see, the thought never crossed his mind that it would be denied. "She used you to get to me," he whispered, his eyes unblinking. "That is inexcusable." Francis cowered in his chair, his thin face drawn and his eyes wide. I'm sorry," he stammered. "It won't happen again." Trent's breath slipped into him in a slow gathering of will, and I watched in horrified fascination. The yellow fish in the tank splashed at the surface. The hair on my back pricked. My pulse raced. Something rose, as nebulous as a whiff of ozone. Trent's face went empty and ageless. A haze seemed to edge him, and I wondered in a sudden shock if he were pulling on the ever after. He'd have to be a witch or human to do that, and I would have sworn he was neither. I tore my eyes from Trent. Jonathan's thin lips were parted. He stood behind Francis, watching Trent with a slack mix of surprise and worry. This raw show of anger wasn't expected, even by him. His hand rose in protest, hesitant and fearful. As if in response, Trent's eye twitched and his breath eased out. The fish hid behind the coral. My skin eerily rippled, settling my fur flat. Jonathan's fingers trembled and he made fists of them. Still not looking at Francis, Trent intoned, "I know it won't." His voice was dust upon cold iron, the sounds sliding from one meaning to the next in a liquid grace that was mesmerizing. I felt out of breath. Shuddering, I crouched where I was. What the blazes had happened? Had almost happened. "What do you plan on doing now?" Trent asked. "Sir?" Francis said, his voice cracking as he blinked. "That's what I thought." Trent's fingertips quivered with his repressed anger. "Nothing. The IS is watching you too closely. Your usefulness is beginning to fade." Francis's mouth opened. "Mr. Kalamack, wait. Like you said, the IS is watching me. I can draw their attention, keep them away from the customs docks. Another brimstone take will put me in the clear and distract them at the same time." Francis shifted on the edge of his seat. "You can move your... things," he finished weakly. Things, I thought. Why didn't he just say bio-drugs? My whiskers quivered. Francis distracted the IS with a token amount of brimstone, while Trent moved the real moneymaker. How long? I wondered. How long had Francis worked for him? Years? "Mr. Kalamack?" Francis whispered. Trent placed his fingertips together as if in careful thought. Behind him, Jonathan furrowed his thin eyebrows, the worry that had filled him almost gone. "Tell me when," Francis begged, edging closer on his chair. Trent pushed Francis to the back of his chair with a 3-second glance. "I don't give chances, Percy. I take opportunities." He pulled his datebook closer, paging a few days ahead. "I would like to schedule a shipment on Friday, Southwest. Last flight before midnight to L.A. You can find your usual take at the main bus station in a locker. Keep it anonymous. My name has been in the papers too often lately." Francis jumped to his feet in relief. He stepped forward as if to shake Trent's hand, then glanced at Jonathan and backed up. "Thank you, Mr. Kalamack," he gushed. "You won't be sorry." "I can't imagine I would." Trent looked at Jonathan, then the door. "Enjoy your afternoon," he said in dismissal. "Yes, sir. You too." I felt as if I was going to be sick as Francis bounced out of the room. Jonathan hesitated in the threshold, watching Francis make obnoxious noises at the ladies he passed in the hall. "Mr. Percy has made himself more of a liability than an asset," Trent breathed tiredly. "Yes, Sahan," Jonathan agreed. "I strongly urge you to remove him from the payroll." My stomach clenched. Francis didn't deserve to die just because he was stupid. Trent rubbed his fingertips into his forehead. "No," he finally said. "I'd rather keep him until I arrange for a replacement, and I may have other plans for Mr. Percy." "As you like, Sahan," Jonathan said, and softly closed the door. 20. "Here, Angel," Sarah Jane coaxed. A carrot wiggled through the bars of my cage. I stretched to take it before she could let it drop. Aspen chips didn't season them at all. "Thanks," I chittered, knowing she couldn't understand me, but needing to say something regardless. The woman smiled and cautiously extended her fingers through the cage. I grazed my whiskers across them because I knew she would like it. "Sarah Jane," Trent questioned from his desk, and the petite woman turned with a guilty swiftness. "I implore you to manage my office affairs, not be a zookeeper." "Sorry, sir. I was taking the opportunity to try and rid myself of my irrational fear of vermin." She brushed at her knee-length cotton skirt. It wasn't as crisp or professional as her interview suit, but still new. Just what I'd expect a farm girl would wear on her first day on the job. I chewed ravenously on the carrot left over from Sarah Jane's lunch. I was starving, since I refused to eat those stale pellets. "What's the matter, Trent?" I thought between chews. "Jealous?" Trent adjusted his glasses and returned his attention to his papers. When you're through ridding yourself of your irrational fears, I'd like you to go down to the library. Yes, sir. The librarian has collated some information for me, but I want you to screen it for me. Bring up what you think is most pertinent. Sir? Trent set down his pen. Information regarding the sugar beet industry. He smiled with a genuine warmth. I wondered if he had a patent on it. I may be branching out in that direction and need to learn enough to make an informed decision. Sarah Jane beamed, tucking her fair hair behind an ear in pleased embarrassment. Obviously she guessed Trent might be buying the farm her family was serfed upon. You're a smart woman, I thought darkly. Follow it down. Trent will own your family. You'd be his, body and soul. She turned back to my cage and dropped a last celery stick. Her smile faded. Worry creased her brow. It would have looked endearing on her childlike face, except the woman's family was in real danger. She took a breath to say something, then closed her mouth. Yes, sir, she said, her eyes distant. I'll bring the information up right away. Sarah Jane closed the door as she left, her footsteps sounding slow in the hallway. Trent gave his door a suspicious glance as he reached for his cup of tea. Earl Grey, no sugar or milk. If he followed yesterday's pattern, it would be phone conversations and paperwork from 3 until 7, when the few people he kept late went home. I imagined it was easier to run illegal drugs from your office when no one was around to see you. Trent had returned that afternoon from his 3-hour lunch break with his wispy hair freshly combed and smelling of the outdoors. He had been decidedly refreshed. If I hadn't known better, I would have assumed he spent his midday break napping in his back office. Why not? I thought as I stretched out on the hammock my cell had come with. He was wealthy enough to set his own hours. I yawned, my eyes slipping shut. It was the second day of my captivity, and I was quite sure it wouldn't be my last. I had spent last night thoroughly investigating my cage, only to find that it was Rachel-proof. It had been designed for ferrets, and the 2-story wire cage was surprisingly secure. My hours spent prying at the seams left me bone-tired. It was pleasant to do nothing. My hope that Jenks or Ivy might rescue me was thin. I was on my own, and it might be a while before I managed to convey to Sarah Jane that I was a person and get out of there. I cracked an eyelid as Trent rose from his desk and strode restlessly to his music discs arranged in a recessed shelf beside the player. He got a nice figure as he stood before them, so intent on his choice that he didn't realize I was rating his backside. 9.5 out of 10. I took the 0.5 off for most of his physique being hidden behind a business suit that cost more than some cars. I'd gotten another yummy look at him last night when he took off his jacket after everyone went home. The man had a very strong back. Why he kept it hidden behind that jacket was both a mystery and a crime. His tight stomach was even better. He had to work out, though I don't know where he found the time. I would have given anything to see him in a bathing suit, or less. His legs had to be just as muscular, being the expert rider he was reputed to be. And if it sounded like I was a sex-starved nympho, well, I didn't have anything to do but watch him. Trent had worked long after sunset yesterday, seemingly alone in the silent building. The only light had been from that fake window. It slowly paled as the sun went down, mirroring the natural light outside until he clicked on the desk lamp. I had caught myself drowsing several times, waking up when he turned a page or the printer hummed to life. He hadn't quit until Jonathan came by to remind him to eat. I guess he earned his money, same as I did. Of course, he had 2 jobs, being a reputable businessman and drug lord both. Probably filled up one's day right nicely. My hammock swayed as I watched Trent choose a disc. It spun up, and the soft cadence of drums drifted into existence. Eyeing me, Trent adjusted his gray linen suit and smoothed his wispy hair as if daring me to say anything. I gave him a sleepy thumbs up, and his frown deepened. It wasn't the stuff I liked, but it was okay. This was older, carrying a forgotten sound of bound intensity, of lost sorrow chained to stir the soul. It wasn't half bad. I could get used to this, I mused as I carefully stretched my healing body. I hadn't slept this well since I quit the IS. It was ironic that here, in a cage in a drug lord's office, I was safe from my IS death threat. Trent settled himself back at his work, his pen occasionally accompanying the drums as he paused in thought. Obviously, this was one of his favorites. I slipped in and out of sleep as the afternoon wore on, soothed by the rumble of drums and whisper of music. The occasional phone call sent Trent's mellow voice to rise and fall in a soothing sound, and I found myself eagerly waiting for the next interruption, just so I could hear it. It was a commotion in the hall that jerked me from sleep. "I know where his office is," boomed an overly confident voice, reminding me of one of my more arrogant professors. There was a half-heard scolding from Sarah Jane, and Trent met my inquiring gaze. "Turn it all to hell," he muttered, the corners of his expressive eyes crinkling. "I told him to send one of his assistants." He dug about in a drawer with unusual haste, the clatter bringing me fully awake. I blinked the sleep from me as he pointed the remote at the player. The pipes and drums ceased. He tossed the remote back into the corner with a resigned air. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that Trent liked having someone to share his day with, someone he didn't have to pretend to be anything but what he was, whatever he was. His anger at Francis had set my creepy meter off the scale. Sarah Jane knocked and came in. "Mr. Ferris is here to see you, Mr. Kalamack?" Trent took a slow breath. He didn't look happy. "Send him in." "Yes, sir." She left the door open and her heels clicked away. They soon returned as she escorted in a heavy-set man wearing a dark gray lab coat. The man looked huge standing beside the small woman. Sarah Jane left, her eyes pinched in a lingering worry. "Can't say I like your new secretary," Ferris grumbled as the door closed. "Sarah, is it?" Trent rose to his feet and extended his hand, his distaste hidden behind his sincere-looking smile. "Ferris, thanks for coming on such short notice. It's only a small matter. One of your assistants would have been fine. I trust I haven't interrupted your research too badly." "Not at all. I'm always glad to get up into the sun." He puffed as if winded. Ferris squeezed the bites I had given Trent yesterday, and Trent's smile froze. The heavy man wedged himself into the chair across from Trent's desk as if he owned it. He propped an ankle up on one knee, sending his lab coat to fall open to show dress slacks and shiny shoes. A dark stain spotted his lapel, and the smell of disinfectant flowed from him, almost hiding the scent of redwood. Old pockmarked scars were scattered across his cheeks and the skin visible on his beefy hands. Trent returned to behind his desk and leaned back, hiding his bandaged hand under the other one. There was a moment of silence. "So, what do you want?" Ferris demanded, his voice rumbling. I thought I saw a flash of annoyance cross Trent. "Direct, as usual," he said. "Tell me what you can about this." He had pointed to me, and my breath caught. Disregarding my lingering stiffness, I lurched into my hut. Ferris levered himself to his feet with a groan, and the sharp scent of redwood crashed over me as he came close. Well, he said, "aren't you the stupid one?" Annoyed, I looked up at his dark eyes, almost lost among the folds of his skin. Trent had come around to the front of his desk, sitting against it. "Recognize her?" he asked. "Personally, no." He gave the bars of my cage a soft thunk with a thick finger. "Hey!" I shouted from my hut. "I'm really getting tired of that." "Shut up, you," he said disdainfully. "She's a witch," Ferris continued, dismissing me as if I were nothing. "Just keep her out of your fish tank and she won't be able to change back. It's a powerful spell. She must have the backing of a large organization, as only they could afford it. And she's stupid." The last was directed at me, and I fought the urge to throw pellets at him. "How so?" Trent went to rummage in his lower drawer, the chiming of lead crystal ringing out before he poured 2 shots of that 40-year-old whiskey. "Transformation is a difficult art. You have to use potions rather than amulets, which means you stir an entire brew for only one occasion. The rest gets thrown away. Very expensive. You could pay your assistant librarian's salary for what this stirring cost, and staff a small office for the liability insurance to sell it." "Difficult, you say?" Trent handed Ferris a glass. "Could you make such a spell?" "If I had the recipe," he said, puffing up his substantial chest, his pride clearly affronted. "It's old. Pre-industry, perhaps. I don't recognize who stirred this spell." He leaned close, breathing deeply. "Lucky for him, or I might have to relieve the witch of his library." This, I thought, is becoming an interesting conversation. "So you don't think she made it herself?" Trent asked. He was again sitting back against his desk, looking incredibly trim and fit next to Ferris. The heavy-set man shook his head and sat back down. The shot glass was completely unseen and folded by his thick hands. "I'd stake my life on it.
You can't be smart enough to competently stir a spell like that, and be dumb enough to be caught. Doesn't make any sense.
Maybe she was impatient, Trent said, and Ferris exploded into laughter. I jumped, covering my ears with my paws.
Oh, yes, Ferris said between guffaws. Yes, she was impatient. I like that.
I thought Trent's usual polish was starting to look thin as he returned behind his desk and set his untasted drink aside.
So, who is she?
Ferris asked, leaning forward like a mock conspirator.
An eager reporter trying for the story of her life. Is there a spell that will allow me to understand her?
Trent asked, ignoring Ferris's question.
All she does is squeak.
Ferris grunted as he leaned to set his emptied glass on the desk in an unspoken request for more.
No, rodents don't have vocal cords. You plan on keeping her for any length of time.
Trent spun his glass in his fingers. He was alarmingly silent. Ferris smiled wickedly.
What's cooking in that nasty little head of yours, Trent?
The creak of Trent's chair as he leaned forward seemed very loud.
Ferris, if I didn't need your talent so badly, I would have whipped you in your own lab.
The large man grinned, sending the folds in his face to fall into each other.
I know.
Trent put the bottle away.
I may enter her in Friday's tournament.
Ferris blinked.
The city's tournaments, he said softly. I've seen one of those. The bouts don't end until one is dead, so I've heard.
Fear pulled me to the wire mesh. Whoa, wait a moment, I chittered. What do you mean, dead? Hey, someone talk to the mink! I threw a pellet at Trent. It went about 2 feet before arching down to the carpet. I tried again, this time kicking it rather than throwing it. It hit the back of his desk with a plink. The turn take you, Trent! I shouted. Talk to me! Trent met my gaze, his eyebrows raised.
The rat fights, of course.
My heart gave a thump. Chilled, I sank back on my haunches. The rat fights. Illegal. Back room. Rumors. To the death. I was going to be in the ring, fighting a rat to the death? I stood in confusion, my long, white-furred feet planted on the wire mesh of my cage. I felt betrayed, of all things. Ferris looked ill.
You're not serious,
he whispered, his fat cheeks turning white.
You're really going to play her? You can't. Why ever not?
Ferris's jowls dropped as he struggled for words.
She's a person, he exclaimed. She won't last 3 minutes. They'll rip her to shreds.
Trent shrugged with an indifference I knew wasn't faked.
Surviving is her problem, not mine.
He put on his wire glasses and bent his head over his papers.
Good afternoon, Ferris. Kalamack, this is too far. Even you aren't above the law.
As soon as he said it, both Ferris and I knew it was a mistake. Trent pulled his gaze up. Silent, he eyed Ferris from over his lenses. He leaned forward, an elbow on his accumulated work. I waited breathlessly, the tension making my fur rise.
How is your youngest daughter, Ferris?
Trent asked, his beautiful voice unable to hide the ugliness of his question. The large man went ashen.
She's fine,
he whispered. His rough confidence had vanished, leaving only a frightened, fat man.
What is she? 15.
Trent eased back in his chair, set his glasses beside his in-out box, and laced his long fingers over his middle.
Wonderful age. She wants to be an oceanographer, yes. Talk to the dolphins. Yes.
It was hardly audible.
I can't tell you how pleased I am that the treatment for her bone cancer worked.
I looked at the back of Trent's drawer where the incriminating discs lay. My gaze lifted to Ferris, taking in his lab coat with a new understanding. Cold struck through me, and I stared at Trent. He wasn't just running biodrugs. He was making them. I wasn't sure if it horrified me more that Trent was actively flirting with the same technology that had wiped out half the world's population, or that he was blackmailing people with it, threatening their loved ones. He was so pleasant, so charming, so damned likable with his confident personality, How could something so foul lay next to something so attractive? Trent smiled. She's been in remission for 5 years now. Good physicians willing to explore illegal techniques are hard to find, and expensive. Ferris swallowed.
Yes, sir.
Trent eyed him with a questioning arch to his eyebrows.
Good afternoon, Ferris.
Slime, I hissed, ignored. You're slime, Trent. Scrapings from under my boot. Ferris moved shakily to the door. I tensed when I smelled a sudden defiance. Trent had backed him into a corner. The large man had nothing to lose. Trent must have sensed it too.
You're going to run now, aren't you?
He said as Ferris opened the door. The sound of office chatter filtered in.
You know I can't let you.
Ferris turned with a hopeless look. Astonished, I watched Trent unscrew his pen and stick a small tuft in the empty barrel. With a short puff of air, he shot it at Ferris. The large man's eyes widened. He took a step toward Trent, then put his hand to his throat. A soft rasp came from him. His face began to swell. I watched, too shocked to be afraid, as Ferris dropped to his knees. The heavy man grasped at a shirt pocket. His fingers fumbled, and a syringe fell to the floor. Ferris reached for it, collapsing, stretching for the syringe. Trent rose, his face blank. He nudged the syringe out of Ferris's grasp with a foot.
"What did you do to him?"
I squeaked, watching as Trent put his pen back together. Ferris was turning purple. A ragged gasp came from him, then nothing. Trent slipped his pen in a pocket and stepped over Ferris to reach the open door.
"Sarah Jane," he called out. "Call the paramedics. Something's wrong with Mr. Ferris."
"He's dying!" I squeaked.
"That's what's wrong with him. You freaking killed him!"
The sound of worried chatter rose as everyone came out of his or her office. I recognized Jonathan's fast footsteps. He lurched to a stop in the threshold, grimacing at Ferris's bulk on the floor, then frowning at Trent in disapproval. Trent was crouched beside Ferris, feeling for a pulse. He shrugged at Jonathan and injected the syringe's contents into Ferris's thigh through his slacks. I could tell it was too late. Ferris wasn't making noises anymore. Ferris was dead. Trent knew it.
"The paramedics are coming," Sarah Jane said from the hall, her footsteps coming closer. "Can I get—"
She stopped behind Jonathan and put a hand to her mouth, staring down at Ferris. Trent stood, the syringe slipping from him to fall dramatically to the floor.
"Oh, Sarah Jane,"
he said softly as he drew her back into the hallway.
"I'm so sorry. Don't look. It's too late. I think it was a bee sting. Ferris is allergic to bees. I tried to give him his antitoxin, but it didn't act soon enough. He must have brought a bee in with him unaware. He slapped his leg just before he collapsed."
"But he—" she stammered, glancing back once as Trent moved her away. Jonathan crouched to pluck a tuft of fuzz from Ferris's right leg. The fluff went into a pocket. The tall man met my eyes, a wry, sarcastic look on his face.
"I'm so sorry,"
Trent said from the hall.
"John," he called, and Jonathan rose. "Please see that everyone leaves early. Clear the building." "Yes, sir. This is terrible. Just awful," Trent said, seeming to really mean it. "Go on home, Sarah Jane. Try not to think about it."
I heard her choke back a sob as her hesitant footsteps retreated. It had only been moments since Ferris had been standing. Shocked, I watched Trent step over Ferris's arm. Cool as broccoli, he went to his desk and pushed the intercom.
"Quen, I'm sorry to disturb you, but will you please come up to my front office? There's a paramedic team on their way into the grounds, and after that, probably someone from the IS.
There was a slight hesitation, and Quen's voice crackled from the speaker.
"Mr. Kalamack. Yes, I'll be right there."
I stared at Ferris, swollen and prostrate on the floor.
"You killed him," I accused.
"God help me! You killed him, right in your office in front of everyone."
"John,"
Trent said softly, rummaging in apparent unconcern in a drawer.
"See that his family gets the upgraded benefits package. I want his youngest daughter to be able to go to the school of her choice. Keep it anonymous. Make it a scholarship."
"Yes, Saham." His voice was casual, as if dead bodies were an everyday occurrence. "That's real generous of you, Trent," I chittered. "She'd rather have her father, though." Trent looked at me. There was a bead of sweat at his hairline.
"I want to meet with Ferris's assistant before the day is out," he said lightly. "What was his name? Darby? Darby Donnelly, Sahan."
Trent nodded, rubbing his forehead as if bothered. When his hand rose, the sweat was gone.
"Yes, that's it. Donnelly. I don't want this to put me behind schedule." "What do you want me to tell him?" "The truth. Ferris is allergic to bee stings. His entire staff knows it."
Jonathan nudged Ferris with a toe and left. His steps were loud now that there was no background noise. The floor had emptied shockingly fast. I wondered how often this happened.
"Like to consider my previous offer,"
Trent said, addressing me. He had his untasted shot of whiskey in his fingers. I wasn't sure, but I thought they were trembling. He considered the drink for a moment, then tossed it back with a smooth motion. The glass was set gently down.
"The island is out," he said. "Having you closer would be prudent. The way you infiltrated my compound was impressive. I think I could persuade Quen to take you on." He laughed himself breathless watching you duct tape Mr. Percy in his trunk, then almost murdered you after I told him you had broken into my front office.
Shock blanked my mind. I couldn't say anything. Ferris was dead on the floor, and Trent was asking me to work for him?
"But Ferris was quite struck with your stirring," he continued. "Deciphering pre-turn gene splicing techniques can't be much harder than stirring a complex spell. If you don't want to explore your limits in the physical arena, you could go toward the mental. Such a mix of skills you have, Ms. Morgan. It makes you curiously valuable."
I sank back on my haunches, dumbfounded.
"You see, Ms. Morgan," he was saying, "I'm not a bad man. I offer all my employees a fair situation, a chance for advancement, the opportunity to reach their full potential."
"Opportunity? Chance for advancement?" I sputtered, not caring that he couldn't understand me. "Who do you think you are, Kalamack? God? You can go turn yourself."
"I think I got the gist of that." He gave me a quick smile. "If nothing else, I've taught you to be honest."
He shifted his chair closer to his desk.
"I'm going to break you, Morgan, until you will do anything to get out of that cage. I do hope it takes a while. John took nearly 15 years, not as a rat, but a slave all the same. I imagine you will break a lot faster."
"Damn you, Trent," I said, seething.
"Don't be crass."
Trent picked up his pen.
"I'm sure your moral fiber is as strong as if not stronger than John's, but he didn't have rats trying to rip him apart. I had the luxury of time with John. I went slowly, and I wasn't as good then."
Trent's eyes went distant in thought.
"Even so, he never knew I was breaking him in. Most don't. He still doesn't. And if you suggested it, he would kill you."
Trent's distant gaze cleared.
"I quite like having all the cards face up on the table. It adds to the satisfaction, don't you think? Not having to be delicate about it. Both of us know what's going on, and if you don't survive, it's no great loss. I haven't invested that much in you. A wire cage, food chips, wood shavings."
The feeling of being in a cage crashed over me, trapped. "Let me out!" I shouted, pulling at the mesh of my cell. "Let me out, Trent!" There was a knock on the doorframe, and I spun. Jonathan entered, sidestepping Ferris.
"The medical team is parking their van. They can get rid of Ferris. The IS wants a statement, nothing more."
His eyes flicked disparagingly at me.
"What's wrong with your witch?"
"Let me out, Trent!" I chittered, growing frantic. "Let me out!" I ran to the bottom of my cage. Heart pounding, I ran back up to the second floor. I threw myself against the bars, trying to knock the cage over. I had to get out. Trent smiled, his expression calm and collected.
"Ms. Morgan just realized how persuasive I can be. Hit her cage."
Jonathan hesitated in confusion.
"I thought you didn't want me to torment her." "Actually, I said not to react in anger when you misjudge how a person will respond. I'm not acting out of anger. I'm teaching Ms. Morgan her new place in life. She's in a cage. I can do anything I want to her."
His cold eyes were fixed to mine.
"Hit her cage."
Jonathan grinned. Taking the folder he had in his hand, he swung it against the wire mesh. I cowered at the loud smack, even though I knew it was coming. The cage shook, and I gripped the mesh floor with all 4 of my paws.
"Shut up, witch,"
Jonathan added, a pleased gloating in his eye. I slunk to hide in my hut. Trent had just given him permission to torment me all he wanted. If the rats didn't kill me, Jonathan would. 21.
"Come on, Morgan. Do something,"
Jonathan breathed. The stick poked me, almost shoving me over. I trembled as I tried not to react.
"I know you're mad,"
he said, shifting his crouch to jam the dowel into my flank. The floor of my cage was littered with pencils, all chewed in half. Jonathan had been tormenting me on and off all morning. After several hours of hissing and lunging at him, I realized not only was my frenzy exhausting, but it also made the sadistic freak all the more enthusiastic. Ignoring him was nowhere near as satisfying as yanking pencils out of his grip and gnawing them in half, but I was hoping he would eventually tire and go away. Trent had left for his lunch nap about 30 minutes ago. The building was quiet, as everyone slacked off when Trent left the floor. Jonathan, though, showed no sign of leaving. He had been content to stay and harass me between forkfuls of pasta. Even moving to the center of my cage hadn't helped. He had simply gotten a longer stick. My hut was long gone.
"Damn witch. Do something."
Jonathan shifted his stick to tap me on the head. It hit me once, twice, 3 times, right between my ears. My whiskers quivered. I could feel my pulse begin to pound and my head ache with the struggle to do nothing. On the 5th tap, I broke, rearing back and snapping the stick in two with a frustrated bite. "You're dead," I squeaked, throwing myself at the wire mesh. "Hear me? When I get out of here, you're dead." He straightened, his fingers running through his hair.
"I knew I could get you to move. Try that when I'm out of here,"
I whispered, quivering with rage. The sound of high heels in the hallway grew loud, and I crouched in relief. I recognized the cadence. Apparently so did Jonathan, as he straightened and took a step back. Sarah Jane strode into the office without her usual knock. "Oh," she exclaimed softly, her hand going to the collar of the new business suit she had bought yesterday. Trent paid his employees in advance. "John, I'm sorry. I didn't think anyone would still be here." There was an awkward silence. "I was going to give Angel the leftovers from my lunch before I ran my errands." Jonathan looked down his nose at her.
"I'll do it for you."
Oh, please, no, I thought. He'd probably dip them in ink first, if he did at all. The leftovers from Sarah Jane's lunches were the only thing I'd eat, and I was half-starved. "Thank you, but no," she said, and I sank to a relieved crouch. "I'll lock up Mr. Kalamack's office if you want to go."
"Yes, leave,"
I thought, my pulse racing. "Go, so I can try to tell Sarah Jane I'm a person." I'd been trying all day, but the one time I attempted it when Trent had been watching, Jonathan accidentally knocked my cage so hard it fell over.
"I'm waiting for Mr. Kalamack,"
Jonathan said.
"Are you sure you don't want me to give them to her?"
A smug look crossed his usually stoic face as he moved behind Trent's desk and pretended to tidy it. My hope that he would leave vanished. He knew better. Sarah Jane crouched to bring her eyes level with mine. I thought they were blue, but I couldn't be sure. "No, it won't take long. Is Mr. Kalamack working through lunch?" she asked.
"No, he just asked me to wait."
I crept forward at the smell of carrots. "Here, Angel," the small woman said, her high voice soothing as she opened a fold of napkin. "It's just carrots today. They were out of celery." I glanced at Jonathan suspiciously. He was checking the sharpness of the pencils in Trent's pencil cup, so I cautiously reached for the carrot. There was a sharp bang, and I jumped. A smirk quirked the corners of Jonathan's thin lips. He had dropped a file on the desk. Sarah Jane's look was wrathful enough to curdle milk. "Just stop it," she said indignantly. "You've been pestering her all day." Lips pursed, she pushed the carrots through the mesh. "Here you go, sweetie," she soothed. "Take your carrots. Don't you like your pellets?" She dropped the carrots and left her fingers poking through the mesh. I sniffed them, allowing her cracked and work-worn nails to brush the top of my head. I trusted Sarah Jane, and my trust didn't come easily. I think it was because we were both trapped, and we both realized it. That she knew about Trent's bio-drug dealings seemed unlikely, but she was too smart not to be worried about how her predecessor died. Trent was going to use her as he had Yolan Bates, leaving her dead in an alley somewhere. My chest tightened as if I was going to cry. A faint scent of redwood came from her, almost overwhelmed by her perfume. Miserable, I pulled the carrots farther in and downed them as fast as I could. They smelled sharply of vinegar, and I wondered at Sarah Jane's choice of salad dressing. She had only given me 3. I could have eaten twice that. "I thought you farmers hated chicken killers," Jonathan said, pretending indifference as he watched me for any un-mink-like behavior. Sarah Jane's cheeks colored, and she rose quickly from her crouch. Before she could say anything, she reached out an unsteady hand and braced herself against my cage. "Oh," she said, her eyes going distant. "I got up too fast." "Are you all right?" he asked, his flat tone sounding as if he didn't care. She put a hand to her eyes. Yes, I'm fine." I paused my chewing, hearing soft pacing in the hall, and Trent walked in. He had taken his coat off, and it was only his clothes that made him look like a Fortune 20 executive rather than a head lifeguard. "Sarah Jane, aren't you on lunch?" he asked amiably. "Just leaving now, Mr. Kalamack," she said. She glanced worriedly between Jonathan and me before she left. Her heels thumped dimly in the hallway and vanished. I felt a wash of relief. If Trent was here, Jonathan would probably leave me alone, and I could eat. The haughty man folded himself carefully into one of the chairs opposite Trent's desk. "How long?" he said, putting an ankle on his knee and glancing at me. "Depends." Trent fed his fish something from a freezer-dried pouch. The yellow tang bumped against the surface, making soft sounds. It must be strong," Jonathan said. "I didn't think it would affect her at all." I paused in my chewing. Her? Sarah Jane? "I thought it might," Trent said. "She'll be fine." He turned, his face creased in thought. "In future, I may have to be more direct in my dealings with her. All the information she brought up concerning the sugar beet industry was slanted toward a bad business venture." Jonathan cleared his throat, making it sound patronizing. Trent closed the pouch and tucked it away in the cabinet under the tank. He went to stand behind his desk, his fair head bowed as he arranged his papers. "Why not a spell, Sahan?" Jonathan unfolded his long legs and stood, tugging out the creases in his dress pants. "I would imagine it would be more certain. It's against the rules to spell animals in competition." He scribbled a note in his planner. A dry smile crossed Jonathan's face. "But drugs are all right. That makes perverted sense." My chewing slowed. They were talking about me. The bitter taste of vinegar was stronger on this last carrot, and my tongue was tingling. Dropping the carrot, I touched my gums. They were numb. Damn! It was Friday. "You bastard!" I shouted, throwing the carrot at Trent, only to have it bounce back against the mesh. "You drugged me! You drugged Sarah Jane to get me!" Furious, I flung myself at the door, wedging my arm out, trying to reach the latch. Nausea and dizziness rose. The 2 men came close, peering down at me. Trent's expression of domination sent a chill through me. Terrified, I raced up the ramp to the 2nd level, then downstairs. The light hurt my eyes. My mouth was numb. I staggered, losing my balance. He'd drugged me. A realization clawed through my panic. The door was going to open. This might be my only chance. I froze in the center of my cage, panting. Slowly, I tipped over. "Please," I thought desperately, "please open the door before I really do pass out." My lungs heaved and my heart raced. Whether it was from my efforts or the drugs, I couldn't tell. The 2 men were silent. Jonathan poked me with a pencil. I allowed my leg to quiver as if I was unable to move it. "I think she's down," he said. Excitement tinged his voice. "Give it some time." The light hit my eyes as Trent moved away, and I slit them. Jonathan, though, was blessedly impatient. "I'll get the carrying case." The cage trembled as he unlatched the door. My pulse raced as Jonathan's long fingers closed about my body. I wiggled to life, my teeth bearing down on his finger. "You little canicula!" Jonathan swore, yanking his hand out and pulling me with him. I loosened my hold, hitting the floor with a bone-shaking thump. Nothing hurt. Everything was numb. I leapt for the door, sprawling as my legs wouldn't work. "John!" Trent exclaimed. "Get the door!" The floor trembled, quickly followed by the slamming of the door. I hesitated, unable to think. I had to run. Where the hell was the door? The shadow of Jonathan came close. I bared my teeth, and he hesitated, cowed by my tiny incisors. The sharp stink of fear was on him. He was afraid, the bully. Darting forward, he grasped the scruff of my neck. I twisted, sinking my teeth into the fatty part of his thumb. He grunted in pain and let go. I hit the door. "Damn witch!" he shouted. I staggered, unable to run. Jonathan's blood was thick on my tongue, tasting of cinnamon and wine. "Touch me again," I panted, "and I'll take off your entire thumb." Jonathan drew back, afraid. It was Trent who scooped me up. Deep under the drug, I could do nothing. His fingers were blessedly cold as he cradled me in his hands. He set me gently into the carrier and latched the door. It clicked shut, shaking the entire cage. My mouth was fuzzy and my stomach was twisting. The carrier was lifted, swinging in a smooth arc until it landed on the desk. "We'll have a few minutes until we have to leave. Let's see if Sarah Jane has any antibiotic cream in her desk for those bites of yours." Trent's mellow voice grew as fuzzy as my thoughts. The darkness became overwhelming, and I lost my grip on consciousness, cursing myself for my stupidity. 22. Someone was talking. I understood that. Actually, there were two voices, and now that I was regaining the ability to think, I realized they'd been alternating with each other for some time. One was Trent, and his wonderfully liquid voice lured me back to consciousness. Beyond him was the high-pitched squeaking of rats. "Oh, hell," I whispered, having it come out as a thin moan of a squeak. My eyes were open, and I forced them closed. They felt as dry as sandpaper. A few more painful blinks, and the tears started to flow again. Slowly, the gray wall of my carrier swam into focus. "Mr. Kalamack," called a welcoming voice, and the world spun as the carrier turned. "The upstairs told me you were here. I'm so pleased." The voice got closer. "And with an entry. Wait and see, wait and see." The man nearly gushed as he pumped Trent's offered hand up and down. "Having an entry makes the games vastly more entertaining." "Good evening, Jim," Trent said warmly. "Sorry for just dropping in on you." The mellow cadence of Trent's voice was a balm, soothing my headache away. I both loved and hated it. How could something so beautiful belong to someone so foul? "You're always welcome here, Mr. Kalamack." The man smelled like wood chips, and I scrunched back, bracing myself in the corner. "Have you checked in, then? Do you have your place in the first round?" "There will be more than one fight," Jonathan interrupted. "Indeed, sir," Jim said brightly as he gently turned the grate of the carrier to face him. "You play your rat until it's dead, or you pull it." "Oh," he said as he saw me, "a mink. How very continental of you. This will change your odds, but no worry. We've fought badgers and snakes before. We thrive on individuality, and everyone loves it when an entrant is eaten." My pulse quickened. I had to get out of there. "Are you sure your animal will fight?" Jim asked. "The rats here have been bred for aggression, though we have a street rat making a surprising showing the last 3 months. I had to sedate her to get her in the carrier," Trent said, his voice tight. "Oh, a feisty one. Here," Jim offered solicitously as he snagged a notebook from a passing official. "Let me change your first round to one of the later matches, so she has a chance to fully shake her sedation. No one wants those slots anyway. There's not much time for your animal to recover before the next bout." I inched to the front of the carrier in helplessness. Jim was a nice-looking man with round cheeks and an ample belly. It would only take a small charm to make him into the mall Santa Claus. What was he doing in Cincinnati's underground? The jovial man's gaze went over Trent's unseen shoulder, and he gave someone a merry wave.
"Please keep your animal with you at all times,"
he said, his eyes on the new arrival.
"You have 5 minutes to place your entrant in the pit after you're called, or you forfeit."
Pit, I thought. Swell.
"All I need to know now," Jim said, "is what you call your animal."
Angel. Trent said it with a mocking sincerity, but Jim wrote it down without a moment of hesitation.
"Angel," he repeated, "owned and trained by Trent Kalamack."
"You don't own me," I squeaked, and Jonathan thunked my carrier.
"Back upstairs, John,"
Trent said as Jim shook his hand and left.
"The noise of these rats is going right through my head."
I dropped to all fours to steady myself as the carrier swung. "I'm not going to fight, Trent," I squeaked loudly. "You can just forget it."
"Oh, do be still, Miss Morgan,"
Trent said softly as we rose.
"It's not as if you haven't been trained for this. Every runner knows how to kill. Working for me, working for them, there's no difference. It's only a rat."
"I've never killed anyone in my life," I shouted, rattling the gate, "and I'm not going to start for you." But I didn't think I had a choice. I couldn't reason with a rat, tell it there'd been a big mistake, and why couldn't we all just get along? The noise of the rats dulled under loud conversations as we found the top of the stairs. Trent paused, taking it in.
"Look there," he murmured. "There's Randolph."
"Randolph Merrick," Jonathan said. "Haven't you been trying to arrange a meeting with him about increasing your water rights?"
"Yes."
Trent almost seemed to breathe the word.
"For the last 7 weeks. He's apparently a very busy man. And look there. That woman holding that vile little dog. She's the CEO of the glass factory we're contracted with. I'd very much like to speak with her about the possibility of getting a volume discount. I had no idea this would be an opportunity to network."
We drifted into motion, moving through the crowd. Trent kept his conversation light and friendly, showing me off as if I was a prize mule. I huddled in the back of my cage and tried to ignore the sounds the women made at me. My mouth felt like the inside of a hairdryer, and I could smell old blood and urine and rats. I could hear them, too, squeaking in voices higher than most people's hearing. The battles were beginning already, though anyone on 2 legs couldn't know it. Bars and plastic might separate the participants, but threats of violence were already being promised. Trent found a seat next to the freaking mayor of the city, and after tucking me between his feet, he talked to the woman in a sideways fashion about the overall benefits of rezoning his property as industry rather than commercial, seeing as a good portion of his land was used for industrial gain in some way or other. She wasn't listening until Trent commented he might have to move his more sensitive industries to more friendly pastures. It was a nightmarish hour. The ultrasonic squeaks and shrieks cut through the lower sounds, going unheard by the crowd. Jonathan kept up a colorful commentary for my benefit, embellishing the monstrosities taking place in the pit. None of the rounds took long, 10 minutes at best. The sudden hush followed by the watchers' wild explosions was barbaric. Soon I could smell the blood Jonathan seemed to enjoy expounding upon, and I was jumping at every shift of Trent's feet. The audience politely applauded the official results of the latest bout. It was an obvious win. Thanks to Jonathan, I knew the victorious rat had ripped open the belly of its opponent before the loser had given up and died, its teeth still clamped upon the winning rat's foot.
"Angel!"
Jim called, his voice deeper, carrying more showmanship over the loudspeaker.
"Owned and trained by Kalamack."
My legs trembled at the rush of adrenaline. I can best a rat, I thought, as the crowd cheered my adversary, the bloody Baron, to the floor. I would not be killed by a rat. My gut tightened as Trent slipped onto the empty bench beside the pit. The smell was 100 times worse here. I knew even Trent could smell it as his smooth face wrinkled in distaste. Jonathan shifted eagerly from foot to foot behind him. For a prim and proper snob who pressed his collars and starched his socks, the man had a taste for blood sports. The squeaks of the rats were almost non-existent now that half were dead and half were licking their wounds. There was a moment or two of pleasantries between the owners, followed by a dramatic build-up of excitement orchestrated by Jim. I wasn't listening to his ringmaster patter, more concerned with my first view of the pit. The circle was about the size of a kiddie wading pool with 3-foot walls. The floor was sawdust. Dark splotches decorated it, the scatter pattern telling me it was probably blood. The scent of urine and fear rose so strong, I was surprised I couldn't see it as a haze in the air. Someone's warped humor had put animal toys in the arena. "Gentlemen," Jim said dramatically, yanking my attention back, "place your entrance." Trent pulled the grate close to his face. "I've changed my mind, Morgan," he murmured. "I don't want you as a runner. You're more valuable to me killing rats than you could ever be killing my competition. The contacts I can make here are astounding." "Go turn yourself," I snarled. At my harsh squeak, he unlatched the grate and dumped me out. I hit the sawdust softly. A quick shadow of movement at the far side of the pit heralded the arrival of the bloody Baron. The crowd oohed over me, and I made a liquid hop to hide behind a ball. I was a hindsight more attractive than a rat. Face down in it, the arena was awful. Blood, urine, death. All I wanted was out. My eyes fell upon Trent, and he smiled knowingly. He thought he could break me. I hated him. The audience cheered, and I turned to see old Bloody himself galloping toward me. He wasn't as long as I was, but he was stockier. I guessed we weighed about the same. Squeaks came from him non-stop as he ran. I froze, not knowing what to do. At the last moment I jumped out of the way, kicking him as he went by. It was an attack I had used as a runner hundreds of times. It was instinctive, though as a mink it lacked effectiveness and grace. I finished the spin kick in a crouch, watching the rat skid to a halt. Baron hesitated, nuzzling his side where I struck him. He had gone silent. Again he rushed me, the crowd urging him on. This time I aimed with more precision, scoring on his long face as I jumped aside. I landed in a crouch, my forepaws automatically moving into a block as if I was fighting a person. The rat slid to a faster halt, squeaking and weaving his head as if trying to focus. A rat's eyesight must be minimal. I could use that. Chittering like a mad thing, Baron rushed me a third time. I tensed, planning to jump straight up, land on his back, and choke him into unconsciousness. I was nauseous and sick at heart. I wouldn't kill for Trent, not even a rat. If I sacrificed one principle, one ethic, he would have me body and soul. If I gave in on rats, tomorrow it would be people. The noise of the crowd swelled as Baron ran. I jumped. "Crap!" I squeaked as he slid to a stop under me, twisting onto his back. I was going to fall right on top of him. I hit with a soft thunk, squealing as his teeth latched onto my nose. Panicking, I tried to pull away, but he held on, exerting just enough pressure that I couldn't break free. Twisting off him, I pawed at his grip, pummeling his belly with my feet. Squeaking in time with my strikes, he took the abuse, slowly loosening his hold. He finally let go enough that I could wiggle away. I backed up, rubbing my nose and wondering why he hadn't taken it clean off. Baron flipped to his feet. He touched his side where I had first stuck him, then his face, and then his middle, where my feet had hit him, cataloging the list of hurts I'd given him. His paw reached up to rub his nose, and with a start, I realized he was mimicking me. Baron was a person. "Holy crap!" I squeaked, and Baron bobbed his head once. My breath came fast, and my gaze darted to the surrounding walls and the people pressed against them. Together we might get out where alone we couldn't. Baron made soft noises at me, and the crowd went quiet. There was no way I was going to lose this chance. He twitched his whiskers, and I lunged. We rolled about on the floor in a harmless tussle. All I had to do was figure out how to get out of there and communicate it to Baron without Trent realizing it. We knocked into an exercise wheel and broke apart. I found my feet and turned, looking for him. Nothing. "Baron!" I shouted, but he was gone. I spun, wondering if a descending hand had plucked him out. A rhythmic scratching came from a nearby tower of blocks. I fought the urge to turn. Relief flooded me. He was still here, and now I had an idea. The only time the hands came down was when the game was over. One of us was going to have to pretend to die. "Hey!" I shouted as Baron crashed down on me. Sharp teeth latched onto my ear, tearing it. Blood coursed into my eyes, half blinding me. Furious, I flung him over my shoulder. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I cried as he tumbled to a halt. The crowd cheered wildly, clearly dismissing our previous unrodent-like behavior. Barron started in with a long series of squeaks, no doubt trying to explain his thinking. I lunged, latching onto his windpipe and shutting him up. His hind feet pummeled me as I cut off his air supply. Twisting, he reached my nose, gouging it with his nails. I eased my grip under the needles of his claws, allowing air to him. He went limp in understanding. "You're not supposed to be dead yet," I said, my squeaks mangled from his fur in my mouth. I clamped down until he squealed and began to inefficiently struggle. The crowd surged into noise, presumably thinking Angel was going to score her first win. I glanced at Trent. My heart gave a thump at his suspicious look. This wasn't going to work. Barron might escape, but not me. I was going to have to die, not Barron. "Fight me!" I squeaked, knowing he wouldn't understand. I loosened my hold until my jaws were slipping. Not understanding, Barron went limp. I jabbed a hind foot into his crotch. He yelped in pain, yanking from my loose grip. I rolled away. "Fight me! Kill me!" I chittered. Barron's head wove as he tried to focus. I gave my head a toss toward the crowd. He blinked, seeming to get it, and attacked. His jaws clamped about my windpipe, cutting off my air. I flailed about, sending us crashing into the walls. I heard the shouts of the people over the sound of the blood pulsing in my head. His grip was tight, too tight to breathe. "Any time now," I thought desperately. "You can let me breathe any time." I sent us thumping into a ball, and still he wouldn't let me up. Fear stirred. He was a person, wasn't he? I hadn't just let a rat get a death grip on me, had I? I started to struggle in earnest. His grip tightened. My head felt as if it was going to explode. My blood pounded. I twisted and squirmed, clawing at an eye until the tears ran, but still he wouldn't let up. Flipping wildly, I sent us crashing into the walls. I found his neck and clamped down. Immediately, he loosened his grip. I took a grateful gulp of air. Furious, I bit hard, tasting his blood on my teeth. He bit me back, and I squeaked in pain. I eased my grip. He did the same. The noise of the crowd pressed down, almost as strong as the heat from the lights. We lay on the floor in the sawdust, struggling to slow our breathing so as to look as though we were suffocating each other. I finally understood. His owner knew he was a person as well. We both had to die. The crowd was shouting, wanting to know who won or if we were both dead. I looked through cracked eyelids to find Trent. He didn't look happy. And I knew our ruse was halfway to being successful. Barron lay very still. A tiny squeak slipped from him, and I carefully answered. A pulse of excitement raced through me and was gone. "Ladies and gentlemen," Jim's professional voice layered over the noise, "it seems we have a draw. Will the owners please retrieve their animals?" The crowd hushed. "We will have a short break to determine if either contestant is alive." My heart raced as the shadows of hands came closer. Barron made 3 short squeaks and exploded into motion. I belatedly followed, grasping the first hand I found. "Look out!" someone shouted. I was flung into the air as a hand jerked away. I arched through the air, tail whipping in frantic circles. I glimpsed a surprised face and landed on a man's chest. He screamed like a girl and brushed me off. I hit the floor hard, stunned. I took 3 quick breaths, then lurched under his chair. The noise was astounding. One would think a lion was loose, not 2 rodents. People scattered. The rush of feet past the chair was unreal. Someone smelling of wood chips reached down. I bared my teeth, and he drew back. "I've got the mink," an official shouted over the noise. "Give me a net." He glanced away, and I ran, pulse so fast it was almost a hum. I dodged feet and chairs, nearly slamming head first into the far wall. The blood from my ear was dripping into my eye, blurring my vision. How was I going to get out of there? "Please, everyone remain calm," came Jim's voice over the loudspeaker. "Please return to the lobby for refreshments while a search is made. We ask that you keep the outer doors closed until we have regained the contestants." There was a pause. "And somebody get that dog out of here," he finished loudly. Doors? I thought as I peered into the madhouse. I didn't need a door. I needed Jenks. "Rachel!" came a call from above me. I squeaked as Jenks landed on my shoulder with a light thump. "You look like crap," he shouted into my torn ear. "I thought that rat napped you. When you jumped up and grabbed Jonathan's hand, I nearly pissed my pants." "Where's the door?" I tried to ask. How he found me would have to wait. "Don't have a hissy," he said defensively. "I left like you said. I just came back. When Trent left with that cat box, I knew you were in it. I hitched a ride under the bumper. Bet you didn't know that's how pixies get around the city, did you? You better get your furry ass moving before someone sees you." "Where?" I squeaked. "Where do I go?" "There's a back way out. I did a survey during the first fight. Man, those rats are vicious. Did you see that one bite the other one's foot right off? If you follow this wall for about 20 feet, then down 3 stairs, you'll come to a hallway." I started moving. Jenks gripped my fur tighter. "Ah, your ear's a mess," he said as I flowed down the 3 stairs. "Okay, go down the hallway to the right. There's an opening." "No, don't take it," he shouted as I did just that. "It's the kitchen." I turned, freezing at the sound of feet on the stairs. My pulse raced. I wouldn't be caught. I wouldn't. "The sink," Jenks whispered. "The cupboard door isn't closed. Hurry!" Spotting it, I scurried across the tile floor, my claws scraping softly. I wedged myself inside. Jenks flitted to peek around the door, backing away to hide behind a bucket. I listened. "They aren't in the kitchen," a voice shouted, sounding muffled. I felt a knot of worry loosen. He had said they. Baron was still free. Jenks turned, his wings an unseen blur as he stood in the cupboard. "Damn, it's good to see you. Ivy's done nothing but stare at a map of Trent's compound she dug up," he whispered. "All night muttering and scribbling on paper. Every sheet ends up crumpled in the corner. My kids are having a blast playing hide-and-seek in the pile she's made. I don't think she knows I'm gone. She just sits at that map of hers drinking orange juice." I smelled dirt. As Jenks babbled like a brimstone addict needing his fix, I explored the smelly cupboard to find that the pipe from the sink went under the house through a wood floor. The crack between the iron and the floor was just wide enough for my shoulder. I started chewing. "I said get that dog out of here," a muffled voice shouted. "Now, wait. You have a lead for him. He can find them." Jenks came close. "Hey, the floor, that's a good idea. Let me help." Jenks alighted next to me, getting in my way. "Get Baron," I tried to squeak. "I can so help." Jenks pried a toothpick-sized stick of wood from around the hole. "The rat!" I chittered. "He can't see." Frustrated, I knocked over a canister of sink cleaner. The powder spilled out, and the smell of pine became overwhelming. Snatching Jenks's toothpick, I wrote out, "Get rat." Jenks took to the air, a hand over his nose. "Why?" "Man," I scrawled. "Can't see." Jenks grinned. "You found a friend. Wait till I tell Ivy." I bared my teeth, pointing at the door with my stick. Still he hesitated. "You'll stay here? Keep making that hole bigger?" Frustrated, I threw the stick at him. Jenks hovered backward. All right, don't lose your panties." "No, wait, you don't have any, do ya?" His laughter chimed out, sounding like freedom itself as he slipped past the crack in the door. I went back to chewing the floor. It tasted awful. A putrid mix of soap, grease, and mold. I just knew I was going to get sick. Tension strung through me. The sudden thumps and crashes from up front jerked me. I was waiting for the triumphant cry of capture. Fortunately, it seemed the dog didn't know what was expected of it. It wanted to play, and tempers were getting short. My jaws ached, and I stifled a cry of frustration. Soap had gotten into the cut on my ear, and it was a flaming misery. I tried to stick my head through the hole and into the crawl space. If my head could make it, my body probably could, too, but it wasn't big enough yet. "Look!" someone shouted. "He's working now. He's got their scent." Frantic, I yanked my head out of the hole. My ear scraped and started bleeding again. There was a sudden scratching in the hallway, and I redoubled my efforts. Jenks's voice came faintly over the sounds of my gnawing. "It's the kitchen. Rachel's under the sink. No, the next cupboard. Hurry! I think they saw you." There was a sudden rush of light and air, and I sat up, spitting pulpy wood from me. "Aye, we're back. I found your rat, Rach." Baron glanced at me. His eyes were bright. Immediately he bounded over. His head dipped into the hole, and he started gnawing. There wasn't enough room for his wider shoulders. I continued to widen the hole at the top. The yapping of the dog came from the hall. We froze for a heartbeat, then chewed. My stomach clenched. "Is it big enough?" Jenks shouted. "Go! Hurry!" Pushing my head into the hole next to Baron's, I gnawed furiously. There was a scratching at the cupboard door. Shafts of light flickered as the door bumped against the frame. "Here!" a loud voice shouted. "He's got one in here!" Hope dying, I pulled my head up. My jaws ached. The pine soap had matted my fur and was burning my eyes. I turned to face the scrabbling of paws. I didn't think the opening was big enough yet. A sharp squeak drew my attention. Baron was crouched beside it, pointing down. "It's not big enough for you," I said. Baron lunged at me, yanking me to the hole and stuffing me down. The sound of the dog grew suddenly louder, and I dropped into space. Arms and legs outstretched, I tried to snag the pipe. A front paw reached a welded seam. I jerked to a stop. Above me, the dog barked wildly. There was a scrabble of claws on the wood floor, then a yelp. I started losing my hold. I dropped to the dry earth. I lay there, listening for Baron's death scream. I should have stayed, I thought desperately. I never should have let him shove me down that hole. I knew it hadn't been big enough for him. There was a quick scratching and a thump in the dirt beside me. "You made it!" I squeaked, seeing Baron sprawled in the dirt. Jenks flitted down, glowing in the dim light. There was a dog whisker in his hand. "You should have seen him reach," he said excitedly. "He bit that dog right on the nose. Yee-haw! Pow! Slam bam! Thank you, man!" The pixie continued his circles around us, too hyper to sit still. Baron, however, seemed to have the shakes. Curled into a huddled ball of fur, he looked like he was going to be sick. I crept forward, wanting to say thanks. I touched him on his shoulder, and he jumped, staring at me with wide black eyes. "Get that dog out of here!" came an angry voice through the floor, and we looked up at the faint spot of light. The yapping grew faint, and my pulse eased. "Yep," Jim said. "Those are fresh chewings. One got out this way." "How do we get down there?" It was Trent, and I cowered, pressing myself into the dirt. "There's a trapdoor in the hallway, but the crawl space is open to the street through any of the vents." Their voices grew distant as they moved away. "I'm sorry, Mr. Kalamack," Jim was saying. "We've never had an escapee before. I'll get someone to go down there right away." "No, she's gone." His voice held a controlled, soft frustration, and I felt a stir of victory. Jonathan wasn't going to have a very pleasant drive back. I straightened from my crouch and heaved a sigh. My ears and eyes were burning. I wanted to go home. Baron squeaked for my attention, pointed to the ground. I looked to find he had written in careful letters, "Thanks." I couldn't help my smile. Crouched beside him, I wrote, "You're welcome." My letters looked sloppy next to his. "You two are so sweet," Jenks mocked. "Can we get out of here now?" Baron leapt to the screen across the vent, latching on with all 4 feet. Choosing carefully, he began to pull at the seams with his teeth. 23. My spoon scraped the bottom of the cottage cheese container. Hunching over it, I pushed what remained into a pile. My knee was cold, and I tugged my midnight blue terry-cloth robe back over it. I was stuffing my face while Baron changed back into a person and showered in the second bathroom Ivy and I had independently determined was mine. I could hardly wait to see what he really looked like. Ivy and I agreed that if he had survived the rat fights for who knew how long, he had to be a hunk. God knew he was brave, chivalrous, and not fazed by vampires, the last one being the most intriguing, seeing as Jenks had said he was human. Jenks had called Ivy collect from the first phone we found. The sound of her motorcycle, just out of the shop from her having slid it under a truck last week, had been like a choir singing. I almost cried at her concern when she swung from the seat, wearing head-to-toe biker leather. Someone cared if I lived or died. It didn't matter if it was a vampire whose motives I still didn't understand. Neither Baron or I would get into the box she had brought, and after a 5-minute discussion consisting of her protests and our squeaks, she finally threw the box into the back of the alley with a grunt of frustration and let us ride up front. She hadn't been in the best of moods when she tooled on out of the alley, a mink and a rat standing on our gas tank with our forepaws on the tiny dash. By the time we cleared the worst of Friday rush-hour traffic and were able to pick up speed, I knew why dogs hung their heads out the window. Riding a bike was always a thrill, but as a rodent, it was a sensual rush. Eyes squinting and my whiskers bent back by the wind, I rode home in style. I didn't care that Ivy was getting odd looks and people kept blowing their horns at us. I was sure I was going to have a brain orgasm from the overload of input. I almost regretted it when Ivy had turned onto our street. Now, with a finger, I pushed the last bit of cheese onto the spoon, ignoring Jenks's pig noises from the ladle hanging over the center island. I hadn't stopped eating since losing my fur, but as I'd had only carrots for the last 3.5 days, I was entitled to a little binge. Setting the empty container aside on the dirty plate before me, I wondered if it hurt more or less to transform if you were a human. From the muffled, masculine groan of pain that had emanated from the bathroom before the shower started, I'd say it hurt just about the same. Though I had scrubbed myself twice, I thought I still smelled mink under my perfume. My torn ear throbbed, my neck had red-rimmed punctures where Baron had bitten me, and my left leg was bruised from falling into the exercise wheel. But it was good to be a person again. I glanced at Ivy doing the dishes, wondering if I should have taped up my ear. I still hadn't brought Ivy and Jenks entirely up to speed on my last few days, telling them only about my captivity, not what I had learned during it. Ivy had said nothing, but I knew she was dying to tell me I had been an idiot for not having a backup plan for escape. She reached for the tap, turning it off after she rinsed the last glass. Setting it to drain, she turned and dried her hands on the dish towel. Seeing a tall, thin, leather-clad vamp doing dishes was almost worth the price of admission to my crazy life. "Okay, let me get this straight," she said as she leaned against the counter. "Trent caught you red-handed, and instead of turning you in, he put you in the city's rat fights to try and break you so you'd agree to work for him?" "Yep." I stretched to reach the bag of frosted cookies next to Ivy's computer. "Figures." She pushed herself into motion to get my empty plate. Washing it, she set it next to the glasses to drip. Apart from my dishes, there had been no plates, silverware, or bowls, just 20 or so glasses, all with a drop of orange juice in the bottom. "Next time you go up against someone like Trent, can we at least have a plan for when you get caught?" she asked, her back to me and her shoulders tense. Annoyance pulled my head up from my bag of cookies. I took a breath to tell her she could take her plans and use them for toilet paper, then hesitated. Her shoulders were as tight as her stance was rigid. I remembered how worried Jenks said she was, and what she had said about how me flying off the handle jerked her instincts into play. Slowly, my breath slipped out. "Sure," I said hesitantly. "We can have a fail-safe plan for when I screw up, as long as we have one for you, too." Jenks snickered, and Ivy flicked a glance at him. "We don't need one for me," she said. "Write it out and post it by the phone," I said casually. "I'll do the same." I was halfway kidding, but I wondered if in all her anal retentive glory she just might do it. Saying nothing, Ivy, not content to let the glasses and plates drain by themselves, began to dry them. I crunched my ginger snaps, watching her shoulders ease and her motions lose their hair-trigger quickness. "You were right," I said, thinking I owed her at least that much. "I've never had anyone I could count on before." I hesitated. "I'm not used to it." Ivy turned, surprising me with the relief in her stance. "Hey, don't sweat it." "Oh, save me," Jenks said from the utensils rack. "I think I'm gonna puke." Ivy snapped her towel at him, her lips quirked in a wry smile. I watched her closely as she went back to drying. Keeping calm and compromising made all the difference. Now that I thought about it, compromising had been how we got through our year working together. It was harder, though, to keep my cool when I was surrounded by all her stuff and none of mine. I'd felt vulnerable and on edge. "You should have seen her, Rachel," Jenks said in a loud, conspiratorial whisper, "sitting day and night at her maps to find a way to get you free from Trent. I told her all we had to do was keep watch and help if we could." "Shut up, Jenks." Ivy's voice was suddenly thick with warning. I shoved the last cookie in my mouth and rose to throw the bag away. "She had this grandiose plan," Jenks said. "She swept it up from the floor when you were showering. She was going to call in all her favors. She even talked to her mother." "I'm going to get a cat," Ivy said tightly. "A big black cat." I pulled the bag of bread from the counter and dug the honey out from the back of the pantry, where I'd hidden it from Jenks. Taking it all to the table, I sat and arranged everything. "Good thing you escaped when you did," Jenks said, swinging the ladle to send gleams of light about the kitchen. "Ivy was about to throw what little she has left after you. Again." "I will call my cat Pixie Dust," Ivy said. "I will keep it in the garden and not feed it." My gaze shifted from Jenks's suddenly closed mouth to Ivy. We had just had a warm and fuzzy discussion without getting bit, vampy, or scared. Why did Jenks have to ruin it? "Jenks," I said with a sigh,
Don't you have something to do?" "Nope." He dropped down, extending a hand into the stream of honey I was drizzling on a piece of bread. He sank an inch from the weight, then rose. "So, you gonna keep him?" I looked blankly at Jenks, and he laughed. "Your new boyfriend," he drawled. My lips pursed at the amusement in Ivy's eyes. "He's not my boyfriend." Jenks hovered over the open jar of honey, pulling glistening strands up and into his mouth. "I saw you with him on that bike," he said. This is good." He took another handful, his wings starting to hum audibly. "Your tails were touching," he mocked. Annoyed, I flicked my hand at him. He darted out of reach, then back. "You should have seen them, Ivy, rolling around on the floor, biting each other." He laughed, and it turned into a high-pitched giggle. I slowly tilted my head as he listed to the left. "It was love at first bite." Ivy turned. "He bit you on the neck," she said, deadpan serious but for her eyes. "Oh, then it's got to be love. She won't let me bite her neck." What was this, pick-on-Rachel night? Not entirely comfortable, I pulled another piece of bread out to finish my sandwich and waved Jenks off the honey. He bobbed and weaved erratically, struggling to maintain an even flight as the sugar rush made him drunk. "Hey, Ivy," Jenks said as he drifted sideways and licked his fingers. "You know what they say about the size of a rat's tail, don't you? The longer the tail, the longer he's—" "Shut up!" I cried. The shower went off and my breath caught. A surge of anticipation brought me up straight in my chair. I flicked a glance at Jenks, giggling drunk on the honey. "Jenks," I said, not wanting to subject Baron to an intoxicated pixie, "leave." "Nuh-uh," he said, scooping up a handful. Peeved, I recapped the jar. Jenks made a small noise of distress, and I waved him up into the hanging utensils. With any luck, he would stay there until he threw off his drunk. That would be about 4 minutes, tops. Ivy walked out, muttering about glasses in the living room. The collar of my robe was damp from my hair, and I tugged at it. I wiped the honey from my fingers, fidgeting in what felt like blind date jitters. This was stupid. I'd already met him. We had even had a rodent's version of a first date, a resounding stint at the gym, a brisk run from people and dogs, even a bike ride through the park. But what do you say to a guy you don't know who saved your life? I heard the bathroom door creak open. Ivy jerked to a stop in the hall, her face blank as she stood with 2 mugs dangling from her fingers. I pulled my robe over my shins, wondering if I should stand up. Baron's voice eased past her and into the kitchen. "You're Ivy, right?" Ivy hesitated. "You're, in my robe?" She finished, and I winced. Great. He had her smell all over him. Nice start. "Oh, sorry." His voice was nice, kind of resonant and rumbly. I could hardly wait to see him. Ivy seemed positively at a loss for words. Baron took a noisy breath. "I found it on the dryer. There wasn't anything else to wear. Maybe I should go put on a towel." Ivy hesitated. No," she said, the unusual sound of amusement in her voice. "You're all right. You helped Rachel escape?" "Yeah. Is she in the kitchen?" he questioned. "Come on in." Her eyes were rolling as she preceded him into the room. "He's a geek," she mouthed, and my face froze. A geek had saved my life. Hi," he said, standing awkwardly just inside the doorway. "Hi," I said, too disconcerted to say more as I ran my gaze over him. Calling him a geek wasn't fair, but compared to what Ivy was used to dating, he might be. Baron was as tall as Ivy, but his build was so sparse he seemed taller. The pale arms showing past Ivy's black robe had the occasional faint scar, presumably from prior rat fights. His cheeks were clean-shaven. I'd have to get a new razor. The one I'd borrowed from Ivy was probably ruined. The rims of his ears were notched. 2 puncture marks on either side of his neck stood out red and sore-looking. They matched mine, and I felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite, or maybe because of, his narrow frame, he looked nice, kind of bookish. His dark hair was long, and the way he kept brushing it from his eyes led me to think he usually kept it shorter. The robe made him look soft and comfortable.
but the way the black silk stretched across his lean muscles kept my eyes roving. Ivy was being overly critical. He had too many muscles to be a geek.
You have red hair, he said, shifting into motion. I thought it would be brown.
I thought you were, shorter. I stood up as he approached, and after an awkward moment, he extended his hand across the corner of the table. Okay, so he wasn't Arnold Schwarzenegger, but he had saved my life. Maybe somewhere between a short, young Jeff Goldblum and an untidy Buckaroo Banzai.
My name is Nick,
he said as he took my hand.
Well, it's Nicholas, actually. Thanks for helping me get out of that rat pit.
I'm Rachel. He had a nice grip, just the right amount of firmness without trying to prove how strong he was. I motioned to one of the kitchen chairs and we both sat. And don't mention it, we kind of helped each other out. You can tell me it's none of my business, but how on earth did you end up as a rat in the city fights? Nick rubbed a thin hand behind an ear and looked at the ceiling.
I, was cataloging a vamp's private book collection. I found something interesting and made the mistake of taking it home.
He met my eyes with a sheepish expression.
I wasn't going to keep it.
Ivy and I exchanged looks. Just borrowing it, right. But if he had worked with vampires before, that might explain his ease around Ivy.
He changed me into a rat when he found out,
Nick continued,
then gave me to one of his business associates as a gift. He was the one who put me in the fights, knowing as a human I'd have the smarts advantage. I made him a lot of money, if nothing else. How about you?
He asked.
How did you get there?
I stammered. I made a spell to turn myself into a mink and got put in the fights by mistake. It wasn't really a lie. I hadn't planned it, so it was an accident, really.
You're a witch,
he said, a smile curving over his face.
Cool. I wasn't sure.
A smile crossed me. I'd run into a few humans like him who thought Inderlanders were merely the other side to the humanity coin. Every time it was a surprise and a delight.
What are those fights?
Ivy asked.
Some sort of crime clearinghouse where you can get rid of people without getting blood on your hands?
Nick shook his head.
I don't think so. Rachel was the first person I ran into, and I was there for 3 months.
3 months? I said, appalled. You were a rat for 3 months? He shifted in his chair and tightened the tie on his robe.
Yeah, I'm sure all my stuff has been sold to pay my back rent. But hey, I've got hands again.
He held them up, and I noticed that though thin, they were heavily calloused. I winced in sympathy. In the Hollows, it was standard practice to sell your renters things if they disappeared. People went missing all too frequently. He didn't have a job anymore either, seeing as he was fired from his last one.
You really live in a church?
He asked. My gaze followed his, roving over the clearly institutional kitchen. Yeah, Ivy and I moved in a few days ago. Don't mind the bodies buried in the backyard. He smiled a charming half-smile. God saved me, but it made him look like a little lost boy. Ivy at the sink again snickered under her breath.
Honey.
Jenks's tiny voice moaned from the ceiling, jerking my attention upward. He peered down from the ladle, his wings blurring to nothing when he noticed Nick. Flying unsteadily, he almost fell to the table. I cringed, but Nick smiled.
Jenks, right?
Nick asked.
Baron?
Jenks said, stumbling as he tried to take his best Peter Pan pose. Glad you can do something other than squeak. Gives me a headache. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That ultrasonic stuff goes right through my head.
It's Nick. Nick Spirogamos.
So, Nick, he said, Rachel wants to know what it was like having balls as big as your head that drag on the floor. Jenks! I shouted. Oh, God help me. Head shaking violently in denial, I looked at Nick, but he seemed to have taken it in stride, his eyes glinting as his long face grinned. Jenks took a hasty breath, darting out of the way as I made a snatch for him. He was rapidly regaining his balance. Hey, that's one badass scar on your wrist, he said quickly. My wife, she's a sweet girl, patches me up. She's a wonder with her stitching. Do you want something to put on your neck? I asked, trying to change the subject.
Nah, it's all right,
Nick said. He stretched out slowly, as if he were stiff, abruptly straightening when there was a soft touch on my slippered foot. I tried not to be too obvious as I looked him over. Jenks was a lot more blunt. "Nick," Jenks said, landing next to him on the table, "have you ever seen a scar like this?" Jenks pushed his sleeve up to show a puckered zigzag from his wrist to his elbow. Jenks always wore a long-sleeved silk shirt and matching pants. I hadn't known he had scars. Nick whistled appreciably, and Jenks beamed. "I got that from a fairy," Jenks said. "He was shadowing the same tape my runner was, a few seconds of the ceiling with the butterfly-winged pansy, and he took his runner somewhere else." "No kidding." Nick seemed impressed as he leaned forward. He smelled good, manly without dipping into wear, and no hint of blood at all. His eyes were brown. Nice. I liked human eyes. You could look at them and never see anything but what you might expect.
"What about that one?"
Nick pointed to a round scar on Jenks's collarbone. "Bee sting," Jenks said. "Had me in bed for 3 days with the shivers and jerks, but we kept our claim on the south side flower boxes." "How'd you get that one?" he asked, taking to the air to point at the softly welted scar ringing Nick's wrist. Nick glanced at me and away.
A big rat named Hugo.
"Looks like he nearly took your hand off."
"He tried."
"Looky here." Jenks tugged at his boot, yanking it off with a nearly transparent sock to show a misshapen foot. "A vamp pulped my foot when I didn't dodge fast enough." Nick winced, and I felt ill. It must be hard to be 4 inches in a 6-foot world. Parting the upper part of his robe, he showed his shoulder and a hint of a curve of muscle. I leaned forward to get a better look. The light crisscrossing of scars appeared to be nail gouges, and I tried to see how far down they might go. I decided Ivy was wrong. He wasn't a geek. Geeks don't have washboard stomachs.
"A rat named Pan Peril gave me these,"
Nick said. "How about this?" Jenks let his shirt fall completely about his waist. I felt my amusement fade as Jenks's scarred and battered body came to light. "See here?" he said, pointing to a concave, round scar. "Look, it goes right through to the other side." He turned to show a smaller scar on his lower back. "Fairy sword. It probably would have killed me, but I had just married Madalena. She kept me alive until the toxins worked their way out." Nick shook his head slowly.
"You win," he said. "I can't beat that."
Jenks rose several inches in pride. I didn't know what to say. My stomach rumbled, and in the obvious silence afterward, I murmured, "Nick, can I make you a sandwich or something?" His brown eyes meeting mine were warm.
"If it's not too much trouble."
I rose and shuffled in my pink fuzzy slippers to the fridge. No trouble at all. I was going to make myself something to eat anyway. Ivy finished putting the last of the glasses away and started cleaning the sink with scouring powder. I gave her a sour look. The sink didn't need cleaning. She was just being nosy. Upon opening the fridge, I silently assessed the takeout bags from 4 different restaurants. Apparently Ivy had been grocery shopping. Shuffling about, I found the bologna and a head of browning lettuce. My eyes went to the tomato on the windowsill, and I bit my lower lip, hoping Nick hadn't seen it yet. I didn't want to offend him. Most humans wouldn't touch a tomato with a gloved hand. Shifting to block his view, I hid it behind the toaster.
"Still eating, are we?"
Ivy murmured under her breath.
"A moment on the lips."
"I'm hungry," I muttered back, "and I'm going to need all my strength tonight." I stuck my head back in the fridge for the mayonnaise. "I could use your help if you have the time." "Help with what?" Jenks asked. "Getting tucked into bed?" I turned with my hands full of sandwich stuff and elbowed the fridge shut. "I need your help bringing in Trent, and we only have until midnight to do it." Jenks's flight bobbled. "What?" he said flatly, every drop of humor gone. I pulled my weary gaze up to Ivy. I knew she wasn't going to like this. If the truth be told, I'd been waiting until Nick was present, hoping that with a witness she wouldn't make a scene.
"Tonight?"
Ivy put the back of her wrist on her leather hip-huggers and stared.
"You want to make a run for him tonight?"
Her eyes went to Nick and back to me. Tossing her rag into the sink, she dried her hands on a dish towel.
"Rachel, can I talk to you in the hallway?"
My brow furrowed at her implied insult that Nick couldn't be trusted. But then, heaving a sigh of exasperation, I dumped everything in my arms onto the counter. "Excuse me," I said, giving Nick an apologetic grimace. Peeved, I followed her out. I abruptly slowed at the sight of her standing halfway down to our rooms, her waspish outline looking dangerous in the dark hallway. The overpowering smell of incense in the close confines pulled me wire-tight. "What?" I said shortly.
"Letting Nick know about your little problem isn't a good idea," she said.
"He's been a rat for 3 months," I said, backing up. "How on earth could he be an IS assassin? The poor man doesn't even have any clothes, and you're worried about him killing me?"
"No,"
she protested, moving closer until I found my back against the wall.
"But the less he knows about you, the safer you both will be."
"Oh." My face went cold. She was too close. Having lost her sense of personal space was not a good sign.
"And what are you going to accuse Trent of?" she demanded. "Keeping you as a mink? Putting you in the city's fights? If you go whining to the IS for that, you're dead."
Her speech had slowed to a sultry drawl. I had to get out of this hallway. "After 3 days with him, I have more than that." From the kitchen came Nick's voice.
"The IS?" he said loudly. "Are they the ones that put you in the rat fights, Rachel? You aren't a black witch, are you?"
Ivy jerked. Her eyes flashed to brown. Looking disconcerted, she backed up.
"Sorry,"
she said softly. Clearly not pleased, Ivy returned to the kitchen. Relieved, I followed to find Jenks on Nick's shoulder. I wondered if Nick had acute hearing or if Jenks had relayed everything to him. I was betting on the latter, and Nick's question about black witchcraft had been disturbing in its casualness. "Nah," Jenks said, sounding smug. "Rachel's witchcraft is whiter than her ass. She quit the IS and took Ivy with her. Ivy was their best. Den and her boss put a price on Rachel's head for spite."
"You were an IS runner?" Nick said. "I get it. But how did you end up in the rat fights?"
Still on edge, I looked to Ivy, who was industriously scrubbing the sink again, and she shrugged. So much for keeping Rat Boy in the dark. Shuffling back to the counter, I pulled out 6 pieces of bread. "Mr. Kalamack caught me in his office looking for evidence of him moving biodrugs," I said. "He thought it would be more fun putting me in the rat fights than turning me in."
"Kalamack?"
Nick asked, his large eyes going wider.
"You're talking about Trent Kalamack, the councilman? He runs biodrugs?"
Nick's robe had parted about his knees, and I wished he'd turned just a little more. Smug, I layered 2 slices of bologna on 3 slices of bread. "Yup, but while I was trapped, I found out Trent isn't simply running biodrugs." I hesitated dramatically. "He's making them, too," I finished. Ivy turned. Rag hanging forgotten in her slack grip, she stared at me from across the kitchen. I could hear kids playing tag next door, it was so quiet. Enjoying her reaction, I picked at the lettuce until I got to the green parts. Nick was ashen-faced. I didn't blame him. Humans were terrified of genetic manipulation, for obvious reasons, and having Trent Kalamack dabbling in it was very worrisome, especially when it wasn't clear which side of the human Inderlander fence he was on.
"Not Mr. Kalamack," the distraught man said. "I voted for him, both times. Are you sure?"
Ivy, too, looked worried.
"He's a bioengineer?"
"Well, he funds them," I said, "and kills them and leaves them to rot on his office floor. He's got a shipment going out on Southwest tonight. If we can intercept it and tie it to him, I can use it to pay off my contract. Jenks, you still have that page from his date book?" The pixie nodded. "It's hidden in my stump." I opened my mouth to protest, then decided it wasn't a bad spot. The sound of the knife was loud as I slathered mayonnaise on the bread and finished the sandwiches. Nick pulled his head up from his hands. His long face was drawn and he looked pale.
"Genetic engineering? Trent Kalamack has a biolab? The councilman?"
"You're going to love this next part," I said. "Francis is the one working the IS angle." Jenks yelped, zipping up to the ceiling and down again. "Francis? You sure you weren't knocked on the head, Rach?" "He works for Trent as sure as I just spent the last 4 days eating carrots. I saw him. You know those brimstone takes Francis has been running? The promotion? That car?" I didn't finish my thoughts, allowing Jenks and Ivy to figure it out. "Son of a pup!" Jenks exclaimed. "The brimstone runs are distractions." "Yup." I cut the sandwiches in half. Pleased with myself, I put 1 on a plate for me and 2 on a plate for Nick. He was thin. Trent keeps the IS and the FIB busy with brimstone, while the real moneymaker goes out on the other side of the city. Ivy's motions were slow in thought as she washed her hands free of the scouring powder once more.
"Francis isn't that smart,"
she said as she dried her fingers and set the dish towel aside again. I went still. No, he isn't. He's going to get himself tagged and bagged. Jenks landed beside me. "Denon's gonna piss his pants when he hears this," he said.
"Wait up."
Ivy's attention sharpened. The ring of brown in her eyes was shrinking, but it was in excitement, not hunger.
"Who's to say Denon isn't on Trent's payroll, too? You'll need proof before going to the IS. They'll kill you before helping you tag him, and catching him is going to take more than us two and an afternoon of planning."
My brow pinched in worry. "This is my only shot, Ivy," I protested. "High risk or not?" Nick's hand was shaking as he reached for a sandwich.
"Why don't you go to the FIB?
Ivy and I turned in a poignant silence. Nick took a bite and swallowed.
"The FIB would go into a hollow slum at midnight on a tip concerning bioengineered drugs, especially if Mr. Kalamack was being implicated. If you have any proof at all, they'll take a look."
I turned to Ivy in disbelief. Her face looked as blank as mine felt. The FIB? My brow smoothed, and I felt a smile come over me. Nick was right. The rivalry alone between the FIB and the IS would be enough to get them interested. Trent will fry, my contract will be paid off, and the IS will look like a fool. I like it. I took a bite of my sandwich, wiping the mayonnaise from the corner of my mouth as I met Nick's eyes.
"Rachel,"
Ivy said warily,
"can I talk to you for a moment?"
I glanced at Nick, feeling my ire rise again. What did she want now? But she had already walked out. "Excuse me," I said, lurching to my feet and nervously tightening the tie on my robe. "The Princess of Paranoia wants a word with me." Ivy looked okay. It should be all right. Nick brushed a crumb from his front, unperturbed.
"You mind if I make some coffee? I've been dying for a cup the last 3 months."
"Sure, whatever," I said, glad he wasn't insulted by Ivy's mistrust. I was. Here he came up with a great plan, and Ivy didn't like it because she didn't think of it first. "The coffee is in the fridge," I added as I followed Ivy into the hallway. "What's your problem?" I said even before I reached her. "He's just some guy with sticky fingers, and he's right. Convincing the FIB to go after Trent is a heck of a lot safer than trying to get the IS to help me." I couldn't see the color of Ivy's eyes in the dim light. It was getting dark outside, and the hallway was an uncomfortable black with her in it.
"Rachel, this isn't a raid on the local vamp hangout," she said. "It's an attempt to bring down one of the city's most powerful citizens. One wrong word out of Nick and you'll be dead." My gut clenched at the reminder. I took a breath, then slowly let it out. "Keep talking." "I know Nick wants to help," she said. "He wouldn't be human if he didn't want to repay you somehow for helping him escape, but he's going to get hurt." I said nothing, knowing she was right. We were professionals, and he wasn't. I'd have to get him out of the way somehow. "What do you suggest?" I asked, and her tension eased. "Why don't you take him up and see if those clothes in the belfry fit him while I book a seat on that plane?" she asked. "What flight did you say it was?" I tucked a stray curl behind my ear. "Why? All we need to know is when it leaves." "We might need more time. It's going to be close as it is. Most airlines will hold a plane if you tell them you have daylight restrictions. They blame it on the weather or a small maintenance issue. They won't take off until the sun isn't shining at 38,000 feet. Daylight restrictions? That explained a lot. "Last flight to LA before midnight," I said. Ivy's face grew intent as she fell into what I remembered as her planning mode. "Jenks and I will go to the FIB and explain everything," she said in a preoccupied voice. "You can meet us there for the actual take." "Whoa, wait a minute. I'm going to the FIB. It's my run." Her frown was obvious in the dark of the hallway, and I stepped back, uncomfortable. "It's still the FIB," she said dryly. "Safer, yes, but they might tag you for the prestige of nailing a runner the IS couldn't. Some of those guys would love to kill a witch, and you know it."
I felt ill. Okay, I agreed slowly, my mouth starting to water at the sound of gurgling coffee. You're right. I'll stay out of it until you've told the FIB what we're doing. Ivy's determined look shifted to one of shock.
You think I'm right?
The smell of coffee was pulling me into the kitchen. Ivy followed me in, her footsteps soundless. I clasped my arms around myself as I entered the brighter room. The memory of hiding in the dark from fairy assassins quashed any feelings of excitement that the prospect of telling Trent had given me. I needed to make some more spells, strong ones, different ones, really different ones. Maybe black. I felt sick. Nick and Jenks had their heads together as Jenks tried to convince him to open the jar of honey. By Nick's grin and continuous soft refusals, I guessed he knew something about pixies as well as vamps. I went to stand by the coffee maker, waiting for it to finish. Ivy opened the cupboard and handed me 3 mugs, the question in her eyes demanding an answer as to why I was suddenly on edge. She was a vamp. She read body language better than Dr. Ruth. The IS is still spelling for me, I said softly. Whenever the FIB moves to make a major play, the IS always follows to get involved. If I'm going to make a public appearance, I need something to protect myself from them, something strong. I can make it while you're at the FIB, then join you at the airport, I said slowly. Ivy stood at the sink, her arms crossed suspiciously.
That sounds like a good idea, she prompted. Some prep work?
Fine. Tension pulled me tight. Black earth magic always involved killing something before adding it to the mix, especially the strong spells. Guess I was about to find out if I could do that. Dropping my eyes, I arranged the mugs in a straight row. Jenks, I questioned, what's the assassin lineup like outside? The wind from his wings shifted my hair as he landed by my hand. Real light. It's been 4 days since he'd been spotted. It's just the fairies now. Give my kids 5 minutes, and we'll distract them enough that you can slip out if you need to. Good. I'm going out to find some new spells as soon as I get dressed.
What for?
Ivy asked, her tone going wary.
You have plenty of spell books.
I felt the dampness of sweat on my neck. I didn't like it that Ivy knew it was there. I need something stronger. I turned, finding Ivy's face curiously slack. Dread pulled my shoulders tight. I took a deep breath and dropped my eyes. I want something I can use for an offensive, I said in a small voice. With one hand cupping an elbow, I put a hand over my collarbone. Whoa, Rach, Jenks said, his wings clattering as he forced himself into my line of sight. His tiny features were pinched in worry, doing nothing for my sense of well-being. That's dipping kind of close to dark magic, isn't it? My heart was pounding, and I hadn't even done anything yet. Dipping? Hell, it is, I said. I flicked a glance at Ivy. Her posture was carefully neutral. Nick, too, didn't seem upset as he rose, coming close at the promise of coffee. Again, the thought of him practicing black magic raced through me. Humans could tap into ley lines, though wizards and sorceresses were thought of as little more than a joke in most Inderland circles. The moon is waxing, I said, so that will be on my side, and I wouldn't be making spells to hurt anyone in particular. My words trailed off. The silence was uncomfortable. Ivy's relatively mild response was unnerving.
Are you sure, Rachel?
She asked, only the barest hint of warning in her voice. I'll be fine, I said as I looked away from her. I'm not doing this out of malice, but to save my life. There's a difference. I hope. God save my soul if I'm wrong. Jenks's wings blurred in fitful spurts as he landed on the ladle. It doesn't matter, he said, clearly agitated. They burned all the black spell books. Nick pulled the coffee carafe out from under the stream of coffee and slipped a mug in its place.
The university library has some,
he said, as the hot plate sizzled against what spilled in the bare second it took. We all turned to Nick, and he shrugged.
They keep them in the ancient book locker?
A wisp of fear tugged at me. I shouldn't be doing this, I thought. And you have a key, right? I said sarcastically, taken aback when he nodded. Ivy exhaled in a puff of disbelief.
You have a key,
she scoffed.
You were a rat an hour ago, and you have a key to the university's library.
He suddenly looked far more dangerous as he casually stood in my kitchen, with Ivy's black robe hanging loose on his tall, lean body.
"I did my work-study there,"
he said. "You went to the university?" I asked, pouring myself a cup after Nick. He took a sip of coffee, his eyes closed in what looked like bliss.
"Full scholarship," he said. "I majored in data acquisition, organization, and distribution."
"You're a librarian?" I said in relief. That's how he knew about the black spell books.
Used to be. I can get you in and out no problem. The lady in charge of us work-study peons hid keys to locked rooms near the doors, so we wouldn't keep bothering her."
He took another sip, and his eyes glazed as the caffeine hit him. Only now did Ivy look worried. Her brown eyes pinched.
"Rachel, can I talk to you?"
"No," I said softly. I didn't want to go into that hallway again. It was dark, I was on edge. That my heart was pounding because I was afraid of black magic and not her would mean nothing to her instincts. And going to the library with Nick was a hindsight less dangerous than making a black spell, for which she didn't seem to have any care. "What do you want?" She eyed Nick, then me.
"I was only going to suggest you take Nick up to the belfry. We've got some clothes up there that might fit him."
I pushed myself from the counter, my untasted coffee tight in my grip. Liar, I thought. "Give me a minute to get dressed, Nick, and I'll take you up. You don't mind wearing a minister's hand-me-downs, do you?" Nick's look of startlement eased into question.
"No, that would be great."
"Fine," I said, my head pounding. "After you're dressed, you and I will go out to the library and you can show me all their black magic books." I glanced at Ivy and Jenks as I walked out. Jenks was very pale, clearly not liking what I was doing. Ivy looked concerned, but what worried me most was Nick's casual ease with everything Inderlander, and now black magic. He wasn't a practitioner, was he? 24. I stood on the sidewalk waiting for Nick to get out of the cab, estimating what I had left in my wallet before putting it away. My last paycheck was dwindling. If I wasn't careful, I'd have to send Ivy to the bank for me. I was burning it faster than usual, and I couldn't understand why. All my expenses were less. Must be the cabs, I thought, vowing to use the bus more. Nick had found a pair of work-faded jeans up in the belfry. They were baggy on him, held up with one of my more conservative belts. Our long-departed minister had been a large man. The gray sweatshirt with the University of Cincinnati's logo was equally outsized, and the gardening boots had been hopelessly too big. But Nick had him on his feet, clomping about like a bad Frankenstein movie. Somehow, with his tall height and casual good looks, he made slovenly seem attractive. I always just looked like a slob. The sun wasn't down yet, but the streetlights were on since it was cloudy. It had taken longer to get the minister's small wardrobe into the wash than it had to get here. I held the collar of my winter coat closed against the chill air and scanned the headlight-illuminated street as Nick said a few last words to the cabbie. Nights could be chill in the late spring, but I would have worn the long coat anyway to cover up the brown gingham dress I had on. It was supposed to go along with my old lady disguise. I had only worn it once before, to a mother-daughter banquet I was somehow roped into. Nick unfolded himself out of the cab. He slammed the door shut and smacked the top of the car. The driver gave him a casual hand-toss and drove off. Cars flowed around us. The street was busy in the hours of twilight when both humanity and Inderlander were in force.
"Hey,"
Nick said, peering at me in the unsure light.
"What happened to your freckles?"
I stammered, fingering my pinky ring. "I don't have any freckles." Nick took a breath to say something, then hesitated.
"Where's Jenks?"
he finally asked. Flustered, I pointed across the street to the library steps with my chin. He went ahead to check things out. I eyed the few people filing in and out of the library. Studying on a Friday night. Some people have an insatiable desire to ruin the curve for the rest of us. Nick took my elbow, and I tugged away from him. "I can walk across the street by myself, thank you."
"You look like an old lady,"
he muttered. "Stop swinging your arms and slow down." I sighed, trying to move slowly as Nick crossed in the middle of the street. Horns blew, and Nick ignored them. We were in student territory. If we had crossed at the intersection, we would have attracted attention. Even so, I was tempted to give a few one-fingered waves, but decided it might blow the old lady image. And again, maybe not. "Are you sure no one will recognize you?" I asked as we moved up the marble stairs into the glass doors. Cripes, no wonder old people died. It took them twice as long to do anything.
"Yep."
He pulled the door open for me, and I shuffled in.
I haven't worked here for 5 years, and the only people working on Friday are the freshmen. Now hunch your back and try not to attack anyone."
I gave him a nasty smile, and he added a cheerful,
"That's better."
5 years meant he wasn't much older than I was. It was about what I had guessed, though it was hard to tell under the rat-induced wear and tear. I stood in the entryway to get my bearings. I like libraries. They smell good and are quiet. The fluorescent light in the entrance looked too dim. It was usually supplemented by the natural light coming in through the big windows running the entire 2 stories up. The gloom of sunset dampened everything. My gaze jerked to a blur falling from the ceiling. It was headed right for me. Gasping, I ducked. Nick clutched my arm. Thrown off balance, my heels slipped on the marble floor, and crying out, I went down, sprawled with my legs every which way. My face burned as Jenks hovered before me, laughing. "Damn it all to hell!" I shouted. "Watch what you're doing!" There was a collective gasp, and everyone looked at me. Jenks hid himself in my hair, his merry laughter ticking me off. Nick bent and took my elbow.
Sorry, Grandmum,"
he said loudly. He gave everyone a sheepish look.
"Grandmum can't hear very well,"
he said in a conspiratorial whisper.
"The old bat."
He turned to me, his face serious but his brown eyes glinting.
"We're in the library now," he shouted. "You have to be quiet."
Face warm enough to make toast, I mumbled something and let him help me up. There was a nervous patter of amusement, and everyone returned to whatever they were doing. An uptight, pimply-faced adolescent rushed up to us, worried about a lawsuit, no doubt. Amid more fuss than it warranted, he ushered us to the back offices, babbling about slippery floors, that they had just been waxed, and he would talk to the janitor immediately. I hung on to Nick's arm, moaning about my hip and playing the old lady to the hilt. The flustered kid buzzed us through a semi-secure area. Red-faced, he fussed over me as he sat down and propped my feet up on a swivel chair. The silver knife strapped to my ankle gave him a slight pause. I whispered faintly something about water, and he fled to find some. It took him 3 tries to get through the buzzed door. Silence descended as the door clicked shut behind him. Grinning, I met Nick's eyes. It wasn't exactly how we had planned it, but here we were. Jenks came out from hiding. "Slicker than snot on a doorknob," he said, darting up to inspect the cameras. "Ah!" he exclaimed. "They're fake." Nick took my hand and drew me to my feet.
"I was going to take you down through the access in the employees' break room, but this will work."
I looked blankly at him, and he flicked his eyes to a gray fire door.
"The basement is through there."
A smile curved over me as I saw the lock. "Jenks? On it," he said, dropping down and starting to tinker. He had it sprung in 3 seconds flat.
"Here goes,"
Nick murmured as he turned the knob. The door opened to show a dark stairway. Nick flicked on the lights and listened.
"No alarms,"
he said. I pulled out a detection amulet and quickly invoked it. It stayed warm and green in my hand. "No silent alarms either," I murmured, hanging it about my neck. "Hey," Jenks complained. "This is first-year stuff." We started down. The air was cold in the narrow stairwell, with none of the comforting smell of books. Every 20 feet, a bare bulb burned, sending sickly yellow beams to show the dirt in the lee of the steps. A foot-wide band of grime made a stripe on the walls to either side of me at hand height, and my lip curled. There was a banister, but I wouldn't use it. The way ended at an echoing dark hallway. Nick looked at me, and I glanced at my amulet. "We're clear," I whispered, and he flicked on the lights to illuminate a hallway with a low ceiling, the walls stark cinder block. Floor-to-ceiling wire gates ran down the length of the hall, doing nothing to hide the racks of books behind them. Jenks buzzed confidently ahead of us. Heels clacking, I followed Nick to a locked wire door. The ancient books section. While Jenks flitted in and out between the diamond-shaped holes, I laced my fingers through the mesh and stood on tiptoe, all senses soaking it in. A frown pinched my brow. It was my imagination, of course, but it seemed I could smell the magic flowing out from the racks of books, all but visible as it eddied about my ankles. The feeling of old power emanating from the locked room was as different from the smell upstairs as a chocolate kiss is to a premium Belgium sweet. Heady, rich, and oh so bad for you. "So where's that key?" I asked, knowing Jenks wouldn't be able to shift the heavy tumblers of the older, mechanical lock. Sometimes it's the older safeguards that work best. Nick ran his fingers under a nearby shelf, his eyes glinting in a past frustration as his hands stopped. "Not enough seniority to go into the book locker, eh?" he muttered under his breath as he pulled out a key with a bit of sticky tack on it. Eyes tight, he looked at the skeleton key laying heavy in his hand before opening the wire mesh door. My heart gave a pound and settled as the door squeaked. Nick put the key in his pocket with an abrupt, determined motion. "After you," he said as he turned on the fluorescent lights. I hesitated. "Is there any other way out of here?" I asked. And when he shook his head, I turned to Jenks. "Stay here," I said. "Watch my back." I bit my lip. "Will you watch my back, Jenks?" I said, my stomach clenching. The pixie must have heard the hint of a quaver in my voice as he lost his excitement and landed on my proffered hand. At eye level, he nodded. The sparkles in his black silk shirt caught the light, adding to the glow his blurring wings put out. "Gotcha, Rach," he said solemnly. "Nothing is going to come through here unless you know about it. Promise." I took a nervous breath. Nick's eyes were confused. Everyone in the IS knew how my dad had died. I appreciated Jenks not saying anything, just telling me that he would be there for me. "Okay," I said as I took off my detecting amulet and hung it where Jenks could see it. I followed Nick in, ignoring the creepy sensation of my skin tingling. Whether they contained black arts or white, they were just books. The power came from using them. The door squeaked shut, and Nick brushed past me, gesturing me to follow. I took off my disguise amulet and dropped it into my bag, then undid the bun my hair was in and shook it all out. Fluffing it, I felt half a century younger. I glanced at the passing titles as I passed them, slowing as the aisle opened up to a good-sized room hidden from the hallway by racks of books. There was an institutional-looking table and 3 mismatched swivel chairs that weren't even good enough for an intern's desk. Nick strode unhesitatingly to the glass door cabinet across the room. "Here, Rachel," he said as he pulled it open. "See if what you want is here." He turned, brushing the shock of black hair from his eyes. I blinked at the intent, sly look shadowing his long face. "Thanks. This is great. I really appreciate it," I said as I dropped my bag on the table and came to stand beside him. Worry pinched me and I pushed it aside. If the spell was too disgusting, I just wouldn't do it. Carefully, I worked the oldest-looking book out. The binding had been torn off the spine, and I had to use 2 hands to manage the unwieldy tome. I set it at the corner of the table and dragged a chair up to it. It was as cold as a cave down here, and I was glad for my coat. The dry air smelled faintly like potato chips. Squelching my nervousness, I opened the book. The title page had been ripped out, too. Using a spell from a book with no name was disturbing. The index was intact, though, and my eyebrows rose. A spell to talk to ghosts. Cool. "You aren't like most humans I've spent any time with," I said as I scanned the index. "My mom was a single parent," he said. "She couldn't afford anything uptown and so was more inclined to let me play with witches and vampires and the kids of heroin addicts. The Hollows was the lesser of 2 evils." Nick had his hands in his back pockets and was rocking heel to toe as he read the titles of a row of books. "I grew up there. Went to Emerson." I glanced at him, intrigued. Growing up in the Hollows would explain why he knew so much about Inderlanders. To survive, you had to. "You went to Inderland Hollows High School?" I asked. He jiggled the locked door of a tall, freestanding closet. The wood looked red in the glow from the fluorescent lights. I wondered what was so dangerous that it had to be locked inside a closet, inside a locked vault, behind a locked door, at the bottom of a government building. Picking at the heat-warped lock, Nick shrugged.
It was all right. The principal bent the rules for me after I got a concussion. They let me carry a silver dagger to get the wares to back off, and rinsing my hair in holy water kept the living vamps from being too obnoxious. It didn't stop them, but the bad case of BO it gave me worked almost as well.
Holy water, huh? I said, deciding I'd stick with my lilac perfume rather than have a body odor that only vamps could smell.
It was only the warlocks and witches that gave me trouble,
he added, as he gave up on the lock and sat in one of the chairs, his long legs straight out before him. I gave him a sideways smirk. I could well imagine the witches gave him trouble.
But the practical joke stopped after I befriended the biggest, meanest, ugliest warlock in school.
A faint smile played about his eyes, and he looked tired.
Turk. I did his homework for 4 years. He should have graduated a long time ago, and the teachers were glad to look the other way to get him out of the system, because I didn't go whining to the principal all the time like the handful of other humans enrolled there. I was cool enough to hang with the Inderlanders. My friends took care of me, and I learned a lot I might not have.
Like that you don't have to be afraid of a vamp? I said, thinking it was odd a human would know more about vamps than I did.
Not at noon, anyway. But I'll feel better once I take a shower and get Ivy's smell off me. I didn't know that was her robe earlier.
He clumped over.
What are you looking for?
Not sure, I said, nervous as he peered over my shoulder. There had to be something I could use that wouldn't send me too far down the wrong side of the Force. A nervous amusement flashed through me. You're not my father, Darth, and I'll never join you. Nick's eyes began to water at the strength of my perfume, and he backed off. We had driven over with the windows down. Now I knew why he hadn't said anything about it.
You haven't lived with Ivy very long, have you?
He asked. I looked up from the index, surprised, and his long face went slack.
I, sort of got the idea that you and she weren't...
I flushed, dropping my eyes. We aren't, I said. Not if we can help it. We're just roommates. I'm on the right side of the hall, she's on the left. He hesitated.
Do you mind if I make a suggestion, then?
Mystified, I stared at him, and he went to sit on the corner of the table.
You might want to try a perfume with a citrus base instead of a flower.
My eyes widened. This was not what I had been expecting, and my hand crept up to cover my neck where I had dumped a splash of that awful perfume. Jenks helped me pick it out, I said in explanation. He said it covered Ivy's smell pretty good.
I'm sure it does.
Nick winced apologetically.
But it has to be strong to work. The ones based on citrus neutralize a vamp's odor, not just cover it up.
Oh, I breathed, recalling Ivy's fondness for orange juice.
A pixie's nose is good, but a vamp's is specialized. Go shopping with Ivy next time. She'll help you pick out something that works.
I'll do that, I said, thinking I could have avoided offending everyone if I had just asked for her help the first time. Feeling stupid, I closed the unnamed book and rose to get another. I pulled the next book off the shelf, tensing when it was heavier than I thought it should be. It hit the table with a thump, and Nick cringed. "Oh, sorry," I said, pushing the cover straight to hide that I had torn the rotting binding. Sitting down, I opened the book. My heart gave a thump and I froze, feeling the hair on my neck stand on end. It wasn't my imagination. Worried, I looked up to see if Nick had noticed it too. He was staring over my shoulder at one of the aisles the book racks made. The eerie feeling wasn't coming from the book. It was coming from behind me. Damn. "Rachel!" came a tiny call from the hall. "Your amulet went red, but no one's out here." I shut the book and stood. There was a flickering in the air. My heart pounded when 6 books in the aisle pushed themselves to the back of the shelves. Nick?" I questioned. "Is there a history of ghosts in the library?"
"Not that I know of."
Double damn. I moved to stand behind him. "And what the hell is that?" He gave me a wary look.
I don't know."
Jenks flitted in. "There's nothing in the hallway, Rach. You sure that charm you gave me is working?" he asked, and I pointed at the disturbance in the aisle. "Holy crap!" he exclaimed, hovering between Nick and me as the air started to take on a more solid form. As one, the book slid back to the front of the shelves. That was even creepier. The mist turned yellow, then became firm. My breath hissed in through my teeth. It was a dog. That is, if dogs can be as big as ponies and have canines longer than my hand and tiny horns coming out of their heads, then it was a dog. I backed up a step with Nick, and it tracked us. "Tell me this is the library's security system?" I whispered.
I don't know what it is."
Nick was ashen-faced, his slow confidence shattered. The dog was between us and the door. Saliva dripped from its jaw, and I swear it hissed when it hit the floor. Yellow smoke rose from the puddle. I could smell sulfur. What the devil was this thing?
"Do you have anything in your purse for this?"
Nick whispered, stiffening as the dog's ears pricked. "Anything to stop a yellow dog from hell?" I asked. "No?"
"If we show no fear, maybe it won't attack."
The dog opened its jaws and said,
"Which one of you is Rachel Mariana Morgan?"
25. I gasped, my heart pounding. The dog yawned with a little whine at the end.
"Must be you,"
it said. Its skin rippled like amber fire. Then it leapt at us. "Look out!" Nick shouted, pushing me clear as the slavering dog landed on the table. I hit the floor, rolling to a crouch. Nick cried out in pain. There was a crash as the table slid into the racks. It shifted back when the dog jumped off it. The heavy plastic shattered. "Nick!" I cried, seeing him crumpled in a heap. The monster stood over him, nosing him. Blood stained the floor. "Get off him!" I shouted. Jenks was at the ceiling, powerless. The dog turned to me. My breath caught. Its irises were red, surrounded by a sickly orange color, and its pupils were slit sideways like a goat's. Never taking my eyes off it, I backed up. Fingers fumbling, I pulled my silver dagger from my ankle. I swear a doggy smile curved around its savage canines as I shrugged out of my coat and kicked off my old lady heels. Nick groaned and moved. He was alive. A wash of relief swept me. Jenks was on his shoulder, yelling in his ear to get up.
"Rachel Mariana Morgan,"
the dog said, its voice black and honey-sweet. I shivered in the basement's cold air, waiting.
"One of you is afraid of dogs,"
it said, sounding amused.
"I don't think it's you."
"Come find out," I said boldly. My heart was pounding, and I adjusted my grip on my dagger as I began to tremble. Dogs shouldn't talk. They shouldn't. It took a step forward. I stared, mouth agape, as its front legs lengthened, pushing itself upward into a walking position. It thinned out, becoming man-like. Clothes appeared, artfully torn blue jeans, a black leather jacket, and a chain running from its belt loop to his wallet. It had spiked hair, colored red to match its ruddy complexion. Eyes were hidden behind black plastic sunglasses. I couldn't move from the shock of it as a bad boy swagger came into its steps.
"I was sent to kill you,"
it said in a seedy London accent, still approaching as it finished turning into a cobbled street gang member.
"I was told to make sure you died afraid, sweet. Wasn't given much to go on. Might take a while."
I lurched back, only now realizing it was almost on me. With motion almost too quick to be seen, its hand jerked forward like a piston. It hit me before I knew it had moved. My cheek exploded into a fiery agony and went numb. A second blow to the shoulder lifted me. My stomach dropped and I crashed backward into a book rack. I struck the floor, books pummeling me as they fell. Shaking the stars from my vision, I rose. Nick had dragged himself between two racks of books. Blood ran from under his hair and down his neck. His face wore a look of awe and fear. He touched his head, looking at the blood as if it meant something. I met his eyes across the room. The thing was between us. I gasped as it sprang, its hands grasping. I dropped to a knee. I swung my knife, lurching as it went right through it. Horrified, I scrambled out of its reach. It kept coming. Its entire face had gone misty, reforming as my knife passed through. What the hell was it?
"Rachel Mariana Morgan,"
it mocked.
I'm here for you.
It reached out and I turned to run. A heavy hand grabbed my shoulder. It whipped me back around. The thing held me, and I froze as its other red-skinned hand folded into a murderous-looking fist. Grinning to show startlingly white teeth, it pulled its arm back. It was going for my middle. I barely got my arm down to block it. Its fist hit my arm. The sudden shock of pain took my breath away. I fell to my knees, a scream ripping from me as I clutched my arm. It followed me down. Arm held close. I rolled away. It landed heavy and hot to crush me under it. Its breath was steam upon my face. Its long fingers gripped my shoulder until I cried out. Its free hand snaked its way under my dress and up my inner thigh, roughly searching. My eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell? Its face was inches before mine. I could see my shock mirrored in its sunglasses. A tongue slipped past its teeth. Warm and disgusting, it ran its tongue from my chin to my ear. Nails dug at my underwear. It savagely pulled at them, making them cut into me. Jolted into action, I knocked the sunglasses askew. My nails dug at its orange irises. Its surprised cry brought me a quick breath. In the instant of confusion, I pushed it off me and rolled away. A heavy boot smelling of ash lashed out, striking my kidney. Gasping, I huddled in a fetal position, curved around my knife. That time I'd gotten it. It had been too distracted to turn misty. If it could feel pain, then it could die.
Not afraid of rape, sweet,
it said, sounding pleased.
You're one tough little bitch.
It grasped my shoulder and I fought back, helpless against the long red fingers that pulled me stumbling up. My eyes flicked to Nick and the sound of heavy blows. He was hammering at the locked wooden cabinet with a leg from the table. His blood was everywhere. Jenks was on his shoulder, his wings red in fear. The air blurred before me, and I staggered as I realized the thing had changed again. The hand now gripping my shoulder was smoothed. Panting, I looked up to see it had become a tall, sophisticated young man dressed in a formal frock and coat. A pair of smoked glasses was perched on its narrow nose. I was sure I had hit it, but what I could see of its eyes looked undamaged. Was it a vamp? A really old vampire?
Perhaps you're afraid of pain.
The vision of an elegant man said, its accent now proper enough for even Professor Henry Higgins. I jerked away, stumbling into a book rack. Grinning, it reached after me. It picked me up and threw me across the room at Nick, who was still hammering at the cabinet. My back hit it with enough force to knock the air from me. The clatter of my knife on the floor was loud as my fingers lost their grip. Struggling to breathe, I slid down the broken cabinet, ending up half sitting on the shelves behind the shattered doors. I was helpless as the thing lifted me by my dress front.
"What are you?" I rasped.
"Whatever scares you." It smiled to show flat teeth.
"What scares you, Rachel Mariana Morgan?" it asked. "It isn't pain. It isn't rape. It doesn't seem to be monsters."
"Nothing," I panted, spitting at it. My saliva sizzled as it hit its face. Reminded of Ivy's saliva on my neck, I shuddered. Its eyes went wide in pleasure.
"You're afraid of the soulless shadows," it whispered in delight. "You're afraid of dying in the loving embrace of a soulless shadow. Your death is going to be a pleasure for both of us, Rachel Mariana Morgan. Such a twisted way to die, in pleasure. It might have been better for your soul had you been afraid of dogs."
I lashed out, striking its face to leave 4 scratch marks. It didn't flinch. Blood oozed out, too thick and red. It twisted both my arms behind me, gripping my wrists with one hand. Nausea doubled me over as it pulled on my arm and shoulder. It pushed me up against the wall, crushing me. I got my good hand free and swung. It caught my wrist before I could reach it. I met its gaze and felt my knees go weak. The gentleman's frock had shrunk to a leather jacket and black pants. Blonde hair and a lightly stubbled face replaced its ruddy complexion. Twin earrings caught the light. Kiston smiled at me, a red tongue beckoning.
"You have a taste for vamps, little witch,"
it whispered. I twisted, trying to get away.
Not quite right,
it murmured, and I struggled as its features shifted yet again. It grew smaller, only a head taller than I. Its hair grew long and straight and black. The blonde stubble vanished, and the complexion paled to a ghost. Kiston's square jaw smoothed out to an oval. "Ivy," I whispered, going slack in terror.
"You give me a name,"
it said, its voice becoming slow and feminine.
"You want this."
I tried to swallow. I couldn't move. "You don't scare me," I whispered. Its eyes flashed back.
"Ivy does."
I stiffened, trying to jerk away as it brought my wrist closer. "No!" I screamed, as it opened its mouth to show fangs. It bit deep, and I screamed. Fire raced up my arm and into my body. It chewed at my wrist like a dog as I writhed, trying to pull away. I felt skin tear as I twisted. I brought my knee up and pushed it away. It let go. I fell back, panting, transfixed. It was as if Ivy stood before me, my blood dripping from her smile. A hand rose to brush the hair from its eyes, leaving a red smear across its forehead. I couldn't deal with this. Taking a gasping breath, I ran for the door. The thing snaked an arm out with a vampire's quickness and jerked me back. Pain flared as it slammed me against the cement wall. Ivy's pale hand pinned me.
"Let me show you what vamps do behind locked doors, Rachel Mariana Morgan,"
it breathed. I realized I was going to die in the basement of the university library. The thing that was Ivy leaned close. I could feel my pulse pushing at my skin. My wrist tingled warmly. Ivy's face was inches from mine. It was getting better at pulling images out of my head. There was a crucifix around its neck, and I could smell orange juice. Its eyes were smoky with a remembered look of sultry hunger. "No," I whispered. "Please, no."
"I can have you any time I want, little witch,"
it whispered, the gray silk of its voice twin to Ivy's. I panicked, struggling helplessly. The thing that looked like Ivy grinned to show teeth.
"You're so afraid,"
it whispered lovingly, tilting its head back so its black hair brushed my shoulder.
"Don't be so afraid. You'll like it. Didn't I say you would?"
I jerked as something touched my neck. A small sound escaped me as I realized it was a quick tongue.
"You're going to love it,"
it said in Ivy's throaty whisper.
"Scout's honor."
Images of being pinned to Ivy's chair flooded back. The thing holding me against the wall groaned in pleasure and nuzzled my head aside. Terrified, I screamed.
"Oh, please,"
the thing moaned as I felt the cool, icy sharpness of teeth graze my neck.
"Oh, please, no."
"No!" I shrieked, and it drove its teeth into me. 3 times it lunged with rapid, hungry motions. I buckled in its grip. Still fastened to me, we dropped to the floor. It crushed me under it against the cold cement. Fire burned at my neck. A twin sensation rose up my wrist, joining it in my head. Shudders racked me. I could hear it sucking at me, feel the rhythmic pulls as it tried to take more than my body could give. I gasped as a tangy sensation broke over me. I stiffened, unable to separate pain from pleasure. It was...
"Get off her!"
Nick shouted. I heard a thump and felt a jarring. The thing pulled itself off me. I couldn't move. I didn't want to. I lay sprawled on the floor, transfixed and numb under the vampire-induced stupor. Jenks hovered over me, the breeze on my neck from his wings sending tingling jolts through me. Nick stood with blood dripping into his eyes. He had a book in his hands. It was so large, he was struggling with it. He was mumbling under his breath, looking pale and frightened. His eyes darted from the book to the thing beside me. It melted back into a dog. Snarling, it leapt at Nick. "Nick," I whispered as Jenks fanned pixie dust onto my neck. "Look out!"
"Laquius!"
Nick shouted, juggling the book against a raised knee as he flung out a hand. The dog slammed into something and fell to the ground. I watched it from the floor as it picked itself up and shook its head as if dazed. Snarling, it jumped at him again, falling back a second time. "You bound me!" it raged, melting from one form to another in a grotesque kaleidoscope of shapes. It looked to the floor and the circle Nick had made of his own blood. "You don't have the knowledge to call me from the ever after," it shouted. Hunched over the book, Nick licked his lips.
"No, but I can bind you in a circle once you're here."
He sounded hesitant, as if he wasn't sure. As Jenks stood on my outstretched palm and sifted pixie dust onto my ravaged wrist, the thing hammered against the unseen barrier. Smoke curled from the floor where its feet touched the cement. "Not again!" it raged. "Let me out!" Nick swallowed hard and strode past the blood and fallen books to me.
"My God, Rachel,"
he said as the book dropped to the floor with the sound of tearing pages. Jenks was dabbing at the blood on my face, singing a fast-paced lullaby about dew and moonbeams. I looked from the broken book on the floor to Nick. "Nick?" I quavered, riveted to his silhouette against the ugly fluorescent lights. "I can't move." Panic washed through me. "I can't move, Nick. I think it paralyzed me."
No,
he said, glancing at the dog. Settling himself behind me, he pulled me up to sit slumped against him.
"It's the vampire saliva. It will wear off."
Cradled in his arms and half in his lap, I felt myself start to go cold. Numb, I gazed up at him. His brown eyes were pinched. His jaw was clenched in worry. The blood ran from his scalp, making a slow rivulet down to his face to soak his shirt. His hands were red and sticky, but his arms around me were warm. I started to shiver. "Nick?" I quavered. My attention followed his to the thing. It was a dog again. It stood there, staring at us. Saliva dripped from it. Its muscles quivered. "Is that a vampire?"
"No,"
he said tersely.
"It's a demon, but if it's strong enough, it has the abilities of whatever form it assumes. You'll be able to move in a minute."
His long face screwed up in distress as he looked at the blood splattered about the room.
"You're going to be all right."
Still keeping me in the cradle of his lap, he used my silver knife to rip the bottom of his shirt.
"You're going to be all right,"
he whispered as he tied the rag around my wrist and set it gently in my lap. I moaned at the unexpected bliss that rose from my wrist at the rough movement. "Nick?" There were black sparkles between me and the lights. It was fascinating. "There aren't any more demons. There hasn't been a demon attack since the turn."
"I took 3 years of demonology as a second language to help me with my Latin," he said, stretching to reach my bag as Jenks tugged it out from the wreck of the table. "That thing is a demon." Keeping my head in his lap, he clattered through my things. "Do you have anything for pain in here?" "No," I said dreamily. "I like pain." Face going slack, Nick's gaze shot to mine and then to Jenks. "No one digs demonology," I protested weakly, wanting to giggle. "It's like the most useless thing in the world." My gaze drifted to the cabinet. The doors were still shut, but the panels had been broken by Nick's hammering and me being thrown into it. Beyond the splintered wood was an empty spot the size of the book on the floor beside me. So that's what they hide in a locked cabinet, in a locked room, behind a locked door in the basement of a government building. I squinted at Nick. "You know how to call demons?" I questioned. God help me, but I felt good, all light and airy. "You're a black practitioner. I arrest people like you," I said, trying to run a finger down his jawline. Not exactly."
Nick took my hand and set it down. Shaking the cuff of his sweatshirt past his hand, he used it to brush the blood from my face.
"Don't try to talk, Rachel. You lost a lot of blood."
He turned to Jenks, his eyes frightened.
"I can't take her on the bus like this."
Jenks' face looked pained. "I'll get Ivy." He dropped to my shoulder and whispered, "Hold on, Rach. I'll be right back." He flitted to Nick, the breeze from his wings sending more waves of euphoria through me. I closed my eyes and wrote it, hoping it would never end. "If you let her die here, I'll kill you myself," Jenks threatened, and Nick nodded. Jenks left with the sound of 1,000 bees. The sound echoed in my head even after he was gone. "It can't get out?" I asked, opening my eyes as my emotions swung from one extreme to the other, and tears welled. Nick shoved the big book of demon spells in my bag. His bloody handprints were all over both of them.
"No, and when the sun rises, poof, it's gone. You're safe. Hush."
He tucked my knife in my bag and stretched for my coat. "We're in the basement," I protested. "There's no sun down here." Nick ripped the lining from my coat and pressed it against my neck. I cried out as a pulse of ecstasy shot through me from the lingering effects of the vampire saliva. The bleeding had slowed, and I wondered if it was from Jenks's pixie dust. Apparently, it could do more than make people itch.
"It's not sunlight that pulls a demon back to the ever-after,"
Nick said, clearly thinking he had hurt me.
"It's something about gamma rays or protons. Damn it, Rachel, stop asking me so many questions. It was taught as an aid to understand language development, not to learn how to control demons."
The demon was Ivy again, and I shuddered as it licked its red lips with a blood-stained tongue, taunting me. "What grade did you get, Nick?" I asked. "Please tell me it was an A." He stammered as he covered me with my coat. Looking frantic, he gathered me up in his arms, almost rocking me. My breath hissed in as my wrist throbbed in time with the pulses from my neck.
"Easy,"
he shushed.
"You'll be all right."
"Are you sure?" came a cultured voice from the corner. Nick's head came up. Cradled in Nick's arms, I stared at the demon. It was back to wearing a gentleman's frock.
"Let me out. I can help you,"
the demon said, all congeniality. Nick hesitated. "Nick," I said, suddenly frightened. "Don't listen to it. Don't." The demon smiled over its smoked glasses, showing flat, even teeth.
"Break the circle, and I'll take you to her Ivy. Otherwise—"
The demon's brow furrowed as if it was worried.
"It almost looks as if there's more blood outside of her than in."
Nick's gaze darted over the blood spattered on the walls and books. His grip on me tightened.
"You're trying to kill her,"
he said, his voice cracking. It shrugged.
"I was compelled to. By binding me in your circle, you rubbed out the one that was used to summon me. With it went any compulsion to do his bidding. I'm all yours, little wizard."
It grinned, and my breath came in a quick, fear-laced pant. "Nicky?" I whispered, as my blood-loss-induced stupor was stripped away. This was bad. I knew this was bad. The remembered terror as it savaged me rose high. My pulse faltered as my heart tried to beat faster.
"Can you get us back to her church?"
Nick asked.
"The one by the small ley line."
The demon's outline wavered as its expression turned startled.
"Someone closed a circle with it 6 nights ago. The ripple it sent through the ever-after shook the cups on my saucers, so to speak."
It tilted its head in speculation.
"That was you?" "No,"
Nick said weakly. I felt ill. I had used too much salt. God help me. I didn't know demons could sense it when I drew on a ley line. If I lived through this, I'd never use them again. The demon gazed at me.
"I can take you there," it said. "But in return, I want no compulsion put on me to return to the ever-after."
Nick's grip tightened.
"You want me to let you loose in Cincinnati for the entire night?"
A power-filled smile edged over the demon. It exhaled slowly, and I heard the joints in its shoulder crack.
"I mean to kill the one who summoned me. Then I'll leave. It smells over here."
It looked over its smoked glasses, shocking me with its alien eyes.
"You won't ever call me, will you, little wizard? I could teach you so much that you want to know."
Fear fought with the pain in my shoulder as Nick hesitated before shaking his head.
"You won't hurt us,"
Nick said.
"Mentally, or physically, or emotionally. You will take the most direct path and do nothing to endanger us afterward.
Nicky, the demon pouted. One might think you didn't trust me. I can even get you there before her ivy leaves, if I take you through a ley line. But you'd better hurry. Rachel Mariana Morgan seems to be failing fast. Through the ever after? I thought in a panic. No, that's what had killed my dad. Nick swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing. No! I tried to shout, squirming to get out of his grip. The stupor from its saliva was almost gone, and with the return of movement came pain. I welcomed the hurt, knowing the pleasure had been a lie. Nick was white-faced as he tried to keep me unmoving and hold the lining of my coat against my neck.
Rachel, he whispered, you lost so much blood. I don't know what to do.
My throat was too parched to swallow. Don't let it out, I insisted. Please, I pleaded as I pushed his hands off of me. I'm fine. The bleeding has stopped. I'll be all right. Leave me here. Go call Ivy. She'll pick us up. I don't want to go through the ever after. The demon's brow furrowed as if it was concerned. He mused gently, touching the lace at his throat.
Sounds like she's going incoherent. Not good.
Tick-tock, Nicky.
Better decide quick.
Nick's breath hissed in, and he tensed. His gaze roved over the pool of blood on the floor, and then me.
I've got to do something, he whispered. You're so cold, Rachel.
Nick, no! I shouted as he set me on the floor and lurched into a stand. Reaching out with a foot, he smeared the line of blood. I heard a frightened wail. I covered my mouth as I realized it was coming from me. Terror pulsed through me as the demon shuddered. It slowly stepped across the line. It ran a hand across the blood-stained wall and licked its finger, never taking its eyes off of me. Don't let it touch me! My voice was high-pitched. I could hear the hysteria in it.
Rachel,
Nick soothed as he knelt beside me.
It said it won't hurt you. Demons don't lie. It was in every text I copied.
I don't tell the truth either, I exclaimed. Ire flickered behind the demon's eyes, smothered in a wave of false concern for me before Nick could see. It came forward, and I struggled to push myself back. Don't let it touch me, I cried. Don't make me do this! The fear in Nick's eyes was for how I was acting, not from the demon. He didn't understand. He thought he knew what he was doing. He thought his books had all the answers. He didn't know what he was doing. I did. Nick gripped my shoulder and turned to the demon.
Can you help her?
He asked it.
She's going to kill herself.
Nick, no! I shrieked as the demon knelt to put its grinning face next to mine.
Sleep, Rachel Mariana Morgan.
It breathed, and I remembered no more. 26.
What happened? Where's Jenks?
Ivy's voice penetrated my daze, close and worried. I could feel myself moving forward in a rocking motion. I had been warm, and now I was cold again. The smell of blood was thick. The memory of something more foul lingered in me. Carrion, salt, and burnt amber. I couldn't open my eyes.
She was attacked by a demon.
It was terse and soft. Nick. That's right, I thought, starting to piece everything together. I was in his arms. That's what that one good smell was, all masculine and sweaty, and that was his bloody sweatshirt pushing against my swollen eye, rubbing it even more sore. I started to shiver. Why was I cold?
Can we get off the street? Nick asked. She's lost a lot of blood.
There was a warm touch on my forehead.
The demon did this?
Ivy said.
There hasn't been a demon attack since the turn. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have let her off the grounds.
The arms about me tensed. My weight shifted forward and back as he stopped.
Rachel knows what she's doing, Nick said tightly. She isn't your child, in any sense of the word.
No, Ivy said. She acts like one. How could you let her get mauled like this?
Me? You cold-blooded vamp?
Nick shouted.
You think I let this happen?
My stomach clenched in a wave of nausea, and I tried to pull my coat over me with my good hand. I cracked my eyes, squinting in the glow of the streetlight. Couldn't they finish their argument after they put me to bed?
Ivy, Nick said slowly, I'm not afraid of you, so save the aura crap and back off. I know what you're up to, and I won't let you do it. What are you talking about?
Ivy stammered. Nick leaned toward her, and I slumped unmoving between them.
Rachel seems to think you moved in the same day she did, he said. She might be interested to know all your magazines are addressed to you at the church.
I heard Ivy's quick intake of breath, and he added, in an intent voice,
How long have you been living here waiting for Rachel to quit? A month? A year? Are you hunting her slow, Tamwood? Hoping to make her your scion when you die? Doing a little long-term planning, are we? Is that it?
I struggled to turn my head from Nick's chest so I could hear better. I tried to think, but I was so confused. Ivy had moved in the same day I did, hadn't she? Her computer hadn't been hooked up to the net yet, and she had all those boxes in her room. How come her magazines had the church's address on them? My thoughts went to the perfect witch garden out back, and the spell books in the attic, complete with alibi. God save me. I was a fool.
No,
Ivy said softly.
This isn't what it looks like. Please don't tell her. I can explain.
Nick lurched into motion, jostling me as he went up the stone stairs. My memory was returning. Nick had made a deal with the demon. Nick had let it out. It had made me go to sleep. It had made me go through the ley lines. Damn! The slam of the sanctuary door jolted me, and I moaned at the pulse of pain.
She's coming around,
Ivy said tersely, her voice echoing.
Put her in the living room.
Not the couch, I thought, as the peaceful feeling of the sanctuary infused me. I didn't want to get my blood all over Ivy's couch. But then I decided it had probably seen blood before. My stomach dropped as Nick crouched. I felt the gentle give of the cushions beneath my head. My breath hissed as Nick pulled his arms out from under me. There was the click of the table lamp, and I puckered my face at the sudden warmth and glare through my closed eyelids.
Rachel?
It was close, and someone gently touched my face.
Rachel?
The room got quiet. It was the hush that really woke me up. I opened my eyes, squinting to see Nick kneeling beside me. Blood still seeped from under his hairline, and a dried rivulet of it flaked from his jawline and neck. His hair was mussed and disheveled, and his brown eyes were pinched. He was a mess. Ivy was behind him, close in worry. "It's you," I whispered, feeling lightheaded and unreal. Nick leaned back with a relieved puff. "Can I have some water?" I rasped. "I don't feel so good." Ivy leaned forward to eclipse the light. Her eyes rove over me with a professional detachment that cracked when she lifted the edge of Nick's makeshift bandage on my neck. Her eyes went puzzled.
"It's almost stopped bleeding."
"Love, trust, and pixie dust," I slurred, and Ivy nodded. Nick got to his feet.
"I'll call an ambulance."
"No!" I exclaimed. I tried to sit up, forced back by fatigue and Nick's hands. "I'll get tagged there. The IS knows I'm alive." I fell back, panting. The bruise on my face where the demon hit me pulsed in time with my heart. A twin throb came from my arm. I was dizzy. My shoulder hurt when I inhaled, and the room darkened when I exhaled.
"Jenks dusted her,"
Ivy said, as if that explained everything.
"As long as she doesn't start bleeding again, she probably won't get any worse. I'll get a blanket."
She rose with that eerie, fast grace of hers. She was going vampy, and I was in no condition to do anything about it. I looked at Nick as she left. He seemed ill. The demon had tricked him. We had gotten home as promised, but now a demon was loose in Cincinnati when all Nick had needed to do was wait for Jenks and Ivy.
"Nick?"
I breathed.
What? What can I do?"
His voice was worried and soft, tinged with guilt. "You're an ass. Help me sit up." He winced. With hands hesitant and cautious, he helped me inch my way up until my back was against the arm of the couch. I sat and stared at the ceiling while the black spots danced and quivered until they went away. Taking a slow breath, I looked at myself. Blood splattered my dress where it showed past my coat draped over me like a blanket. Maybe now I could throw it away. A brown film of blood had stuck my nylons to my feet. My arm with the bite looked gray where it wasn't streaked with sticky blood. The hem of Nick's shirt was still tied around my wrist, and blood dripped wetly from it with the speed of a dripping faucet. Plink, plink, plink. Maybe Jenks had run out of dust before he got to it. My other arm was swollen, and my shoulder felt like it was broken. The room got too cold and hot. I stared at Nick, feeling myself go distant and unreal.
"Oh, shit,"
he muttered, glancing at the hallway.
"You're going to pass out again."
He grasped at my ankles and slowly pulled me down until my head was supported by the arm of the couch.
"Ivy!"
he shouted.
"Where's that blanket?"
I stared at the ceiling until it stopped spinning. Nick stood hunched in a corner with his back to me, one hand clenched about his middle, the other holding his head.
"Thanks,"
I whispered, and he turned.
"What for?"
His voice was bitter, and he looked ragged with dried blood on his face. His hands were black with it, the lines on his palms showing a stark white.
"For doing what you thought was best."
I shivered under my coat. He smiled sickly, his pale face going longer.
"There was so much blood. I guess I panicked. Sorry."
His gaze went to the hallway, and I wasn't surprised when Ivy strode in with a blanket over one arm, a stack of pink towels under the other, and a pan of water in her hands. Unease overwhelmed my pain. I was still bleeding.
"Ivy?"
I quavered.
"What?"
she snapped as she set the towels and water on the coffee table and tucked the blanket around me as if I was a child. I swallowed hard, trying to get a good look at her eyes.
"Nothing,"
I said meekly as she straightened and backed away. Apart from being paler than usual, she looked okay. I didn't think I could handle it if she vamped out on me. I was helpless. The blanket was warm about my chin, and the light from the lamp was piercing. I shivered as she sat on the coffee table and pulled the water closer. I wondered at the color of the towels until I realized pink didn't show old blood stains.
"Ivy?"
My voice edged into panic as she reached for the cloth pressed against my neck. Her hand dropped, her perfect face going angry and insulted.
"Don't be stupid, Rachel. Let me look at your neck."
She reached out again, and I shirked back.
"No!"
I cried as I jerked away. The demon's face flashed before me, mirroring hers. I hadn't been able to fight it. It almost killed me. Remembered terror soared high, and I found the strength to sit up. The pain in my neck seemed to cry out for release, for a return to that exquisite mix of pain and craving the vamp saliva had offered. It shocked and frightened me. Ivy's pupils swelled until her eyes went black. Nick stepped between us, covered in drying blood and smelling of spent fear.
"Back off, Tamwood," he threatened. "You're not touching her if you're pulling an aura."
"Relax, rat boy," Ivy exclaimed. "I'm not pulling an aura. I'm mad as all hell, and I wouldn't bite Rachel now even if she begged me. She stinks of infection." That was more than I wanted to know, but her eyes were back to her normal brown as she wavered between anger and the need to be understood. I felt a flush of guilt. Ivy hadn't pinned me to the wall and bit me. Ivy hadn't taunted me, driving her teeth into me. Ivy hadn't sucked at my neck, moaning in pleasure as she held me down while I struggled. Damn it, it hadn't been her. Still, Nick stood between us.
"It's all right, Nick,"
I said, my voice trembling. He knew why I was afraid.
"It's all right."
I looked past him to Ivy.
"I'm sorry. Please, look at it."
Immediately, Ivy seemed to lose her tension. She scooted closer with a quick, vindicated motion as Nick stepped out of the way. I let out my held breath as she gently worked at the soggy fabric.
"Okay,"
Ivy warned.
"This may tug a little."
"Ouch!" I cried as it pulled when she lifted. Then I bit my lip to keep from doing it again. Ivy set the ugly wad on the table beside her. My stomach twisted. It was black with moist blood, and I swear there were bits of flesh sticking to the inside of it. I shivered at the cold feel of air on my neck. There was a shivery sensation of a slow flow of blood. Ivy saw my face.
Get that out of here, will you?
She murmured, and Nick left with the soggy wad. Face blank, Ivy put a hand towel across my shoulder to catch the renewed oozing. I stared at the black TV as she soaked a washcloth and wrung it out over the pan of water. Her touch was gentle as she began to dab at the outskirts of the damage and worked her way in. Still, I couldn't help my occasional jerk. The threatened rim of black around my vision began to grow.
Rachel?
Her voice was soft, and my attention darted to her, worried at what I would find. But her face was carefully neutral as her eyes and fingers probed the bite marks on my neck.
What happened?
She asked.
Nick said something about a demon, but this looks like...
It looks like a vampire bite. I finished blandly. It made itself look like a vampire, and did that to me. I took a shaky breath. It made itself look like you, Ivy. I'm sorry, if I'm a little flaky for a while. I know it wasn't you. Just give me some slack until I can convince my unconscious you didn't try to kill me, okay? I met her eyes, feeling a pulse of shared fear as understanding flashed over her. For all accounts, I had been ravaged by a vampire. I had been initiated into a club that Ivy was trying to stay out of. Now we both were. I thought about what Nick had said concerning her wanting to make me her scion. I didn't know what to believe.
Rachel,
Later, I said as Nick came back in. I felt ill, and the room was starting to go gray again. Madalena was with him, along with 2 of her children lugging a pixie-sized bag. Nick knelt at my head. Hovering in the center of the room, Madalena silently took in the situation, then took the bag from her children and bundled them to the window. "Hush, hush," I heard her whisper. "Go home. I know what I said, but I changed my mind." Their protests carried a horrified fascination, and I wondered how bad I looked. "Rachel?" Madalena hovered right in front of me, moving back and forth until she found where my eyes were focusing. The room had gone alarmingly quiet, and I shivered. Madalena was such a pretty little thing. No wonder Jenks would do anything for her. "Try not to move, dear," she said. A soft whir from the window pulled her up out of my sight. "Jenks," the small pixie woman said in relief. "Where have you been?" "Me?" He dropped into my line of sight. "How did you get here before me?"
"We took a direct bus,"
Nick said sarcastically. Jenks's face was weary and his shoulders were slumped. I felt a smile curve over me. "Is the pretty pixie man too pooped to party?" I breathed, and he came so close I had to squint. "Ivy, you gotta do something," he said, his eyes wide and worried. "I dusted her bites to slow the bleeding, but I've never seen anyone that was this white before and still alive."
"I am doing something," she growled. "Get out of my way."
I felt the air shift as Madalena and Ivy bent close over me. I found the idea of a pixie and a vamp inspecting the bloody mess of my neck reassuring. Since infection was a turn-off, I ought to be safe. Ivy would know if it was life-threatening or not. And Nick, I thought, feeling a faint need to giggle, Nick would rescue me if Ivy lost control. Ivy's fingers touched my neck, and I yelped. She jerked back, and Madalena took to the air.
"Rachel,"
Ivy said worriedly,
"I can't fix this. Pixie dust will hold you together for only so long. You need to be stitched. We have to get you to emergency."
"No hospital," I said with a sigh. I'd stopped shivering, and my stomach felt all funny. "Runners go in, but they don't come out." I gave in to my desire to giggle.
"You would rather die on my couch?"
Ivy said, and Nick began to pace behind her. "What is wrong with her?" Jenks whispered loudly. Ivy stood up and crossed her arms to look severe and pissy. A pissy vampire. Yeah, that was funny enough to laugh at, and I giggled again.
"It's the blood loss,"
Ivy said impatiently.
"She's going to yo-yo between lucidity and irrationality until she stabilizes or passes out. I hate this part."
My good hand crept up to my neck, and Nick forced it back under the blanket.
"I can't fix this, Rachel,"
Ivy exclaimed in frustration.
"There's too much damage."
"I'll make something," I said firmly. "I'm a witch." I leaned to roll off the couch and get to my feet. I had to go to the kitchen. I had to cook dinner. I had to cook dinner for Ivy. "Rachel!" Nick shouted, trying to catch me. Ivy leapt forward, easing me into the cushions. I felt myself go white. The room spun. Wide-eyed, I stared at the ceiling, willing myself not to pass out. If I did, Ivy would take me to emergency. Madalena drifted within my sight. "Angel," I whispered. "Beautiful angel." "Ivy!" Jenks shouted, fear in his voice. "She's getting delusional!" The pixie angel smiled a blessing on me. "Someone should go get Keesley," she said. "The old lunker, a witch across the street?" Jenks said. Madalena nodded. "Tell him Rachel needs medical help." Ivy, too, seemed bewildered. "You think he can do something?" she asked, the edge of fear in her voice. Ivy was afraid for me. Maybe I should have been afraid for me, too. Madalena flushed. "He asked, the other day, if he might have a few cuttings from the garden. There's no harm in that." The pretty pixie fussed with her dress, her eyes downcast. "They were all plants with strong properties. Yarrow, vervain, that sort. I thought perhaps, if he wanted them, he might know what to do with them." "Woman," Jenks said warningly. "I stayed with him the entire time," she said, her eyes defiant. "He didn't touch but what I said he could. He was very proper, asked after everyone's health." "Madalena, it's not our garden," Jenks said, and the angel grew angry. "If you won't get him, I will," she said sharply, and she darted out the window. I blinked, staring at the spot where she had been. "Madalena!" Jenks shouted. "Don't you fly for me! That's not our garden! You can't treat it as if it was!" He dropped into my line of sight. "I'm sorry," he said, clearly embarrassed and angry. "She won't do it again." His face hardened, and he darted out after her. "Madalena!" "It's okay," I whispered, though neither of them were there anymore. "I say it's okay. The angel can ask anyone she wants into the garden." I closed my eyes. Nick put a hand on my head, and I smiled. "Hi, Nick," I said softly, opening my eyes. "Are you still here?"
"Yes, I'm still here."
"Good," I said, "'cause when I stand up, I'm going to give you a big kiss." Nick's hand fell from me, and he took a step back. Ivy grimaced.
"I hate this part,"
she muttered.
"I hate it. I hate it."
My hand crept up to my neck, and Nick forced it back down. I could hear the faucet dripping again on the carpet. Plink, plink, plink. The room began to revolve majestically, and I watched it spin, fascinated. It was funny, and I tried to laugh. Ivy made a frustrated sound.
"If she's giggling, she's going to be all right,"
she said.
"Why don't you take a shower?" "I'm okay," he said. "I'll wait until I know for sure."
Ivy was silent for 3 heartbeats.
"Nick,"
she said, her voice thick with warning.
"Rachel stinks of infection. You stink of blood and fear. Go take a shower."
"Oh." There was a long hesitation.
"Sorry."
I smiled up at Nick as he edged to the door. "Go wash, Nicky," I said. "Don't make Ivy go all black and scary. Take as long as you want. There's soap in the dish and—" I hesitated, trying to remember what I was saying. "And towels on the dryer," I finished, proud of myself. He touched my shoulder, his eyes flicking from me to Ivy.
"You should be all right."
Ivy crossed her arms before her, impatiently waiting for him to leave. I heard the shower go on. It made me 100 times more thirsty. Somewhere I could feel my arm pounding and my ribs throbbing. My neck and shoulder were one solid ache. I turned to watch the curtain move in the breeze, fascinated. A loud boom from the front of the church pulled my attention to the black hallway. "Hello," came Keesley's distant voice. "Miss Morgan. Madalena said I could walk in." Ivy's lips pursed.
"Stay here,"
she said, bending over me until I had no choice but to look at her. "Don't get up until I get back, okay? Rachel, do you hear me? Don't get up." "Sure." My gaze drifted past her to the curtain. If I squinted just right, the gray shifted to black. "Stay here." Giving me a last look, she gathered up all her magazines and left. The sound of the shower drew me. I licked my lips. I wondered if I tried really hard, Could I reach the sink in the kitchen? 27. There was the rattle of a paper bag in the hallway, and I tilted my head up from the arm of the couch. The room held steady this time, and a fog seemed to lift from me. Keasley's hunched figure came in, Ivy close behind. "Oh, good," I whispered breathlessly. "Company." Ivy pushed past Keasley and sat on the end of the chair nearest me. "You look better," she said. "Are you back yet, or still in La-La Land?" "What?" She shook her head, and I gave Keasley a wan smile. "Sorry I can't offer you a chocolate." "Miss Morgan." His gaze lingered on my exposed neck. "Have an argument with your roommate," he said dryly as he ran a hand over his tightly curled black hair. "No," I said hurriedly as Ivy stiffened. He arched his eyebrows in disbelief and set his paper bag on the coffee table. "Madalena didn't say what I needed, so I brought a little of everything." He squinted at the table lamp. "Do you have anything brighter than that?" "I've got a clip-on fluorescent." Ivy slipped to the hall and hesitated. "Don't let her move or she'll go incoherent again." I opened my mouth to say something, but she vanished, to be replaced by Madalena and Jenks. Jenks looked positively incensed, but Madalena was unrepentant. They hovered in the corner, their conversation so fast and high-pitched I couldn't follow it. Finally, Jenks left, looking like he was going to murder a pea-pod. Madalena adjusted her flowing white dress and flitted to the arm of the couch beside my head. Keasley sat down on the coffee table with a weary sigh. His 3-day-old beard was going white. It made him look like a vagrant. The knees of his overalls were stained with wet earth, and I could smell the outside on him. His dark-skinned hands, though, were raw from an obvious scrubbing. He pulled a newspaper out from his bag and spread it open like a tablecloth. "So who's that in the shower? Your mother?" I snorted, feeling the tightness of my swollen eye. "His name is Nick," I said as Ivy appeared. "He's a friend." Ivy made a rude sound as she attached a small light to the shade of the table lamp and plugged it in. I winced, squinting as heat and light poured out. "Nick, eh?" Keasley said as he dug in his bag, laying amulets, foil-wrapped packages, and bottles onto the newsprint. "A vamp, is he?" "No, he's human," I said, and Keasley peered mistrustingly at Ivy. Not seeing his look, Ivy crowded close. "Her neck is the worst. She's lost a dangerous amount of blood." "I can tell." The old man stared belligerently at Ivy until she backed up. "I need more towels, and why don't you get Rachel something to drink? She needs to replace her fluids." "I know that," Ivy said, taking a faltering step backward before turning to go into the kitchen. There was the clatter of a glass and the welcoming sound of liquid. Madalena opened her repair kit and silently compared her needles to Keasley's. "Something warm," Keasley reiterated loudly, and Ivy slammed the freezer door shut. "Let's take a look," he said as he aimed the light at me. He and Madalena were silent for a long time. Easing back, Keasley let his breath slip from him. "Perhaps something to dull that pain first," he said softly, reaching for an amulet. Ivy appeared in the archway. "Where did you get those spells?" she said suspiciously. "Relax," he said with a distant voice as he inspected each disc carefully. "I bought these months ago. Make yourself useful and boil up a pan of water." She snuffed and spun about, storming back into the kitchen. I heard a series of clicks followed by the whoosh of the gas igniting. The taps ran full force as she filled a pan, and a faint yelp of surprise came from the bathroom. Keasley had bloodied his finger and invoked the spell before I realized it. The amulet settled around my neck, and after looking me square in the eye to gauge its effectiveness, he turned his attention to my neck. "I really appreciate this," I said, as the first fingers of relief eased into my body and my shoulders drooped. "Salvation." "I'd hold off on the thanks till you get my bill," Keasley murmured. I frowned at the old joke, and he smiled, crinkling the folds around his eyes. Resettling himself, he prodded my skin. The pain broke through the spell, and I took a sharp breath. "Still hurt?" he said needlessly. "Why don't you just put her out?" Ivy asked. I started. Damn it, I hadn't even heard her come in. "No," I said sharply. I didn't want Ivy convincing him to take me to emergency. "It wouldn't hurt then," Ivy said, standing belligerently in her leather and silk.
Why do you always do things the hard way?
I'm not doing things the hard way. I just don't want to be put out, I argued. My vision darkened, and I concentrated on breathing before I put myself out.
Ladies,
Keesley murmured into the tension.
I agree sedating Rachel would be easier, especially on her, but I'm not going to force it.
Thanks, I said listlessly.
A few more pans of water, perhaps, Ivy?
Keesley asked.
And those towels.
The microwave dinged, and Ivy spun away. What bee had stung her bonnet, I wondered. Keesley invoked a second amulet and settled it next to the first. It was another pain charm, and I slumped into the double relief and closed my eyes. They flashed open as Ivy set a mug of hot chocolate on the coffee table, closely followed by a stack of more pink towels. With a misplaced frustration, she returned to the kitchen to slam about under the counter. From under the blanket, I slowly pulled out the arm the demon had struck. The swelling had gone down, and a small knot of worry loosened. It wasn't broken. I wiggled my fingers, and Keesley put the hot chocolate into my grip. The mug was comfortingly warm, and the hot chocolate slid down my throat with a protective feeling. While I sipped my drink, Keesley packed the towels around my right shoulder. Taking a squeeze bottle from his bag, he washed the last of the blood from my neck, soaking the towels. His brown eyes intent, he began to probe the tissue. "Oh!" I yelped, nearly spilling my hot chocolate as I jerked away. "Do you really need to do that?" Keesley grunted and put a third amulet around my neck.
"Better?"
he asked. My sight had blurred at the strength of the spell. I wondered where he got such a strong charm, then remembered he had arthritis. It took one heck of a strong spell to touch pain like that, and I felt guilty that he was using his medicinal charm on me. This time I only felt a dull pressure as he poked and prodded, and I nodded.
"How long since you were bit?"
he asked. I murmured, fighting off the drowsy state the amulet was instilling. "Sunset?"
"It's what, just after 9 now?"
he said, glancing at the clock on the disc player.
"Good. We can stitch you all the way up."
Settling himself, he took on the air of an instructor, beckoning Madalena close.
"Look here," he said to the pixie woman. "See how the tissue has been sliced rather than torn? I'd rather stitch up a vamp bite than a were bite any day. Not only is it cleaner, but you don't have to de-enzyme it."
Madalena drifted closer. "Thorn spears leave cuts like this, but I've never been able to find anything to hold the muscle in place while the ends reattach." Blanching, I gulped my hot chocolate, wishing they would stop talking as if I was a science experiment or a slab of meat for the grill.
"I use vet-grade dissolvable sutures myself,"
Keesley said. "Vet-grade?" I said, startled.
"No one keeps track of animal clinics," he said absently. "But I've heard the vein that runs the stem of a bay leaf is strong enough for fairies and pixies. I wouldn't use anything but catgut for the wing muscles, though. Want some?"
He dug in his bag and put several small paper envelopes on the table.
"Consider it payment for those slips of plants."
Madalena's wings colored a delicate rose. "Those weren't my plants to give." "Yes, they were," I interrupted. "I'm getting 50 taken off my rent for keeping up the garden. I guess that makes it mine. But you're the ones tending it. I say that makes it yours." Keesley looked up from my neck. A shocked stare came over Madalena. "Consider it Jenks's income," I added. "That is, if you think he might want to sublet the garden as his pay." For a moment there was silence. "I think he might like that," Madalena whispered. She shifted the small envelopes to her bag. Leaving them, she darted to the window and back again, clearly torn. Her fluster at my offer was obvious. Wondering if I had done something wrong, I looked over Keesley's paraphernalia laid out on the newspaper. "Are you a doctor?" I asked, setting my empty mug down with a thump. I had to remember to get the recipe for this spell. I couldn't feel a thing, anywhere.
"No."
He wadded up the water and blood-soaked towels, throwing them to the floor. "Then where'd you get all this stuff?" I prodded.
"I don't like hospitals,"
he said shortly.
"Madalena, why don't I do the interior stitching and you close the skin? I'm sure your work is more even than mine."
He smiled ruefully.
"I'd wager Rachel would appreciate the smaller scar."
"It helps to be an inch from the wound," Madalena said, clearly pleased to have been asked. Keesley swabbed my neck with a cold gel. I studied the ceiling as he took a pair of scissors and trimmed what I assumed were ragged edges. Making a satisfied noise, he chose a needle and thread. There was a pressure on my neck, followed by a tug, and I took a deep breath. My eyes flicked to Ivy as she came in and bent close over me, almost blocking Keesley's light.
"What about that one?" she said, pointing. "Shouldn't you stitch that first?" she said. "It's bleeding the most."
"No," he said, making another stitch. "Get another pot of water boiling, will you?"
"4 pots of water?"
she questioned.
"If you would,"
he drawled. Keesley continued stitching, and I counted the tugs, my gaze on the clock. The chocolate wasn't sitting as well as I would have liked. I hadn't been stitched since my ex-best friend had hidden in my school locker, pretending to be a werefox, the day it ended with us both being expelled. Ivy hesitated, then scooped up the wet towels and took them into the kitchen. The water ran, and another cry, followed by a muffled thump, came from my shower. "Will you stop doing that?" came an annoyed shout, and I couldn't help my smirk. All too soon Ivy was back, peering over Keesley's shoulder.
"That stitch doesn't look tight,"
she said. I shifted uncomfortably as Keesley's wrinkled brow furrowed. I liked him, and Ivy was being a bloody nuisance.
"Ivy," he murmured, "why don't you do a perimeter check?" "Jenks is outside. We're fine."
Keesley's jaw clenched, the folds of skin on his jaw bunching. He slowly pulled the green thread tight, his eyes on his work.
"He might need help,"
he said. Ivy straightened with her arms crossed and black hazing her eyes.
"I doubt that."
Madalena's wings blurred to nothing as Ivy bent close, blocking Keesley's light.
"Go away,"
Keesley said softly, not moving.
"You're hovering."
Ivy pulled back, her mouth opening in what looked like shock. Her wide eyes went to mine, and I smiled in an apologetic agreement. Stiffening, she spun around. Her boots clacked on the wood floor in the hallway and into the sanctuary. I winced as the loud boom of the front door reverberated through the church. "Sorry," I said, feeling someone ought to apologize. Keesley stretched his back painfully.
"She's worried about you and doesn't know how to show it without biting you. Either that or she doesn't like being out of control."
"She's not the only one," I said. "I'm starting to feel like a failure."
"Failure?" he breathed. "How do you stir that?"
"Look at me," I said sharply. "I'm a wreck. I've lost so much blood I can't stand up. I haven't done anything by myself since I left the IS except get caught by Trent and made into rat chow." I didn't feel much like a runner anymore. Dad would be disappointed, I thought. I should have stayed where I was, safe, secure, and bored out of my mind.
"You're alive,"
Keesley said.
"That's no easy trick, while under an IS death threat."
He adjusted the lamp until it shone right in my face. I closed my eyes, starting as he dabbed a cold pad at my swollen eyelid. Madalena took over stitching my neck, her tiny tugs almost unnoticed. She ignored us with the practiced restraint of a professional mother. "I'd be dead twice over if it wasn't for Nick," I said, looking toward the unseen shower. Keesley aimed the lamp at my ear. I jerked as he dabbed at it with a soft square of damp cotton. It came away black with old blood.
"You would have escaped Kalamack eventually," he said. "Instead, you took a chance and got Nick out as well. I don't see failure in that."
I squinted at him with my unswollen eye. "How do you know about the rat fight?"
"Jenks told me on the way over."
Satisfied, I winced as Keesley dabbed a foul-smelling liquid on my torn ear. It throbbed dully under the 3 pain amulets.
"I can't do anything more about this," he said. "Sorry."
I had all but forgotten about my ear. Madalena flitted up to eye level, her gaze shifting from Keesley to me. "All done," she said in her China doll voice. "If you can finish up all right, I would like to, Her eyes were charmingly eager, an angel with glad tidings. "I want to tell Jenks about your offer to sublet the garden." Keesley nodded.
"You go right ahead," he said. "There's not much left but her wrist."
"Thanks, Madalena," I offered. "I didn't feel a thing." "You're welcome." The tiny pixie woman darted to the window, then returned. "Thank you," she whispered before vanishing through the window and into the dark garden. The living room was empty but for Keesley and me. It was so quiet I could hear the lids popping on the pots of water in the kitchen. Keesley took the scissors and cut the soaked cotton off my wrist. It fell away and my stomach roiled. My wrist was still there, but nothing was in the right place. No wonder Jenks's pixie dust couldn't stop it from bleeding. Chunks of white flesh were lumped into mounds, and little craters were filled with blood. If my wrist looked like that, what did my neck look like? Closing my eyes, I concentrated on breathing. I was going to pass out. I knew it.
"You've made a strong ally there," he said softly.
"Madalena?" I held my breath, trying not to hyperventilate. "I can't imagine why," I said as I exhaled. "I've continually put her husband and family at risk." He put Ivy's pan of water on his knees and gently lowered my wrist into it. I hissed at the bite of the water, then relaxed as the pain amulets dulled it. He prodded my wrist, and I yelped, trying to jerk away.
"You want some advice?"
he asked. "No."
"Good. Listen anyway. Looks to me like you've become the leader here. Accept it. Know it comes with a price. People will be doing things for you. Don't be selfish. Let them."
"I owe Nick and Jenks my life," I said, hating it. "What's so great about that?"
"No, you don't. Because of you, Nick no longer has to kill rats to stay alive, and Jenks's life expectancy has nearly doubled."
I pulled away, and this time he let me go. "How do you figure that?" I said suspiciously. The resonant tang of the pan hitting the coffee table was sharp as Keesley set it aside. He tucked a pink towel under my wrist, and I forced myself to look at it. The tissue looked more normal. A slow welling of blood rose to hide the damage, spilling over my wet skin to flow messily onto the towel.
"You made Jenks a partner,"
he said as he ripped open a gauze pad and dabbed at me.
"He has more at risk than a job. He has a garden. Tonight you made it his for as long as he wants. I've never heard of leasing property to a pixie, but I would wager it will hold up in a human or Inderland court if another clan challenged it. You've guaranteed that all his children have a place to survive until adulthood, not just the few firstborn. I think that's worth an afternoon of hide-and-seek in a room full of lunkers to him."
I watched him thread a needle and forced my eyes to the ceiling. The tugs and pinches started up with a slow rhythm. Everyone knew pixies and fairies vied with each other for a good bit of earth, but I had no idea the reasons went so deep. I thought about what Jenks had said about risking death by a bee sting for a pair of measly flower boxes. Now he had a garden. No wonder Madalena had been so matter-of-fact about the fairy attack. Keesley fell into a pattern of 2 stitches, 1 dab. The thing wouldn't stop bleeding. I refused to watch, my eyes roving over the gray living room until they fell upon the empty end table where Ivy's magazines had once sat. I swallowed hard, feeling nauseous. "Keesley, you've lived here a while, right?" I questioned. "When did Ivy move in?" He looked up from his stitching, his dark, wrinkled face blank.
"The same day you did. You quit the same day, didn't you?"
I caught myself before I could nod my agreement. "I can see why Jenks is risking his life to help me, but—" I looked at the hallway. "What is Ivy getting out of this?" I whispered. Keesley looked at my neck in disgust.
"Isn't it obvious? You let her feed off you, and she won't let the IS kill you."
My mouth opened in outrage. "I already told you Ivy didn't do this," I exclaimed, my heart pounding in the effort to raise my voice. "It was a demon." He didn't look as surprised as I would have expected. He stared at me, waiting for more. "I left the church to get a recipe for a spell," I said softly. "The IS sent a demon after me. It made itself into a vampire to kill me. Nick bound it in a circle, or it would have." I slumped, exhausted, my pulse hammered. I was too weak to even be angry.
"The IS?"
Keesley cut his needle free and glanced at me from under his lowered brow.
"Are you sure it was a demon? The IS doesn't use demons."
"I do now," I said sourly. I looked at my wrist, then quickly away. It was still bleeding, the blood oozing from between the green stitches. I reached up to find my neck at least had stopped. "It knew all 3 of my names, Keesley. My middle name isn't even on my birth certificate. How did the IS find out what it was?" Keesley's eyes were worried as he blotted at my wrist.
"Well, if it was a demon, you won't have to worry about any residual vamp ties from your bites, I'd imagine."
"Small favors," I said bitterly. He took my wrist again, pulling the lamp closer. He cupped a towel under it to catch the still dripping blood.
Rachel,
he murmured. Alarm bells rang in the back of my mind. I'd always been Ms. Morgan to him. What?
About the demon. Did you make a deal with it?
I followed his gaze to my wrist and went frightened. Nick did, I said quickly. He agreed to let it out of the circle if it got me back here alive. It took us through the ley lines.
Oh,
he said, and I felt myself go cold at his flat tone. He knew something I didn't. Oh, what? I demanded. What's the matter? He took a slow breath.
This isn't going to heal on its own,
he said softly, setting my wrist on my lap. What? I exclaimed, holding my wrist as my stomach churned and the chocolate threatened to come back up. The shower went off, and I felt a flash of panic. What had Nick done to me? Keesley opened a medicated adhesive bandage and applied it over my eye.
Demons don't do anything for free,
he said.
You owe it a favor.
I didn't agree to anything, I said. It was Nick. I told Nick not to let it out.
It's not anything Nick did,
Keesley said as he took my bruised arm and gently prodded it until my breath hissed in.
The demon wants additional payment for taking you through the ley lines. You have a choice, though. You can pay for your passage by having your wrist drip blood the rest of your life, or you can agree to owe the demon a favor and it will heal. I'd suggest the former.
I collapsed into the cushions. Swell. Just freaking great. I'd told Nick it was a bad idea. Keesley pulled my wrist to him and started winding a roll of gauze bandage around it. Blood soaked it almost as quickly as it went about my wrist.
Don't let it tell you that you don't have a say in the matter,
he said as he used the entire roll, fastening the end with a bit of white medical tape.
You can dicker about how to pay for your passage until you both agree on something. Years, even. Demons always give you choices, and they're patient.
Some choice, I barked. Agree to owe him a favor or walk around like I've got stigmata the rest of my life? He shrugged as he gathered his needles, thread, and scissors on his newspaper and folded it up.
I think you did pretty well for your first run-in with a demon.
First run-in? I exclaimed, then lay back panting. First? Like there was ever going to be a second. How do you know all this? I whispered. He stuffed the newspaper in the bag and rolled the top down.
You live long enough, you hear things.
Great. I looked up as Keesley pulled the heavy-duty pain amulet from around my neck. Hey, I objected as all my pains started back in with a dull throbbing. I need that.
You'll do just fine with two.
He stood up and dropped my salvation into a pocket.
That way you won't hurt yourself by trying to do anything. Leave those stitches in for about a week. Madalena can tell you when to take them out. No shape-shifting meantime.
He pulled out a sling and set it on the coffee table.
Wear it, he said simply. Your arm is bruised, not broken.
He arched his white eyebrows.
Lucky you.
Keesley, wait. I took a quick breath, trying to gather my thoughts. What can I do for you? An hour ago I thought I was dying.
An hour ago you were dying.
He chuckled, then shifted from foot to foot.
It's important you don't owe anyone anything, isn't it?
He hesitated.
I envy you for your friends. I'm old enough not to be afraid to say that. Friends are a luxury I haven't indulged in for a long time. If you let me trust you, consider us even.
But that's nothing, I protested. Do you want more plants from the garden or a mink potion? They're good for a few days more, and I won't be using them again.
I wouldn't count on that,
he said, glancing into the hall at the sound of my bathroom door creaking open.
And being someone I trust might be expensive. I might call in my markers someday. Are you willing to risk it?
Of course, I said, wondering what an old man like Keesley could be running from. It couldn't be worse than what I was facing. The door to the sanctuary boomed shut, and I straightened. Ivy was done sulking, and Nick was out of the shower. They were going to be at each other again in a moment, and I was too tired to play referee. Jenks buzzed in through the window, and I closed my eyes to gather my strength. All three of them at once might kill me. Bag in hand, Keesley shifted as if to go. Please don't leave yet, I pleaded. Nick might need something. He has a nasty cut on his head. Rach, Jenks said as he flew circles around Keesley in greeting. What the devil did you say to Madalena? She's flitting over the garden as if she's on brimstone, laughing and crying all at the same time. Can't get a straight word out of the woman." He jerked to a stop, hovering in midair, listening. "Oh, great," he muttered. "They're at it again already." I exchanged a weary look with Keesley as the muttered conversation in the hall came to an intent but quiet finish. Ivy walked in with a satisfied look. Nick was quick behind her. His scowl melted into a smile when he saw me upright and clearly feeling better. He had changed into an oversized white cotton T-shirt and a clean pair of baggy jeans fresh from the dryer. His charming half-smile didn't work on me. The thought of why my wrist was bleeding was too real.
"It must be Keesley," Nick asked, holding out his hand over the table as if nothing was wrong. "I'm Nick."
Keesley cleared his throat and took his hand.
"Nice to meet you,"
he said, his words at odds with the disapproving look on his old face.
"Rachel wants me to look at your forehead."
"I'm fine.
It quit bleeding in the shower."
"Really?" The old man's eyes narrowed.
"Rachel's wrist won't quit."
Nick's face went slack. His gaze darted to me. His mouth opened, then shut. I glared at him. Damn it all to hell. He knew exactly what that meant.
He
whispered.
"What?"
Ivy prompted. Jenks landed on her shoulder, and she brushed him off. Nick ran a hand over his chin and said nothing. Nick and I were going to talk. We were going to talk real soon. Keesley aggressively shoved his paper bag into Nick's chest.
"Hold this while I get Rachel's bath started. I want to make sure her core temp is where it should be."
Nick meekly backed up. Ivy looked suspiciously between the three of us. "A bath," I said brightly, not wanting her to know anything was wrong. She'd probably kill Nick if she knew what had happened. "That sounds great." I pushed my blanket and coat off of me and swung my feet to the floor. The room darkened, and I felt my face go cold.
"Slow up,"
Keesley said as he put a dark hand on my shoulder.
"Wait until it's ready."
I took a deep breath, refusing to put my head between my knees. It was so undignified. Nick looked sick as he stood in the corner.
He stammered. "You might have to wait for that bath. I think I used all the hot water."
"Good," I breathed. "That's what I told you to do." But inside I was withering. Keesley harumphed.
"That's what the pans of water are for."
Ivy scowled.
"Why didn't you say so?"
she grumbled as she walked out.
"I'll do it." "Mind that a bath isn't too hot,"
Keesley called after her.
"I know how to treat severe blood loss,"
she yelled belligerently.
"That you probably do, missy."
Straightening, he backed a startled Nick into the wall.
"You tell Miss Morgan what she can expect concerning her wrist,"
he said, taking his bag back. Nick nodded once, looking surprised by the short, innocuous-seeming witch. "Rach?" Jenks said, buzzing close. "What's going on with your wrist?" "Nothing." "What's going on with your wrist, hot stuff?" "Nothing." I waved him away, almost panting from the effort. "Jenks," Ivy called loudly over the distant sound of water flowing. "Get me that black bag on my dresser, will you? I want to put it in Rachel's bath." "The one that stinks like vermin?" he called, rising up to hover before me. "You've been in my stuff," she accused, and Jenks grinned sheepishly. "And hurry up about it," she added. "The sooner Rachel's in the tub, the sooner we can get out of here. As long as she's all right, we need to see about finishing her run." The recollection of Trent's shipment came flooding back. I looked at the clock and sighed. There was still time to get to the FIB and nail him, but I was not going to be taking part in it, in any way, shape, or form. Swell. 28. Bubbles, I thought, ought to be marketed as a medicinal inducement for well-being. I sighed, scooting myself up before my neck could slip under the water. Dulled by amulets and warm water, my bruises had retreated to a background throb. Even my wrist, propped high and dry on the side of the tub, felt reasonable. Faintly through the walls I could hear Nick talking to his mother on the phone, telling her that work had really gotten hectic the last 3 months and that he was sorry he hadn't called. Otherwise, the church was quiet. Jenks and Ivy were gone. "Out doing my job," I whispered, my complacent mood going sour. "What's that, Miss Rachel?" Madalena piped up. The small pixie woman was perched on a towel rack, looking like an angel in her flowing white silk dress as she embroidered dogwood blossoms on an exquisite shawl for her eldest daughter. She had been with me since I got in the tub, making sure I didn't pass out and drown.
Nothing.
I laboriously lifted my bruised arm and drew a mound of bubbles closer. The water was going cold and my stomach was rumbling. Ivy's bathroom looked eerily like my mother's, with tiny soaps in the shape of shells and lacy curtains over the stained glass window. A vase of violets rested on the back of the commode, and I was surprised a vamp cared about such things. The tub was black, contrasting nicely with the pastel walls and rosebud wallpaper. Madalena set her stitching aside and flitted down to hover over black porcelain.
"Should your amulets get wet like that?"
I glanced at the pain charms draped around my neck, thinking I looked like a drunken prostitute at Mardi Gras.
"It's okay," I breathed. "Soapy water won't disillusion them like salt water does."
"Miss Tamwood wouldn't tell me what she put in your bath," Madalena said primly. "There might be salt in it." Ivy hadn't told me either, and to tell the truth, I didn't want to know.
"No salt?" I asked.
With a small harumph, Madalena landed on my big toe, poking above the water. Her wings blurred to nothing, and a clear spot formed as the bubbles melted. Gathering her skirts, she cautiously bent to dip a hand, to bring a drop up to her nose. Tiny ripples spread out from her touch on the water.
"Vervain,"
she said in her high voice.
"My jinx was right there. Bloodroot. Golden seal."
Her eyes met mine.
"That's used to cover up something potent. What is she trying to hide?"
I looked at the ceiling. If it took away the pain, I really didn't care. There was a creak of floorboards in the hall, and I froze. "Nick?" I called, looking at my towel just out of reach. "I'm still in the tub. Don't come in." He scuffed to a halt, the thin veneered wood between us.
Hi, Rachel. I was just, checking on you."
There was a hesitation.
"I, need to talk to you."
My stomach clenched, and my attention fell upon my wrist. It was still bleeding through a wad of gauze an inch thick. The rivulet of blood on the black porcelain looked like a welt. Maybe that's why Ivy had a black tub. Blood didn't show up as well on black as it did on white.
"Rachel?"
he called into the quiet. "I'm okay," I said loudly, my voice echoing off the pink walls. "Give me a minute to get out of the tub, all right? I want to talk to you too, little wizard." I said the last snidely, and I heard his feet shift.
"I'm not a wizard,"
he said faintly. He hesitated.
"Are you hungry? Can I make you something to eat?"
He sounded guilty. "Yeah, thanks," I replied, wishing he would get away from the door. I was ravenous. My appetite probably had everything to do with that cake-like cookie Ivy made me eat before she left. It was as appetizing as a rice pancake, and only after I had choked it down did Ivy bother to tell me it would increase my metabolism, especially my blood production. I could still taste it on the back of my throat, sort of a mix between almonds, bananas, and shoe leather. Nick scuffed away, and I stretched with my foot for the tap to warm the water. The water heater was probably hot by now.
"Don't warm it, dear," Madalena warned. "Ivy said to get out once it went cold."
A wave of irritation swept me. I knew what Ivy had said, but I refrained from comment. I slowly sat up and moved to sit on the edge of the tub. The room seemed to darken around the edges, and I abruptly wrapped a fluffy pink towel around myself in case I passed out. When the room stopped going gray, I pulled the plug on the tub and carefully stood. It drained noisily, and I wiped the mist from the mirror, leaning against the sink to look at myself. A sigh shifted my shoulders. Madalena came to rest on my shoulder, watching me with sad eyes. I looked as if I'd fallen out of the back of a truck. One side of my face was welted with a purple bruise that spread up into my eye. Keithley's bandage had fallen off, showing a red gash following the arc of my eyebrow to make me look lopsided. I didn't even remember getting cut. I leaned closer, and the victim in my mirror mimicked me. Gathering my resolve, I pulled my damp, stringy hair away from my neck. A sound of resignation slipped from me. The demon hadn't made clean punctures, but rather 3 sets of tears that melted into each other like rivers and tributaries. Madalena's tiny stitches looked like a little railroad trellis running down to my collarbone. The remembrance of the demon pulled a shudder from me. I'd nearly died under it. Just that thought was enough to scare the hell out of me. But what was going to keep me awake at night was the niggling awareness that for all the terror and pain, the vampire saliva it had pumped into me had felt good. Lie or not, it had felt staggeringly wonderful. I gripped the towel closer around me and turned away. "Thank you, Madalena," I whispered. "I don't think the scars will be that noticeable." "You're welcome, dear. It was the least I could do. Would you like me to stay and make sure you get dressed all right?" "No." The sound of a mixer came from the kitchen. I opened the door and peeked into the hall. The smell of eggs was thick in the air. "I think I can manage. Thanks." The small pixie nodded and flitted out with her needlework, her wings making a soft hum. I listened for a long moment, and deciding Nick was safely occupied, I hobbled to my room, breathing a sigh of relief upon reaching it undetected. My hair dripped as I sat on the edge of my cot to catch my breath. The thought of putting on pants made me cringe, and I wasn't going to wear a skirt and nylons either. I finally settled on my fat jeans and a blue button-up plaid shirt that was easy enough to get into without bringing on too much pain from my shoulder and arm. I wouldn't be caught dead in such an outfit on the street, but it wasn't as if I was trying to impress Nick. The floor kept shifting under my feet as I dressed, and the walls tilted if I moved fast. But eventually I emerged with my damp amulets clanking about my neck. I scuffed down the hallway in my slippers, wondering if I ought to try to cover my bruise with a complexion spell. Standard makeup wasn't going to cut it. Nick blundered out of the kitchen, almost running me down. He had a sandwich in his hand.
"There you are,"
he said, his eyes wide as he ran his gaze down to my pink slippers and back up again.
"Do you want an egg sandwich?"
"No, thanks," I said, my stomach rumbling again. Too much sulfur. The thought flashed through me how he had looked, that black book in his grip as he flung out his hand and stopped that demon dead in its tracks, frightened, scared, and powerful. I'd never seen a human look powerful. It had been surprising. "I could use some help changing my wrist bandage, though," I finished bitingly. He cringed, thoroughly destroying the picture in my head.
"Rachel, I'm sorry."
I pushed past him and went into the kitchen. His steps were light behind me, and I leaned against the sink as I fed Mr. Fish. It was fully dark outside, and I could see tiny flashes of light as Jenks's family patrolled the garden. I froze as I saw that the tomato was back on the windowsill. A wash of worry hit me as I mentally cursed Ivy, then my brow furrowed. Why did I care what Nick thought? It was my house. I was an Inderlander. If he didn't like it, tough toads. I could feel Nick behind me at the table.
"Rachel, I'm really sorry,"
he said, and I turned, bracing myself. My outrage would lose all its effect if I passed out.
"I didn't know it would demand payment from you. Honest."
Angry, I brushed the damp hair from my eyes and stood with my arms crossed. "It's a demon mark, Nick. A freaking demon mark." Nick folded his lanky body into one of the hard-backed chairs. Elbows on the table, he dropped his head into the cup his hands made. Looking at the table, he said flatly,
"Demonology is a dead art. I didn't expect to be putting the knowledge to practical use. It was only supposed to be a painless way to fulfill one of my ancient language requirements."
He looked up, meeting my eyes. His worry, the need for me to listen and understand, halted my next caustic outburst.
"I'm really, really sorry," he said. "If I could move your demon mark to me, I would. But I thought you were dying. I couldn't just let you bleed to death in the back of some cab."
My anger trickled away. He had been willing to take a demon mark to save me. No one made him do it. I was an ass. Nick lifted the hair from over his left temple.
"Look, see?" he said hopefully. "It stops."
I peered at his scalp. Right where the demon had hit him was a newly closed wound, red-rimmed and sore-looking. The half-circle had a line through it. My stomach clenched. A demon mark. Damn it all to hell, I was going to have to wear a demon mark. Black ley line witches had demon marks, not white earth witches. Not me. Nick let his shock of dark hair fall.
"It will vanish after I pay back my favor. It's not forever."
"A favor?" I asked. His brown eyes were pinched, pleading for understanding.
"It will probably be information or something. At least that's what the texts say."
One hand clasped about my middle, I pushed my fingertips into my forehead. I really didn't have a choice. It wasn't as if Kotex made a pad for this kind of thing. So how do I let this demon know I agree to owe it a favor?
Do you?
Yes.
You just did then.
I felt ill, not liking that a demon had such a tie to me that it would know the moment I agreed to its terms. No paperwork? I said. No contracts? I don't like verbal agreements.
You wanted to come here and fill out paperwork?
He asked.
Think about it hard enough and it will.
No. My gaze dropped to my wrist. There was a small tickle. My face went slack as it grew to an itch and then a slight burning. Where are the scissors? I said tightly. He looked around blankly, and my wrist started to flame. It's burning! I shouted. The pain in my wrist continued to grow, and I pushed at the gauze, frantically trying to get it off. Get it off! Get it off! I shouted. Spinning, I flipped the tap on full and shoved my wrist under the water. The cold water soaked through, quenching the burning sensation. I leaned over the sink, my pulse pounding as the water flowed, pulling away the pain. The damp night air breezed in past the curtains, and I stared past the dark garden and into the graveyard, waiting for the black spots to go away. My knees were weak, and it was only the rush of adrenaline that kept me upright. There was a soft scraping sound as Nick slid a pair of scissors to me across the counter. I turned off the tap. Thanks for the warning, I said bitterly.
Mine didn't hurt,
he said. He looked worried and confused, and oh so bewildered. Grabbing a dish towel and the scissors, I went to my spot at the table. Wedging the blade through the gauze, I sawed at the soggy wrap. I flicked a glance up at him, tall and awkward. He stood by the sink, guilt seeming to pour from his hunched posture. I slumped. I'm sorry for being such a crab, Nick, I said, as I gave up on cutting it off and started to unwind it instead. I would have died if it hadn't been for you. I was lucky you were there to stop it. I owe you my life, and I'm really thankful for what you did. I hesitated. That thing scared the hell out of me. All I wanted was to forget about it, and now I can't. I don't know how to react, and yelling at you is very convenient. A smile quirked the corner of his mouth, and he turned a chair so he could sit before me.
Let me get that for you,
he said, reaching for my hand. I hesitated, then let him pull my wrist onto his lap. He bowed his head over my wrist, and his knees almost touched mine. I really owed him more than a simple thanks. Nick, I mean it. Thank you. That's twice you saved my life. This demon thing will be all right. I'm sorry you got a demon mark helping me. Nick looked up, his brown eyes searching mine. I was suddenly very conscious of how close he was. My memory went back to feeling his arms around me, carrying me into the church. I wondered if he had held me all the way through the ever after.
I'm glad I was there to help,
he said softly.
It was kind of my fault.
No, it would have found me no matter where I was, I said. Finally, the last wrap was gone. Swallowing hard, I stared at my wrist. My stomach twisted. It was entirely healed. Even the green stitches were gone. The raised white scar looked old. Mine was in the shape of a full circle with that same line running through it.
Oh,
Nick murmured, leaning back.
The demon must like you. It didn't heal me, just stopped the bleeding.
Swell. I rubbed the mark on my wrist. It was better than a bandage, I guess. It wasn't as if anyone would know what the scar was from. No one had been dealing with demons since the turn. So now I just wait until it wants something?
Yeah.
Nick's chair scraped as he stood up and went to the stove. I propped my elbows up on the table and felt the air slip in and out of my lungs. Nick stood at the stove with his back to me and stirred a stew pot. An uncomfortable silence grew.
Do you like student food?
Nick said suddenly. I straightened. Beg pardon?
Student food.
His eyes went to the tomato on the sill.
Whatever's in the refrigerator over pasta.
Understandably concerned, I pushed myself upright and tottered over to see what was on the stove. Macaroni spun and rolled in the pot. A wooden spoon sat next to it, and my eyebrows rose. Have you been using that spoon? Nick nodded.
Yeah? Why?
I reached for the salt and dumped the entire canister into it.
Whoa! Nick cried. I already salted the water. You don't need that much.
Ignoring him, I tossed the wooden spoon into my dissolution vat and pulled out a metal one. Until I get my ceramic spoons back, it's metal for cooking and wooden for spells. Rinse the macaroni well. It ought to be okay. Nick's eyebrows rose.
I would think you would use metal spoons for spells and wooden for cooking, since spells don't stick to metal.
I made my slow way to the fridge, feeling my heart pound from even this little exertion. And why do you suppose spells don't stick to metal? Unless it's copper, metal screws everything up. I'll do the spell crafting if you don't mind. You do dinner. Much to my surprise, Nick didn't get all huffy and testosterone-laden, but only gave me that lopsided smile of his. A jolt of pain broke through the amulets as I tugged the fridge open. "Can't believe how hungry I am," I said as I looked for something that wasn't wrapped in paper or plastic foam. I think Ivy may have slipped me something. There was a whoosh of water as Nick dumped the macaroni to drain.
"Little cake thing?"
I pulled my head out and blinked at him. Had Ivy given him one, too? Yes.
"I saw it."
His eyes were fixed on the tomato, steam billowing around him as he rinsed the macaroni.
"When I was doing my master's thesis, I had access to the rare book vault."
His brow pinched.
"It's right next to the ancient book locker. Anyway, the architectural designs of pre-industrial cathedrals are boring, and one night I found a diary of a 17th century British priest. He had been tried and convicted of murdering 3 of his prettiest parishioners."
Nick dumped the pasta back in the bowl and opened a jar of Alfredo.
"He made reference to such a thing, said it made the vampires' orgies of blood and lust possible on a nightly basis. From a scientific point of view, you should consider yourself lucky. I imagine it's only rarely offered to someone not under their sway and compelled to keep their mouth shut about it."
I frowned in unease. What the devil had Ivy given me? His eyes still on the tomato, Nick dumped the sauce over the pasta. A rich smell filled the kitchen, and my stomach growled. He stirred it in, and I watched Nick watch the tomato. He was starting to look rather sick. Exasperated with humanity's groundless revulsion of tomatoes, I closed the fridge and hobbled to the window. "How did this get in here?" I muttered, pushing it through the pixie hole and into the night. It hit with a soft thud. "Thanks," he said, taking a relieved breath. I returned to my chair with a heavy sigh. One would think Ivy and I had a decaying sheep's head on our counter. But it was nice to know he had at least one human hang-up. Nick puttered about, adding mushrooms, Worcestershire sauce, and pepperoni to the concoction. I smiled as I realized it was the last of my pizza fixings. It smelled wonderful, and as he plucked the ladle from the island rack, I asked, "Enough for 2?
"It's enough for a dorm room."
Nick slid a bowl before me and sat down, curling his arm protectively about his bowl.
"Student food," he said around a mouthful. "Try it."
I glanced at the clock above the sink as I dipped my spoon. Ivy and Jenks were probably at the FIB right now, trying to convince the front guy they weren't loons, and here I was eating macaroni Alfredo with a human. It didn't look right. The food, I mean. It would have been better in a tomato sauce. Dubious, I took a taste. "Hey," I said, pleased. "This is good."
"Told you."
For a few moments there was only the scraping of spoons and the sound of the crickets in the garden. Nick's pace slowed, and he glanced at the clock over the sink.
"Hey, I've got a big favor to ask,"
he said hesitantly. I swallowed as I looked up, knowing what was coming. "You can crash here for the night if you want," I said, "though there are no guarantees you'll wake up with all your fluids intact, or even at all. The IS is still spelling for me. Right now it's just those tenacious fairies, but as soon as the word gets out that I'm still alive, we might be up to our armpits in assassins. You'd be safer on a park bench," I finished dryly. His smile was relieved.
"Thanks, but I'll risk it. I'll get out of your hair tomorrow, see if my landlord has anything left that's mine, and go visit my mom."
His long face puckered, looking as worried as when he thought I was bleeding to death.
"I'll tell her I lost everything in a fire. This is going to be a rough one."
I felt a stab of sympathy. I knew what it was like to find yourself on the street with only a box left of your life. "Sure you don't want to stay with her tonight?" I asked. "It'd be safer." He went back to eating.
"I can take care of myself."
"I bet you can," I thought, my mind going back to that demon book he took from the library. It wasn't in my bag anymore. A tiny smear of blood, the only thing to say it had ever been there. I wanted to come right out and ask if he worked black magic, but he might say yes, and then I'd have to decide what I was going to do about it. I didn't want to do that right yet. I liked Nick's easy confidence, and the novelty of seeing that in a human was decidedly intriguing. A part of me knew and despised that the attraction probably stemmed from my hero rescuing the damsel in distress syndrome, but I needed something safe and secure in my life right now, and a magic-working human who could keep demons from tearing my throat out fit the bill nicely, especially when he looked as harmless as he did.
Besides, Nick said, ruining it, Jenks will pix me if I leave before he gets back.
My breath slipped from me in bother. He was a babysitter. How nice. The sound of the phone ringing echoed through the walls. I looked up at Nick and didn't move. I was sore, damn it. He gave me that half-smile of his and stood.
I'll get it.
I took another bite as I watched his vanishing backside, thinking I might offer to go shopping with him when he bought himself some new clothes. Those jeans he had on were way too loose.
Hello?
Nick said, his voice dropping and taking on a surprisingly professional tone.
You've reached Morgan, Tamwood, and Jenks' Vampiric Charms Runner Service.
Vampiric Charms Runner Service, I thought. A little of Ivy, a little of me. It was as good as anything else, I suppose. I blew on a spoonful, thinking his cooking wasn't bad either.
Jenks?
Nick said, and I hesitated, looking up as Nick appeared in the hallway with the phone.
She's eating. You're at the airport already?
There was a long pause, and I sighed. The FIB was more open-minded and eager for Trent than I had anticipated.
The FIB?
Nick's tone had shifted to concern, and I stiffened as he added,
She did what? Is anyone dead?
My eyes closed in a long blink, and I set my spoon aside. Nick's concoction went sour in my stomach, and I swallowed hard.
Sure,
Nick said, the skin around his expressive eyes crinkling as he met my gaze.
Give us a half hour.
The beep of the phone as he turned it off was loud. He turned to me and blew out his breath.
We have a problem.
29. I fell against the inside of the cab as it made a tight turn. Pain broke past my amulets, and I clutched one-handed at my bag in misery. The driver was human, and he had made it painfully clear he didn't like driving out to the Hollows after dark. His constant muttering hadn't abated until he crossed the Ohio River and was back where decent people kept themselves. In his eyes, my and Nick's only saving grace was that he had picked us up at a church and that we were going to the FIB. Fine, decent establishment upholding the right side of law. Okay, I said, as Nick helped ease me upright. So those fine and decent people at the FIB were harassing Ivy, playing good cop, bad cop. Someone touched her and...
She exploded,
Nick finished.
It took 8 officers to bring her down. Jenks says 3 are in the hospital for observation. 4 more were treated and released.
Idiots, I muttered. What about Jenks? Nick put an arm out, bracing himself as we lurched to a stop before a tall stone and glass building.
They'll release him to a responsible person.
His grin looked a tad nervous.
And in the absence of one, they said you would do.
Ha, I said dryly. Peering up through the dirty glass of the cab, I read, Federal Inderland Bureau, engraved deeply over the 2 sets of doors. Nick sidled out to the sidewalk first and extended a hand to help me. I slowly worked my way out and tried to find my bearings as he paid the cabbie with the money I slipped him. It was bright under the streetlights, and the streets themselves had remarkably light traffic for that hour. Clearly, we were deep into the human district of Cincinnati. Looking up to find the top of the imposing building, I felt very much the minority and on edge. I scanned the black windows around me for any sign of attack. Jax had said the ferry assassins left right after my phone call. To get reinforcements or to set up an ambush here? I didn't like the idea that ferry catapults might be winching back as I waited. Even a ferry wouldn't be so bold as to tag me inside the FIB building, but on the sidewalk I was fair game. Then again, they could have been taken off the run, seeing as the IS was sending demons now. I felt a flash of satisfaction, knowing the demon had ripped apart its summoner. They wouldn't send another any time soon. Black magic always swings back to get you. Always. You really ought to take better care of your sister, the driver said as he took the money, and Nick and I looked blankly at each other. But I guess you Inderlanders don't care about each other as much as us decent folks. I'd pulp anyone who dared touch my sister with the back of his hand. He added before driving off. I stared at his taillights in confusion until Nick said,
He thinks someone beat you, and I'm bringing you in to file a complaint.
I was too nervous to laugh. Besides, it would have made me pass out. But I managed a choking snicker, taking his arm before I fell over. Brow pinched, Nick gallantly pulled the glass door open and held it for me. A flash of angst went through me as I stepped over the threshold. I put myself in the questionable position of having to trust a human-run establishment. It was shaky ground. I didn't like it. But the sound of loud conversations and the smell of burnt coffee were familiar and soothing. Institution was written everywhere, from the gray-tiled floor to the chatter of loud conversation, to the orange chairs the anxious parents and unrepentant thugs sat in. It felt like coming home, and my shoulders eased.
Over there,"
Nick said, pointing to the front counter. My arm was throbbing in its sling and my shoulder hurt. Either my sweat was diluting my amulets or my exertions were starting to cancel them out. Nick walked almost behind me, and it was bothersome. The desk clerk looked up as we approached, her eyes widening. "Oh, sweetheart," she exclaimed softly. "What happened to you?" I winced as I put my elbows on the counter to steady myself. My complexion charm wasn't enough to blur my black eye or stitches. Just what was I supposed to tell her? That demons were loose in Cincinnati again? I glanced behind me, but Nick was no help, turned away to the doors. I stammered. Here to pick someone up." She reached to scratch her neck. "Not the one who did that to you." I couldn't help my smile at her concern. I was a sucker for pity. "No." The woman tucked a strand of graying hair behind her ear. "I hate to tell you this, but you need to go to the Hillman Street office, and you'll have to wait until tomorrow. They won't release anyone after normal business hours." I sighed. I hated the maze of bureaucracy with a passion, but I found the best way to deal with it is to smile and act stupid. That way no one gets confused. "But I talked to someone less than 20 minutes ago," I objected. "I was told to come here." Her mouth made a round O of understanding. A wary expression settled around her eyes. "Ah," she said, looking at me sideways. "You're here for the—" She hesitated. "Pixie." She rubbed the beginnings of a small blister behind her neck. She'd been pixed. Nick cleared his throat.
"His name is Jenks,"
he said tightly, his head lowered. Clearly he had heard the hesitation, thinking she had almost said bug. "Yes," she said slowly, leaning to scratch her ankle. "Mr. Jenks, if you would take a seat over there," she pointed. "Someone will be with you as soon as Captain Eden is available." Captain Eden? I took Nick's arm. "Thank you." Feeling old and creaky, I angled to the orange monstrosities lined up against the lobby's walls. The woman's attitude shift wasn't unexpected. In a breath, I had gone from honey to whore. Though having lived openly with humans for 40 years, tensions ran high at times. They were afraid, and probably for good reason. It's not easy waking up to find your neighbors are vampires, and your 4th-grade teacher really was a witch. Nick's eyes rove over the lobby as he helped me sit. The chairs were as unpleasant as I had expected, hard and uncomfortable. Nick sat beside me, perched on the edge with his long legs bent at the knees.
"How are you doing?"
he asked as I groaned while trying to find a halfway comfortable position. "Fine," I said shortly. "Just dandy." I winced, tracking 2 uniformed men passing through the lobby. One was on crutches, the other's black eye was just starting to purple up, and he was scratching vigorously at his shoulders. "Thanks a heap, Jenks and Ivy." My unease filtered back. How was I supposed to convince the captain of the FIB to help me now?
"You want something to eat?"
Nick said, yanking my attention back.
I could go across the street for some graters. You like butter pecan ice cream?"
"No." It came out more brusque than I had intended, and I smiled to soften my words. "No, thank you," I amended, my worries settling in my belly to stay.
"How about something from the candy machine, then? Salt and carbohydrates?" he prompted hopefully. "The food of champions."
I shook my head and set my bag between my feet. Trying to keep my breathing shallow, I stared at the scuffed tile floor. If I ate one more thing, I thought I was going to Ralph. I had eaten another bowl of Nick's macaroni before the cab picked us up, but that wasn't the problem.
"Amulets wearing off?"
Nick guessed, and I nodded. A pair of scuffed brown shoes came to a slow halt within my range. Nick slid to the back of his chair with his arms crossed, and I slowly pulled my head up. It was a stocky man in a white dress shirt and khakis, trim and carrying the polish of an ex-Marine gone civilian. He wore plastic-framed glasses, the lenses looking too small against his round face. There was a smell of soap about him, and his close-cropped hair was damp and stuck up like a baby orangutan's. My guess was that he had been pixed and knew enough to wash before the blisters could start. His bandaged right wrist was in a sling identical to mine. Short black hair, short gray mustache. I hoped he had a long temper.
"Miss Morgan,"
he said, and I straightened with a sigh.
"I'm Captain Eden."
Great, I thought, struggling to stand up. Nick helped. I found I could look Eden right in the eye, making him rather short for all his official presence. I would almost say he had some troll blood in him, if such a thing were biologically possible. My eyes lingered on the weapon holstered on his hip, and I spared a wish for my IS-issue cuffs. Eyes scrunched from my too-strong perfume, he stuck out his left hand instead of the usual right, seeing as we were both unable to use them. My pulse quickened as we shook left hands. It felt wrong, and I would rather use my bruised right arm than do it again. "Good evening, Captain," I said, trying to hide my nervousness. "This is Nick Sparagamos. He's helping me keep upright today." Eden gave Nick a short nod, then hesitated.
"Mr. Sparagamos, have we met before?"
"No, I don't think so." Nick's words were a shade too fast, and I ran my gaze down his carefully casual stance. Nick had been here before, and I didn't think it had been to pick up his tickets to the FIB's yearly fundraising dinner.
"You sure?"
the man questioned, running a quick hand over his bristly hair.
"Yeah."
The older man eyed him.
"Yes," he said abruptly. "I'm thinking of someone else."
Nick's posture eased almost imperceptibly, piquing my interest further. Captain Eden's gaze turned to my neck, and I wondered if I ought to try and cover my stitches with a scarf or something.
"If you would come back with me," the stocky man said, "I'd like to speak with you before I release the pixie to your custody."
Nick stiffened.
"His name is Jenks,"
he muttered, just audible over the lobby noise.
"Yes, Mr. Jenks."
Eden paused.
"If you would come back to my office."
"What about Ivy?" I asked, reluctant to leave the public lobby behind. My pulse was racing with just the effort to stand here. If I had to move quickly, I'd pass out.
"Ms. Tamwood will remain where she is. She's to be turned over to the IS for prosecution in the morning."
Anger overpowered my caution. "You knew better than to touch an angry vamp," I said. Nick's grip tightened on my arm, and it was all I could do not to try to jerk away from him. A hint of a smile drifted over Eden.
"It still remains that she assaulted FIB personnel," he said. "My hands are tied concerning Tamwood. We aren't equipped to deal with Inderlanders." He hesitated. "Would you come with me to my office? We can discuss your options."
My worry deepened. Denon would love to get Ivy incarcerated dead to rights. Nick handed me my bag, and I nodded. This was not good. It almost seemed as if Eden had goaded Ivy into losing her temper to get me to come down here with my hat in my hand. But I followed Eden to a glass-walled corner office off the lobby. At first it looked tucked out of the way, but with the blinds up, he would have a view of everything. Right now they were closed to make his corner less of a fishbowl than it was. He left the door open and the noise filtered in.
"Have a seat,"
he said, gesturing to the 2 green upholstered chairs opposite his desk. I gratefully sat, finding the flat padding marginally more comfortable than the plastic chairs in the lobby. As Nick stiffly lowered himself, I ran my eyes over Eden's office, noting the dust-colored bowling trophies and stacks of folders. File cabinets lined one wall, photo albums stacked on top of them to nearly the ceiling. A clock hung behind Eden's desk, ticking loudly. There was a picture of him and my old boss, Denon, shaking hands outside City Hall. Eden looked short and common next to Denon's vampire grace. They were both smiling. I brought my attention back to Eden. He was slouched in his chair, clearly waiting for me to finish my evaluation of his office. If he cared to ask, I would have told him he was a slob. But his office had a cluttered efficiency about it that said real work was done here. It was as far from Denon's gadget-strewn, sterile office as my old desk was from the churchyard. I liked it. If I had to trust someone, I'd rather it be someone as unorganized as me. Eden pulled himself straight.
"I'll admit my conversation with Tamwood was intriguing, Ms. Morgan," he said. "As a former IS operative, I'm sure you know what bringing Trent Kalamack in under the suspicion of anything, much less manufacturing and distributing illegal bioproducts, could do for the FIB's image.
Right to the point. Snap my fingers if I wasn't starting to like this guy. Still, I said nothing as my stomach knotted. He wasn't done. Eden put an arm on his desk, hiding his sling in his lap.
But you understand I can't ask my people to arrest Councilman Kalamack under the advice of a former IS runner. You're under a death threat, illegal or not.
My breathing quickened to match my whirling thoughts. I had been right. He had thrown Ivy into custody to get me down here. For one panicked instant, I wondered if he was stalling me, if he had the IS on their way to tag me. The thought vanished in a painful rush of adrenaline. The FIB and the IS were in a bitter rivalry. If Eden was going to claim the bounty on my head, he'd do it himself, not invite the IS into his building. Eden had brought me down here to evaluate me. For what, I wondered, my worry tightening. Deciding to take control of the conversation, I smiled, wincing as the swelling on my eye pulled. Giving up on my dazzle-them-to-distraction approach, I faced him squarely, pushing the tension from my shoulders down to my stomach where he couldn't see it. I'd like to apologize for my associate's behavior, Captain Eden. I looked at his bandaged wrist. Did she break it? The barest wisp of surprise crossed him.
Worse, it's fractured in 4 places. They'll tell me tomorrow if I have to get a cast or simply wait for it to heal. Damn infirmary won't let me take anything stronger than an aspirin. It's a full moon next week, Miss Morgan. Do you realize how far behind I will be if I have to take even 1 day off?
This chit-chat was going nowhere. My pain was starting to flow back, and I had to find out what Eden wanted before it was too late to move on Kalamack. It had to be more than Trent. He could have dealt with Ivy alone if that was all he wanted. Steadying myself, I took off one of my amulets and pushed it across his desk. My bag was full of spells, but not one of them was for pain. I understand, Captain Eden. I'm sure we can come to an agreement that would be mutually beneficial. My fingers left the small disc, and I struggled to keep my eyes from widening at the rush of pain. Nausea twisted my stomach, and I felt 3 times as weak. I hoped I hadn't made a mistake offering it to him. As witnessed by the desk clerk, few humans approved of Inderlanders, much less their magic. I thought it worth the risk. Eden seemed unusually open-minded. It remained to be seen how far. His eyes showed only curiosity as he reached for the charm.
You know I can't accept this, he said. As an FIB officer, it would be considered...
His face went slack as his fingers closed upon the amulet, and the pain in his wrist was deadened.
A bribe,
he finished softly. His dark eyes met mine, and I smiled despite my pain. A trade. I arched my eyebrows, ignoring the pull of tape. An aspirin for an aspirin? If he was smart, he'd understand I was testing the waters. If he was stupid, it didn't matter, and I'd be dead by the end of the week. But if there was no way to convince him to act on my tip, I wouldn't be sitting in his office. For a moment, Eden sat as if afraid to move and break the spell. Finally, an honest smile came over him. He leaned to open his door and bellowed out into the hall.
"Rose, get me a couple of aspirin. I'm dying in here."
He leaned back, grinning as he hung the amulet about his neck and hid it behind his shirt. His relief was obvious. It was a start. My worry grew as a harried-looking woman walked in, her heels clicking on the gray tile. She visibly jerked at finding us in Eden's office. Pulling her eyes from me, she held out 2 paper cups, and he pointed to the desk. The woman's brow furrowed, and she set them next to his hand and silently left. Eden reached a foot out after her and kicked the door shut. He waited, shifting his glasses higher up his nose before crossing his good arm over his bad. I swallowed hard as I reached for the 2 cups. Now it was my turn for trust. There might be anything in those tiny white pills, but finding relief from my pain was beyond expectation. The pills rattled as I brought the cup close and peered down at them. I'd heard about pills. I'd had a roommate who swore by them. Keeping a bottle of white tablets next to her toothbrush, she said they worked better than amulets, and you don't have to stick your finger. I had watched her take one once. You were supposed to swallow them whole. Nick leaned close.
"You can palm it if you want,"
he whispered, and I shook my head. I quickly upended the cup with the aspirin, tasting the bitter bite of willow bark as I took a swallow of tepid water. I struggled not to cough as I felt the pills go down, clenching at the pain the sudden movement brought on. This was supposed to make me feel better? Nick patted me hesitantly on the back. Through my watering eyes, I could see Eden all but laughing at my ineptness. I waved Nick off and forced myself to sit up straight. A moment passed, then another. Still the aspirin didn't take effect. I sighed. Nothing. No wonder humans were so suspicious. Their medicines didn't work. "I can give you Kalamack, Captain Eden." I glanced at the clock behind him. 10:45. "I can prove he's dealing in illegal drugs, both manufacturing and distribution." Eden's eyes went alight.
"Give me the proof and we will go to the airport."
I felt my expression freeze. Ivy had told him nearly everything, and he still wanted to talk to me? Why hadn't he taken the information and brought some glory for himself? God knew it would be cheaper. What was he up to? "I don't have all of it," I admitted, "but I heard him discussing the arrangements. If we find the drugs, that's proof enough." Eden pressed his lips together to make his mustache move.
"I won't go out on circumstantial evidence. I've been a fool for the IS before."
I glanced at the clock again. 10:46. His eyes met mine as I looked away, and I bit back a flash of annoyance. Now he knew I was in a hurry. "Captain," I said, trying to keep the imploring from my voice. "I broke into Trent Kalamack's office to get the proof, but got caught. I spent the last 3 days as an unwilling guest. I overheard several meetings that substantiated my beliefs. He's a manufacturer and distributor of illegal biodrugs." Calm and collected, Eden leaned back and swiveled his chair.
"You spent 3 days with Kalamack and expect me to believe he was speaking the truth in front of you?"
"I was a mink," I said dryly. "I was supposed to die in the city's rat fights. I wasn't supposed to escape." Nick shifted uneasily beside me, but Eden nodded as if I'd confirmed his suspicions. "Trent is running a rainbow of biodrugs out nearly every week," I said, forcing my hand down from playing with my hair. "Blackmailing anyone who can afford it and who is in the unfortunate situation of needing them. You could chart his hidden profits by plotting the IS Brimstone takes. He's using them as a—"
"Distraction,"
Eden finished for me. He hit the nearby file cabinet, leaving a small dent. Both Nick and I jumped.
"Damn! No wonder we never catch a break."
I nodded. It was now or never. Whether I trusted him or not was irrelevant. If he didn't help me, I was dead. "It gets better," I said, praying I was doing the right thing. "Trent has an IS runner on his payroll who has been heading most of the IS Brimstone takes." Eden's round face went hard behind his glasses.
"Fred Perry?"
"Francis Perry," I corrected him, a sudden flash of anger warming me. Eyes narrowed, Eden shifted in his chair. Clearly he didn't like a bad cop any more than I did. I took a shaky breath. "A shipment of biodrugs is going out tonight. With me, you can nail them both. The FIB gets the credit for the tag, the IS looks like a fool, and your department quietly pays off my contract." My head hurt, and I prayed I hadn't just flushed my only chance down the toilet. "You could make it a consultant fee. An aspirin for an aspirin?" Lips pressed tight, Eden looked at the acoustic-tiled ceiling. Slowly his face calmed, and I waited, steeling myself as I realized I was clicking my nails together in time with the ticking of the clock.
"I'm tempted to bend the rules for you, Ms. Morgan," he said, and my heart gave a thump. "But I need more. Something the higher-ups can chart on their profit and loss statement that will show value for more than a quarter."
"More?" Nick exclaimed, sounding angry. My head throbbed. He wanted more? "I don't have anything more, Captain," I said forcefully, frustration riding high in me. He smiled wickedly. "But you do." My eyebrows tried to go up, halted by the tape. Eden glanced at his closed door.
"If this works out, catching Kalamack, I mean."
A thick hand reached to rub his forehead. When his fingers dropped, the easy, self-assured confidence of an FIB captain was gone. replaced with an eager, intelligent gleam that set me back a pace.
"I've been working for the FIB since I left the service," he said softly. "I've worked my way up by seeing what was missing and finding it."
"I'm not a commodity, Captain," I said hotly.
"Everyone is a commodity," he said. "My departments at the FIB are at a great disadvantage, Ms. Morgan. Inderlanders have evolved knowing human weaknesses. Hell, you're probably responsible for half our mental hang-ups. The frustrating truth is, we can't compete."
He wanted me to rat on my fellow Inderlanders. He should have known better. "I don't know anything you can't find in a library," I said, gripping my bag tightly. I wanted to get up and storm out, but he had me right where he wanted me, and I could do nothing but watch him smile. His flat teeth were startlingly human compared to the predatory gleam in his eye.
"I'm sure that's not entirely true," he said, "but I'm asking for advice, not a betrayal."
Eden leaned back in his chair, seeming to collect his thoughts.
"Occasionally," he said. "Tonight with Ms. Tamwood, for example, an Inderlander comes to us seeking help or with information they don't feel prudent taking to the IS. To be honest, we don't know how to deal with them. My people are so suspicious that they can't gain any useful information. On the rare occasion when we do understand, we don't know how to capitalize on it. The only reason we were able to contain Ms. Tamwood is because she agreed to be incarcerated once it was explained we would be more than willing to listen to you if she did. Up until today, we have reluctantly turned situations like this over to the IS.
His eyes met mine.
They make us look like fools, Ms. Morgan."
He was offering me a job, but my tension swelled instead of easing. If I wanted a boss, I would have stayed with the IS, Captain.
"Nope,"
he protested quickly, his chair creaking as he sat upright.
"Having you here would be a mistake. Not only would my officers want my head on a pole, but it's against the ISFIB convention to have you on the payroll."
His smile grew wicked, and I waited for it.
"I want you as a consultant, occasionally, as the need demands."
I let my held breath out slowly, seeing for the first time what he was after.
"What did you say your firm was called?" Eden asked. "Vampiric Charms," Nick said.
Eden chuckled.
"Sounds like a dating service."
I winced, but it was too late to change it now. "And I get paid for these occasional services?" I asked, chewing on my lower lip. This might work.
"Of course."
Now it was my turn to stare at the ceiling, my pulse racing at the chance that I'd found a way out of this. "I'm part of a team, Captain Eden," I said, wondering if Ivy was having second thoughts about our partnership. "I can't speak for them."
"Miss Tamwood has already agreed. I believe she said, 'If the little witch says yes, I'll go along with it.' Mr. Jenks expressed a similar feeling, but his exact words were substantially more colorful."
I glanced at Nick, and he shrugged uneasily. There was no guarantee, when all was said and done, that Eden wouldn't conveniently forget to pay off my contract, but something in his dry humor and honest reactions had convinced me he wouldn't. Besides, I had already made a pact with a demon tonight. This couldn't be any worse. "Captain Eden, we have a deal," I said suddenly. "It's Southwest's 11:45 flight to L.A.
"Great!"
His good hand hit the table with a thump, and I jumped again.
"I knew you would. Rose!"
he shouted to the closed door. Grinning, he leaned to open it.
"Rose, get a Brimstone dog team out too."
He looked at me.
"Where's the Brimstone take?"
he asked. "Ivy didn't tell you?" I said in surprise.
"She may have. I want to know if she's lying."
"Main bus depot," I said, my heart hammering all the harder. We were going to do this. I was going to tag Trent and get my death threat paid off.
"Rose!"
he shouted again.
"The old bus depot. Who's pushing paper tonight who didn't go to the hospital?"
A feminine but robust voice cut over the accumulated clatter. "Cayman is here, but he's in the shower getting that bug dust off. Dylan? Ray?"
"Stop,"
Eden said. He stood and, gesturing for Nick and me to join him, darted out of his office. I took a deep breath and lurched to my feet. Much to my surprise, my aches had retreated to dull throbs. We followed Eden down the hall, excitement making my pace quick. "I think the aspirin is finally working," I whispered to Nick as we caught up to Eden. He was hunched over a spotless desk, talking to the same woman who had brought me the pills.
"Call Reuben and Simon in," he said. "I need someone with a cooler head. Send them to the airport. Tell them to wait for me."
"You, sir?" Rose glanced over her glasses at Nick and me. Her frown said it all. She wasn't happy having 2 Inderlanders in the building, much less standing behind her boss.
"Yes, me. Get the unmarked van around front. I'm going out tonight."
He hoisted his belt up over his hips.
"No mistakes? This one has to be done right."
30. The floor of the FIB van was surprisingly clean. There was a faint odor of pipe smoke, reminding me of my dad. Captain Eden and the driver, introduced as Clayton, were up front. Nick, Jenks, and I were on the middle bench. The windows were cracked to dilute my perfume. If I'd known they weren't going to release Ivy until after the deal was done, I wouldn't have put it on. As it was, I reeked. Jenks was on a rampage, his tiny voice scraping along the inside of my skull as he ranted, winding my anticipation to new heights. "Put a sock in it, Jenks," I whispered, as I ran the tip of my finger around the bottom of my tiny cellophane bag of nuts for the last of the salt. When the aspirin had dulled my pain, my hunger kicked in. I'd almost rather have done without the aspirin if it meant not being famished. "Go turn yourself," Jenks snarled from the cup holder where I had put him. "They stuffed me into a water cooler like I was a freak on display. They broke my friggin' wing. Look at it. Snapped the main vein. I've got mineral spots on my shirt. It's ruined. And did you see my boots? I'll never get the coffee off 'em." "They apologized," I said. But I knew it was a lost cause. He was on a roll. "It's going to take me a week to grow my damn wing back. Madalena's going to kill me. Everyone hides from me when I can't fly. Did you know that? Even my kids." I tuned him out. The tirade had started the moment they released him and hadn't quit yet. Though Jenks hadn't been charged with a crime, seeing as he'd been at the ceiling cheering Ivy on while she pummeled the FIB officers, he had insisted on poking about where he shouldn't until they put him in an emptied water jug. I was beginning to see what Eden had been talking about. He and his officers hadn't a clue as to how to handle Inderlanders. They could have trapped him in a cupboard or drawer as he nosed about. His wings never would have gotten wet and become as fragile as tissue paper. The 10-minute chase with a net wouldn't have happened, and half the officers on the floor wouldn't have been pixed. Ivy and Jenks had come to the FIB willingly, and they still ended up leaving a trail of chaos. What a violent, uncooperative Inderlander might do was frightening.
"It doesn't make sense," Nick said loud enough for Eden in the front to hear. "Why is Mr. Kalamack padding his pocket with illegal gains? He's already independently wealthy."
Eden turned halfway around in his seat, his khaki nylon jacket sliding. He had a yellow FIB hat on, the only sign of his authority.
"He must be funding a project he doesn't want to be found. Money is hard to trace when it's gotten from illegal means and spent on the same."
I wondered what it was. Something more going on in Ferris's lab, perhaps. The FIB captain brought his thick hand to his chin, his round face lit by the cars behind us.
"Mr. Sparagamos," he questioned, "have you ever taken the ferry tour of the waterfront?"
Nick's face went still.
"Sir?"
Eden shook his head.
"It's the damnedest thing. I'm sure I've seen you before."
"No," Nick said, easing back into the corner of the seat.
I don't like boats."
Making a small sound, Eden turned back around in his seat. I exchanged a knowing look with Jenks. The small pixie made a sly face, catching on faster than I had. My empty bag of peanuts crumpled noisily, and I tucked it in my bag, not about to throw it onto the clean floor. Nick was shadowed and closed, the dim light from oncoming motorists blurring his sharp nose and thin face. Leaning close, I whispered, "What did you do?" His eyes remained fixed out the window, his chest rising and falling in a smooth breath.
"Nothing."
I glanced at the back of Eden's head. "You're right, and I'm the IS poster girl. Look, I'm sorry I got you into this. If you want to just walk away when we get to the airport, I'll understand. On second thought, I didn't want to know what he'd done." He shook his head, giving me a quick flash of a smile.
"It's all right," he said. "I'll see you through tonight. I owe you that for getting me out of that rat pit. One more week and I was going to go insane."
Just imagining it gave me a chill. There were worse fates than being on an IS death list. I touched his shoulder briefly and eased back into my seat, surreptitiously watching him as he lost his hidden tension and his breath came easier. The more I knew about him, the larger his contrasts with most of humanity became. But instead of worrying me, it made me feel more secure, back to my hero damsel-in-distress syndrome. I'd read too many fairy tales as a child, and I was too much a realist not to enjoy being rescued once in a while. An uncomfortable silence settled in, and my anxiety swelled. What if we were too late? What if Trent changed the flight? What if it had all been an elaborate setup? God help me, I thought. I had gambled everything on the next few hours. If this didn't happen, I had nothing. "Which?" Jenks shouted, jerking my attention to him. I realized he had been trying to get my attention for the last few moments. "Pick me up," he demanded. "I can't see Jack from here." I offered him a hand, and he clambered up. "I can't imagine why everyone avoids you when you can't fly," I said dryly. "This would never have happened," Jenks said loudly, "if someone hadn't torn my freaking wing off." I set him on my shoulder, where we could both watch the outgoing traffic as we headed into the Cincinnati Northern Kentucky International Airport. Most people just called it the Hollows International, or even more simply, the Big H.I. The passing cars were briefly lit by the scattered streetlights. The lights became more numerous the closer we came to the terminals. A flash of excitement went through me, and I straightened in my seat. Nothing was going to go wrong. I was going to nail him. Whatever Trent was, I was going to get him. "What time is it?" I asked. 11:15, Jenks muttered. 11:20, Eden corrected, pointing to the van's clock. 11:15, the pixie snarled back. "I know where the sun is better than you know what hole to pee out of." "Jenks," I said aghast. Nick uncrossed his arms, a wisp of his confidence returning. Eden raised a restraining hand. "It's all right, Ms. Morgan." Clayton, an uptight cop who didn't seem to trust me, met my eyes in the rearview mirror. Actually, sir," he said reluctantly, "that clock is 5 minutes fast." "See?" Jenks exclaimed. Eden reached for the car phone and snapped on the speaker so we could all hear. "Let's make sure that plane is grounded and everyone is in place," he said. Anxious, I adjusted my arm sling as Eden punched 3 numbers into the phone. "Reuben?" he barked into it, holding it like it was a mic. "Talk to me." There was a brief hesitation, then a masculine voice crackled through the speakers. "Captain, we're waiting at the gate, but the plane isn't here." "Not there!" I shouted, wincing as I yanked myself to the edge of the seat. "They should be boarding by now." "It never came to the tunnel, sir," Reuben continued. "Everyone is waiting at the terminal. They say it's a minor repair and should only take an hour. This isn't your doing?" I glanced from the speaker to Eden. I could almost see the ideas circulating behind his speculating expression. "No," he finally said. "Stay put." He broke the connection, and the faint hiss disappeared. "What is going on?" I shouted into his ear, and he gave me a black look. "Get your butt back in your seat, Morgan," he said. "It's probably your friend's daylight restrictions. The airline won't make everyone wait on the tarmac when the terminal is empty." I glanced at Nick, whose fingers were nervously tapping out the rhythm of an unheard beat. Still uneasy, I settled back. The landing beacon from the airport ran an arc across the underside of the clouds. We were nearly there. Eden punched in a number from memory, a smile easing over his face as he took the phone off the speaker. "Hello, Chris," he said, as I faintly heard a woman's voice answer. "Got a question for you. Seems there's a Southwest flight stuck on the tarmac, 11:45 to L.A. What's up with it?" He hesitated, listening, and I found myself chewing on a hangnail. "Thanks, Chris," he chuckled. "How about the thickest steak in the city?" Again he chuckled, and I swear his ears reddened. Jenks snickered at something I couldn't hear. I glanced at Nick, but he was ignoring me. "Chrissy," Eden drawled. "My wife might have a problem with that." Jenks laughed with Eden, and I tugged a curl, nervous. "Talk to you later," he said, and clicked the phone off. "Well?" I asked from the edge of my seat. The remnants of Eden's smile refused to leave him. "The plane is grounded. Seems the IS had a tip there's a bag of brimstone on it." "Turn it all," I swore. The bus was the decoy, not the airport. What was Trent doing? Eden's eyes glinted.
The IS is 15 minutes away. We could pull it right out from under them.
On my shoulder, Jenks started to swear. We aren't here for brimstone, I protested, as everything started falling apart. We're here for biodrugs. Fuming, I went silent as a loud car approached us, heading back into the city.
That one's above city code, Eden said. Clayton, see if you can't get a number off it.
Mind whirling, I waited for it to pass before I tried to speak again. The engine was racing as if the driver was doing 30 over the speed limit, but the car was hardly moving. The gears whined as it tried to shift in an all-too-familiar sound. Francis, I thought, my breath catching. That's Francis, both Jenks and I shouted as I spun to see his broken taillight. My vision swam from the pain the quick movement started, but I half-crawled to the far back seat, Jenks still on my shoulder. That's Francis, I cried, my heart pounding. Turn around! Stop! That's Francis! Eden hit his fist into the dash.
Damn, he swore. We're too late.
No, I shouted. Don't you see? Trent is switching them, the biodrugs and brimstone. The IS isn't there yet. Francis is switching them. Eden stared at me, his face alternating in the shadow and light as we continued up the long drive to the airport. Francis has the drugs. Turn around, I shouted. The van stopped at a traffic light.
Captain,
the driver prompted.
Morgan, Eden said, you're crazy if you think I'm going to pass up the chance to slip a brimstone take right out from under the IS. You don't even know if that was him or not.
Jenks laughed. That was Francis. Rachel burned out his clutch right proper. I grimaced. Francis has the drugs. They're going out by bus. I'd bet my life on it. Eden's eyes narrowed and his jaw clenched.
You have, he said shortly. Clayton, turn around.
I slumped, letting out a breath I hadn't known I'd been holding.
Captain?
You heard me, he said, clearly not happy.
Turn around. Do what the witch says.
He turned to me, his face tight.
You'd better be right, Morgan.
He nearly growled. I am. Stomach churning, I settled back, bracing myself at the sharp U-turn. I had better be right, I thought, glancing at Nick. An IS truck passed us on its way to the airport, silent with its lights flashing. Eden hit the dash so hard it was a wonder the airbag didn't come out. He snatched up the radio.
Rose, he bellowed. Did the dog team find anything at the bus depot?
No, Captain, they're on their way in now.
Get them back out there, he said. Who do we have in the hollows in plain clothes?
Sir? She sounded confused.
Who's in the hollows that I didn't move to the airport?
He shouted. Briston is at the Newport Mall in plain clothes, she said. The faint ringing of a phone intruded, and she shouted, Someone get that! There was hesitation. Jerry is backing her up, but he's in uniform.
Jerry,
Eden muttered, clearly not pleased.
Move them to the bus depot.
Briston and Jerry to bus depot, she repeated slowly.
Tell them to use their ACGs,
Eden added, shooting a glance at me.
ACGs?
Nick asked. Anti-charm gear, I said, and he nodded.
We're looking for a white male, early 30s. Which? Name is Francis Percy. IS runner.
He's no better than a warlock, I interjected, bracing myself as we came to an abrupt halt at a red light.
The suspect is probably carrying spells,
Eden continued. He's harmless, I muttered.
Do not approach unless he tries to leave,
Eden said tightly. Yeah, I snorted as we lurched into motion again. He might bore you to death. Eden turned to me.
Will you shut your mouth?
I shrugged, then wished I hadn't as my shoulders started to throb.
Did you get that, Rose?
He said into the phone. Armed, dangerous, don't approach unless he tries to leave. Gotcha.
Eden grunted. Thanks, Rose.
He flicked the radio off with a thick finger. Jenks yanked on my ear, and I let out a yelp. There he is, the pixie shrilled. Look, right ahead of us. Nick and I leaned forward to see. The broken taillight was like a beacon. We watched as Francis signaled, squealing his tires as he lurched into the bus depot. A horn blew, and I smirked. Francis had nearly been hit by a bus.
"Okay,"
Eden said softly as we circled the park on the far side of the lot.
"We have 5 minutes until the dog team gets here. 15 for Briston and Jerry. You will have to register the packages with the front desk. It will be a nice proof of ownership."
Eden undid his seatbelt and spun his bucket chair as the van halted. He looked as eager as a vamp with that toothy grin of his.
"No one even look at him until everyone gets here. Got it?"
"Yeah, I got it," I said, jittery. I didn't like being under someone else's direction, but what he said made sense. Nervous, I slid across the seat to press my face to Nick's window and watch Francis struggle with 3 flat boxes.
"That him?"
Eden said, his voice cold. I nodded. Jenks walked down my arm and stood on the sill of the window. His wings were a blur as he used them for balance. "Yeah," the pixie snarled. "That's the pancake." Glancing up, I realized I was almost in Nick's lap. Embarrassed, I put myself where I belonged. The aspirin was starting to wear off, and though my remaining amulet would be good for days, the pain was starting to break through with an unsettling frequency. But it was the fatigue I was really worried about. My heart was hammering as if I had just finished a race. I didn't think it was just from the excitement. Francis kicked his car door shut and tottered into motion. He was the picture of self-importance as he strutted into the depot in his loud shirt with the turned-up collar. I smirked as he smiled at a woman coming out and got a quick brush off. But on remembering his fear while sitting in Trent's office, my contempt took on a shade of pity for the insecure man.
"Okay, boys and girls," Eden said, pulling my attention back. "Clayton, stay here. Send Briston in when she arrives. I don't want anyone out of plainclothes in sight of the windows." He watched Francis go through the double doors. "Have Rose move everyone in from the airport. Looks like the witch, Ms. Morgan was right."
"Yes, sir." Clayton reluctantly reached for the car phone. Doors started to open. It was obvious we weren't your typical group of bus patrons, but Francis was probably too stupid to notice. Eden stuffed his yellow FIB hat into a back pocket. Nick was a thin nobody. He looked like he belonged, but my bruises and sling drew more attention than if I had a bell and a card that said, "Will work for spells." "Captain Eden," I said as he slipped out and stood waiting. "Give me a minute." Eden and Nick looked wonderingly back at me as I rummaged in my bag. "Rachel?" Jenks said from Nick's shoulder. "You gotta be kidding. 10 makeup charms couldn't make you look better right now." "Go turn yourself," I muttered. "Francis will recognize me. I need an amulet." Eden watched with interest. Feeling the press of adrenaline, I awkwardly rummaged with my good hand in my bag for an aging spell. Finally, I dumped the bag onto the seat, grabbed the right charm, and invoked it. As I set it around my neck, Eden made a sound of disbelief and admiration. His acceptance, no, approval, was gratifying. That he had taken my pain amulet earlier had a lot to do with me agreeing to owing him a favor or two. Whenever a human showed any appreciation for my skills, I got all warm and fuzzy. Sucker. Jamming everything away in my bag, I creakily eased myself out of the van. "Ready?" Jenks said sarcastically. "Sure you don't want to brush your hair?" "Shove it, Jenks," I said as Nick offered me a hand. "I can get down by myself," I added. Jenks made the jump from Nick to me, settling on my shoulder. "You look like an old woman," the pixie said. "Act like it." "She is." Eden grabbed my shoulder to keep me from falling as my vamp boots hit the pavement. "She reminds me of my mother." His eyes scrunched as he made a face and waved his hand before his nose. "She even smells like her." "Shut up, all of you," I said, hesitating as my deep breath made me lightheaded. The jarring pain from my landing had gone straight up my spine and into my skull, settling itself for a long stay. Refusing to let my fatigue get a foothold, I jerked away from Eden and hobbled to the doors. The 2 men followed, 3 paces behind. I felt like a slob in my fat jeans and that awful plaid shirt. Carrying the illusion of being old didn't help either. I tugged at the door, unable to open it. "Someone open this door for me," I exclaimed, and Jenks laughed. Nick took my arm as Eden opened the door and a gust of overheated air billowed into us. "Here," Nick said. "Lean on me.
You look more like an old lady that way.
The pain I could deal with. It was the fatigue that overwhelmed my pride and forced me to accept Nick's offered arm. It was either that or crawl into the bus station. I shuffled in, a stir of excitement quickening my pulse as I scanned the long front counter for Francis. "There he is," I whispered. Almost hidden behind a fake tree, Francis was talking to a young woman in a city uniform. The Percy charm was having its usual effect, and she looked annoyed. 3 boxes were on the counter beside him. My continued existence was in those boxes. Nick pulled gently on my good elbow.
"Let's sit you down over here, Mother,"
he said. "Call me that again and I'll take care of your family planning for you," I threatened. "Mother," Jenks said, his wings fanning my neck in fitful spurts.
"Enough,"
Eden said softly, a new hardness in his voice. His eyes never left Francis.
"All 3 of you are going to sit over there and wait. No one moves unless Percy tries to leave. I'm going to make sure those boxes don't get on a bus."
His gaze still on Francis, he touched the weapon hidden behind his jacket and casually made his way to the counter. Eden beamed at a second clerk before he even got close. Sit and wait? Yeah, I could do that. I gave in to Nick's gentle pull and moved toward the bank of chairs. They were orange, same as at the FIB, and looked equally comfortable. Nick helped me ease down into one, taking the chair next to mine. He stretched out and pretended to nap, his eyes cracked, to watch Francis. I sat stiffly with my bag on my lap, clutching it as I had seen old ladies do. Now I knew why. I hurt all over, and I felt like I would fall apart if I relaxed. A kid shrieked, and I took a quick breath. My eyes drifted from Francis, busy making an ass of himself, to the other patrons. There was a tired mom with 3 kids, one still in diapers, arguing with a clerk over the interpretation of a coupon. A handful of businessmen absorbed in their business, striding importantly, as if this was only a bad dream and not the reality of their existence. Young lovers pressed dangerously close, probably fleeing parents. Vagrants. A tattered old man caught my eye and winked. I started. This wasn't safe. The IS could be anywhere, ready to tag me. "Relax, Rach," Jenks whispered, as if reading my mind. "The IS isn't going to knack you with the captain of the FIB in the same room." "How can you be so sure?" I said. I felt the wind on my neck as he fanned his useless wings. "I'm not." Nick opened his eyes and sat up.
"How are you doing?"
he asked quietly. "I'm fine," Jenks said. "Thanks for asking. Did you know some lunker at the FIB snapped my freaking wing off? My wife is going to kill me." I managed a smile. "Hungry," I answered Nick, exhausted. Nick glanced at me before returning his gaze to Francis.
"You want something to eat?"
He jingled the coins in his pocket, left over from the cab fare to the FIB.
"You have enough for something out of the machine there."
I let a faint smile come over me. It was nice having someone worried about me. "Sure, thanks. Something with chocolate?"
"Chocolate,"
Nick affirmed, standing up. He glanced from the vending machines across the room to Francis. The snot was leaning halfway across the counter, probably trying to get her phone number. I watched Nick walk away. For someone so thin, he certainly moved with grace. I wondered what he had done to have gotten hauled into the FIB. "Something with chocolate," Jenks drawled in a high falsetto. "Oh, Nick, you're my hero." "Get stuffed," I said, more out of habit than anything else. "You know something, Rach," Jenks said as he settled himself further on my shoulder. "You're going to make one really weird grandma." I was too tired to come back with anything. I took a deep breath, making it slow so nothing would hurt. My eyes flicked from Francis and back to Nick, anticipation making my stomach feel tight. "Jenks," I said, watching Nick's tall shape as he stood before the candy machine, his head bowed over the change in his hand. "What do you think about Nick?" The pixie snorted, then seeing I was serious, settled down. "He's okay," he said. "Won't do anything to hurt you. He's got this hero complex thing going, and you seem to need rescuing. You should have seen his face when you were flat out on Ivy's couch. I thought he was going to turn up his toes to the daisies. Just don't expect him to have your ideas of right or wrong." My eyebrows pinched, hurting my face. "Black magic?" I whispered. Oh, God, Jenks, don't tell me he's a practitioner. Jenks laughed, sounding like wind chimes. No, I meant he doesn't have a problem stealing library books. Oh. I thought back to his unease in the FIB office and then in the van. Was that all it was? Somehow I didn't think so. But pixies were known for their judge of character, no matter how flighty, flaky, or mouthy they were. I wondered if Jenks's opinion would change if he knew about my demon mark. I was afraid to ask. Hell, I was too afraid to show it to him. I looked up as Francis laughed, writing something down on a paper and pushing it toward the ticket lady. He wiped a hand under his narrow nose and gave her a ratty grin. "Good girl," I whispered, when she crumpled it up and tossed it over her shoulder as Francis headed for the door. My heart seemed to catch. He was headed for the door. Damn! I glanced up for help. Nick was struggling with the machine, his back to me. Eden was deep in conversation with an official-looking man in a bus uniform. The captain's face was red, and his eyes were fixed to the boxes behind the counter. "Jenks," I said tersely, "get Eden." "What? You want me to crawl over there, maybe?" Francis was halfway to the door. I didn't trust Clayton outside to be able to stop a dog from taking a leak. I stood, praying that Ed would turn around. He didn't. "Get him," I muttered, ignoring Jenks's outrage as I plucked him from my shoulder and set him on the floor. "Rachel?" Jenks shouted as I hobbled as fast as I could, trying to get between Francis and the door. I was too slow, and Francis cut ahead of me. "Excuse me, young man," I warbled, my pulse racing as I reached out for him. "Would you tell me where the baggage area is?" Francis spun on a quick heel. I struggled not to show my alarm that he might recognize me and my hatred for what he had done. "This is a bus depot, lady," he said, his thin lips twisted in annoyance. "There is no baggage area. Your stuff is on the curb outside." "What's that?" I said loudly, mentally cursing Eden. Where the hell was he? I grabbed Francis's arm in a tight grip, and he looked down at my spell-wrinkled hand. "It's outside!" he shouted, trying to tug away, reeling as my perfume hit him. But I wouldn't let go. From the corner of my sight I saw Nick beside the candy machine, staring blankly at my empty seat. His gaze rove over the people, finally catching mine. His eyes widened. He darted to Eden. Francis had tucked his papers under his arm and was using his other hand to try and pry my fingers from him. "Let me go, lady," he said. "There's no baggage claim." My fingers cramped and he jerked away. Panicking, I watched him tug his shirt straight. "Freaky old bat," he said with a huff. "What do you old hags do, swim in your perfume?" Then his mouth dropped open. "Morgan," he hissed, recognizing me. "He told me you were dead." "I am," I said, my knees threatening to buckle. I was up on adrenaline alone. His stupid grin told me he had no idea what was going on. "You're coming with me. Denon will give me a promotion when he sees you." I shook my head. I had to do this by the book or Eden would be ticked. "Francis Percy, under the authority of the FIB, I am charging you with conspiring to willfully run biodrugs." His grin vanished as his face went white under his ugly stubble. His gaze darted over my shoulder to the counter. "Shit!" he swore, turning to run. "Stop!" Eden cried out, too far back to be any good. I lunged at Francis, grabbing the back of his knees. We went down in a painful thump. Francis squirmed, kicking me in the chest as he tried to get away. I gasped, hurting. A whoosh of air streaked over us where my head had been. I jerked my attention up. Stars crossed my vision as Francis struggled to escape. "No," I thought, as a blue ball of flame smashed into the far wall and exploded. Those stars were real. The ground shook at the force of the blast. Women and children screamed, falling back to press against the walls. "What was that?" Francis stammered. He twisted under me, and for a heartbeat we watched, mesmerized, as the flickering blue flame plastered itself in a sunburst across the ugly yellow wall until it folded back in on itself and vanished with a pop. Frightened for the first time, I turned to look behind me. Standing confidently by the hallway to the back offices was a short, tidy man dressed in black, a red ball of Ever After in his hand. A wisp of a woman dressed the same, blocked the main doors, her hand on her hip and her white teeth grinning. The third was a muscular man the size of a VW bug by the ticket counter. It looked like the witch conference at the coast was over. Swell. 31. Francis's breath came in a gulp of understanding. "Let me go!" he shrieked, fear making his voice high and ugly. "Rachel, let me go! They're going to kill you!" I dug my fingers into him as he struggled. Jaw gritted, I grunted in pain as his effort to flee pulled my stitches out. Blood flowed, and I fumbled in my bag for an amulet, watching from the corner of my sight as the short man's lips moved and the ball in his hand turned from Ever After red to blue. Damn, he was invoking his charm. "Hadn't enough time for this," I muttered, angry as I lay half atop Francis, trying to tag him. People were running now. They scattered into hallways and unhindered past the woman and into the parking lot. When witches dueled, only the quick survived. My breath hissed in through my nose as the man's lips stopped moving. Pulling his arm back, he threw the spell. Gasping, I yanked Francis up and before me. "No!" he shrieked, his mouth and eyes ugly in fear at the incoming charm. The force of it slid us across the floor and to the chairs. His elbow jammed into my bruised arm, and I grunted in pain. Francis's scream cut off in a frightening gurgle. My shoulder turned to agony as I frantically pushed him off me. He sagged to the floor, senseless. Scooting backward, I stared. A pulsing blue sheet filmed him. A thin smear of it was on my sleeve. My skin crawled as the haze of blue Ever After reality slid from my sleeve to join that coating Francis. He was convulsing, covered in it. Then he went still. Breath fast, I looked up. All three assassins were speaking Latin in tandem, their hands making unseen figures in the air. Their motions were graceful and deliberate, looking obscene. "Rach!" Jenks shrilled from 3 chairs away. "They're making a net! Get out! You gotta get out!" Get out? I thought, looking at Francis. The blue had vanished, leaving his arms and legs sprawled in unnatural angles on the floor. Horror flashed through me. I had made Francis take my hit. It had been an accident. I hadn't meant to kill him. My stomach clenched, and I thought I might vomit. I pushed my fear aside, using my anger to get to my knees. I grasped for an orange chair, pulling on it to lever myself upright. They had made me make Francis take my hit. Oh, God, he was dead because of me. "Why did you make me do that?" I said softly, turning to the short man. I took a step forward as the air started to tingle. I couldn't say what I'd done was wrong. I was alive, but I hadn't wanted to do that. "Why did you make me do that?" I said louder, anger swelling as the sensation of pinpricks broke over me like a wave. It was the beginnings of the net. I didn't care. I scooped up my bag as I passed it, kicking my uninvoked amulet out of the way. The ley-line witch's eyes grew wide in surprise as I came at him. Face going determined, he started chanting louder. I could hear the other two whispering like an ash-laden wind. It was easy to move in the center of the net, but the closer I got to the edge, the harder it became. We stood in a blue-tinted bowl of air. Past it, Eden and Nick struggled, trying to push their way in. "You made me do that!" I shouted. My hair lifted and fell in a breath of Ever After as their net went solid. Jaw clenched, I spared a glance beyond the haze of blue, seeing the muscle-bound mountain of a man outside of it, keeping it in place even as he threw ley-line spells at the hopelessly outclassed FIB officers who had swarmed in. I didn't care. 2 of them in here with me. They weren't going anywhere. I was hangry and frustrated. I was tired of hiding in a church, tired of ducking splat balls, tired of dunking my mail in salt water, and tired of being scared. And because of me, Francis was lying on the dirty, cold floor of a cruddy bus depot. Worm that he was, he hadn't deserved that. I swung my bag forward as I limped toward the short man. I reached unseeing, feeling the notches of the amulets for a sleep charm. Mad as hell, I wiped it across my neck, letting it go to dangle from the cord. His lips started moving, and those long hands of his began sketching patterns. If it was a nasty spell, I had 4 seconds, 5, if it was strong enough to kill me. "Nobody!" I exclaimed, staggering forward by will alone. His eyes widened as he saw my demon scar as I made a fist. "Nobody makes me kill anyone!" I shouted, swinging. We both staggered as I connected with his jaw. Shaking my hand from the pain, I hunched into myself. The man stumbled back, catching himself. The gathering of power abruptly lessened. Furious, I gritted my teeth and swung again. He hadn't expected a physical attack. Not many ley line witches did, and he raised his arm to block me. Grabbing his fingers, I gave them a backward twist, breaking at least 3. His scream of pain was echoed by the woman's cry of dismay from across the lobby. She started forward at a run. Still gripping his hand, I swung my foot up, yanking him forward to smack into it. His eyes bulged. Clutching his stomach, he fell back. His watering gaze tracked someone behind me. Still not breathing, he dropped and rolled to the right. Gasping, I hit the ground and rolled to the left. There was a boom and my hair blew back. I pulled my head up from the floor as the ball of green ever after spread itself on the wall and down the hallway. I turned. The wisp of a woman was still coming, her face tight and her mouth going non-stop. A red ball of ever after in her hand swelled, streaked with her own green aura as she tried to bend it to her will. "You want a piece of me?" I shouted from the floor. "Do ya?" Staggering, I rose to put a hand to the wall to stay upright. The man behind me said a word. I couldn't hear it. It was too alien for my mind to understand. It rolled into my head, and I struggled to make sense of it. Then my eyes opened wide, and my mouth dropped in a silent scream as it exploded inside me. Clutching my head, I fell to my knees, screaming. "No!" I shrieked, clawing at my scalp. "No! Get out!" Black-crusted red slashes, squirming maggots, the sour taste of decayed flesh. The memory of it burned itself out from my subconscious. I looked up, panting. I was spent. There was nothing left. My heart pounded against my lungs. Black spots danced at the edges of my sight. My skin felt tingly, as if it wasn't mine. What the hell had that been? The man and woman stood together, her hand under his elbow as she supported him, hunched over his broken hand. Their faces were angry, confident, and satisfied. He couldn't use his hand, but clearly he didn't need it to kill me. All he had to do was say that word again. I was dead. The more than usual kind of dead. But I would take one of them with me. "Now!" I heard Eden shout faintly, as if through a fog. All 3 of us started as the net went down. The shadow of blue hazing in the air fell into itself and vanished. That big witch outside the net was on the floor with his hands laced behind his head. 6 FIB officers ringed him. Hope tanged through me, almost painful. A darting shape drew my eye. Nick. "Here!" I shouted, grasping the cord of the invoked sleep charm from the floor where I'd dropped it and winging it to him. The assassin turned, but it was too late. White-faced, Nick dropped the loop over the head of the woman and backpedaled. She crumpled. The man fumbled for her, easing her to the floor. Mouth agape in surprise, he darted his glance over the room. "This is the FIB!" Eden shouted, looking awkward in his sling and with his weapon held in his left hand. "Put your hands behind your head and stop moving your mouth or I'll blow it the hell off." The man blinked, shocked. He glanced at the woman at his feet. Taking a breath, he ran. "No!" I cried. Still on the floor, I dumped my bag. I grabbed an amulet, smacked it against my bleeding neck, and threw it at his feet. Half the charms in my bag were tangled in it. Like a bola, it flew through the air at knee height. It hit him, wrapping around his leg like he was a cow. Tripping, he went down. FIB personnel swarmed over him. Breath held, I watched, waiting. He stayed down. My charm had dropped him into a sweet, helpless sleep. The noise of the FIB personnel beat at me. With a single-minded purpose, I crawled to Francis, lying alone by the chairs. Fearing the worst, I rolled him over. His sightless eyes stared up at the ceiling. My face went slack. God, no. But then his chest moved, and a stupid-ass smile quirked his thin lips as they shifted in whatever dream he was in. He was alive and breathing, deep under a ley line spell. Relief poured through me. I hadn't killed him. "Tag!" I screamed into his unconscious, narrow, ratty face. "Do you hear me, you sodden sack of camel dung? Tag! You're it!" I hadn't killed him. Eden's scuffed brown shoes scraped to a halt beside me. My face went tight, and I wiped a blood-smeared hand under my eye. I hadn't killed Francis. Squinting, I ran my gaze up Eden's creased khakis and his blue arm sling. His hat was on, and I couldn't seem to take my eyes off the blue letters spelling out FIB glowing against the yellow background. A satisfied harumph came out of him, and his wide grin made him look even more like a troll. Numb, I blinked as my lungs pressed against each other. It seemed to take an awful amount of effort to fill them. "Morgan?" the man said happily, extending a thick hand to help me up. "You okay?" "No," I croaked. I reached for him, but the floor tilted. As Nick gasped a warning, I passed out. 32. "Listen!" Francis shouted, spittle flying from him in his fervor. "I'll tell you everything. I want a deal. I want protection. I was only supposed to do brimstone takes, that's all. But someone got spooked and Mr. Kalamack wanted the drops switched. He told me to switch the drops. That's all. I'm not a bio-drug runner. Please, you gotta believe me." Eden said nothing, playing the silent bad cop as he sat across from me. The shipping papers Francis had signed were under his thick hand as an unspoken accusation. Francis cowered in a chair at the end of the table, 2 chairs down from us. His eyes were wide and frightened. He looked pathetic in his bright shirt and polyester jacket with the sleeves rolled up, trying to live the dream he wanted his life to be. I carefully stretched my sore body, my gaze falling on the 3 cardboard boxes stacked ominously at one end of the table. A smile curved over me. Hidden under the table and in my lap was an amulet I'd taken from the head assassin. It glowed an ugly red, but if it was what I thought it was, it would go black when I was dead or in the event the contract on my life had been paid off. I was going home to sleep for a week as soon as the little sucker went out. Eden had moved Francis and me into the employees' break room to stave off a repeat of the witch attack. Thanks to the local news van, everyone in the city knew where I was, and I was just waiting for fairies to crawl out of the ductwork. I had more faith in the ACG blanket draped over me than the 2 FIB officers standing around to make the long room seem cramped. I tugged the blanket closer around my neck, appreciating its minor protection as much as its warmth. Spiderweb thin strands of titanium were woven into it, guaranteed to dilute strong spells and break mild ones. Several of the FIB officers had yellow coveralls made out of similar fabric, and I was hoping Eden would forget to ask for it back. As Francis babbled, my eyes ran over the grimy walls decorated with sappy sentiments about happy workplaces and how to sue your employer. A microwave and a battered fridge took up one wall. A coffee-stained counter took up another. I eyed the decrepit candy machine, hungry again. Nick and Jenks were in the corner, both trying to stay out of the way. The heavy door to the break room opened, and I turned as an FIB officer and a young woman in a provocative red dress slipped in. An FIB badge hung around her neck, and the yellow FIB hat perched on her over-styled hair looked like a cheap prop. I guess they were Jerry and Briston from the mall. The woman's face scrunched up, and she whispered a derisive, "Perfume." My breath puffed out. I'd love to explain, but it would probably do more harm than good. The whispers of the FIB officers had lessened dramatically after I ditched the old lady disguise and turned into a battered 20-something with frizzy red hair and curves where they ought to be. I felt like a bean in a maraca, and with my sling, my black eye, and the blanket draped around me, I probably looked like a disaster refugee. "Rachel!" Francis cried urgently, drawing my attention back to him. His triangular face was pale, and his dark hair had gone stringy. "I need protection. I'm not like you. Kalamack is going to kill me.
I'll do anything. You want Kalamack? I want protection. I was only supposed to do brimstone. It's not my fault, Rachel. You gotta believe me.
Yeah. Tired beyond belief, I took a deep breath and looked at the clock. It was just after midnight, but it felt like nearly sunrise. Eden smiled. His chair scraped as he got to his feet.
Let's open 'em up, people.
2 FIB officers eagerly stepped forward. I clutched the amulet in my lap and anxiously leaned to see. My continued existence was in those boxes. The sound of ripping tape was loud. Francis wiped his mouth, watching in what looked like a morbid fascination and fear.
Sweet Mother of God, one of the officers swore, backing away from the table as the box opened. They're tomatoes.
Tomatoes? I lurched to my feet, grunting in pain. Eden was a breath ahead of me.
It's inside them, Francis babbled. The drugs are inside. He hides the drugs in tomatoes so the customs dogs can't smell them.
White-faced behind his stubble, he pushed his sleeves up again.
They're in there. Look.
Tomatoes, Eden said, disgust crossing him.
He ships them out in tomatoes.
Perfect red tomatoes with green stems stared back at me from their cardboard packing tray. Impressed, my lips parted. Trent must have wedged the vials into the developing fruit, and by the time it was ripe, the drug was safely hidden inside a faultless fruit no human would touch. "Get over there, Nick," Jenks demanded. But Nick didn't move, his long face ashen. At the sink, 2 officers who had opened the boxes were violently scrubbing their hands. Looking like he was going to be sick, Eden stretched to pick a tomato up, examining the red fruit. There was not a blemish or cut on the perfect skin.
"I suppose we ought to open one up,"
he said reluctantly, setting it on the table and wiping his hand on his pants. "I'll do it," I volunteered when no one spoke up, and someone slid a tarnished table knife across the table at me. I picked it up with my left hand, then remembering my other hand was in a sling, I looked for some help. Not one FIB officer would meet my gaze. Not one was willing to touch the fruit. Frowning, I set the knife aside. "Oh well," I breathed, raising my hand and bringing it down on top of the fruit. It hit with a sodden splat. Red goose splattered over Eden's white shirt. His face went as gray as his mustache. There was a cry of disgust from the watching FIB officers. Someone gagged. Heart-pounding, I took the tomato in one hand and squeezed. Pulp and seeds squirted from between my fingers. My breath caught as a cylinder the size of my pinky pressed against my palm. I dropped the mass of pulp and shook my hand. Shouts of dismay rose as the red flesh splattered against the table. It was only a tomato, but one would think I was pulping a decaying heart by the noise the big, strong FIB officers were making. "Here it is," I said triumphantly, picking out an institutional-looking vial gooped in tomato slime and holding it aloft. I'd never seen bio-drugs before. I had thought there'd be more.
"Well, I'll be,"
Eden said softly, taking the ampule in a napkin. The satisfaction of discovery had overwhelmed his abhorrence. A wisp of fear tightened Francis's eyes as his gaze darted from me to the boxes.
"Rachel," he whimpered, "you'll get me protection from Mr. Kalamack, right?"
Anger stiffened my back. He had betrayed me and everything I believed in, for money. I turned to him, the gray edging my sight as I leaned over the table and I put myself in his face. "I saw you at Kalamack's," I said, and his lips went bloodless. Grabbing the front of his shirt, I left a red smear across the colorful fabric. "You're a black runner, and you're gonna burn." I pushed him back into his chair and sat down, my heart pounding from the effort, satisfied.
"Whoa," Eden said softly. "Someone arrest him and read him his rights."
Francis's mouth opened and closed in alarm as Briston pulled her cuffs from her hip and snapped them around his wrists. I reached into my sling and awkwardly unhooked my charm bracelet. I tossed it to land next to her, just in case Francis had something nasty in his rolled-up sleeves, and at Eden's nod she laced it on Francis's wrist as well. The soft and certain pattern of the Miranda flowed out in a reassuring cadence, Francis's eyes were wide and fixed to the vial. I don't think he even heard the man at his elbow.
"Rachel!" he cried as he found his voice. "Don't let him kill me! He's going to kill me! I gave you Kalamack. I want a deal. I want protection. That's the way it works, right?"
My eyes met Eden's, and I wiped my hand free of the last of the tomato on a scratchy napkin. Do we have to listen to this right now? A wicked, not-so-nice smile came over Eden.
"Briston, get this bucket of crap into the van, put his confession on tape and paper, and read him his rights again. No mistakes."
Francis stood, his chair scraping the dirty tile. His narrow face was drawn, and his hair had fallen into his eyes.
"Rachel, tell them Kalamack is going to kill me."
I looked at Eden, my lips pressed tight. He's right. At my words, Francis whimpered. His dark eyes looked haunted, as if unsure whether he should be happy or upset that someone was taking his worries seriously.
"Get him an ACG blanket,"
Eden said in a bothered tone.
"Keep him secure."
My shoulders eased. If they got Francis tucked out of sight quick enough, he'd be safe. Briston's gaze flicked to the boxes.
"And, the tomatoes, Captain?"
His grin widened as he leaned over the table, careful to keep his arms out of the splattered mess.
"Let's leave that for the evidence crew."
Clearly relieved, Briston gestured for Clayton.
"Rachel!"
Francis babbled as they pulled him to the door.
"You're going to help me, right? I'll tell them everything."
All 4 of the FIB officers roughly escorted him out, Briston's heels clicking smartly. The door snicked shut, and I closed my eyes at the blessed silence. "What a night," I whispered. Eden's chuckle pulled my eyes open.
"I owe you, Morgan,"
he said, 3 paper napkins between his fingers and the tomato-slimed white vial.
"After seeing you with those 2 witches, I don't know why Denon was so set on bringing you down. You're a hell of a runner."
"Thanks," I whispered around a long sigh, stifling a shudder as my thoughts returned to trying to fight 2 ley line witches at once. It had been close. If Eden hadn't jarred the concentration of that 3rd witch to break the net, I would have been dead. "Thanks for getting my back, I mean," I said softly. The absence of the FIB officers had pulled Nick from the corner, and he handed me a foam cup of something that might have once been coffee. He carefully lowered himself into the chair beside me, his gaze flicking between the 3 boxes and the tomato-smeared table. It seemed seeing Eden touch one had given him a measure of courage. I flashed him a tired smile and cupped my good hand about the coffee, taking advantage of its warmth. "I'd appreciate it if you would inform the IS you're paying off my contract," I said. "Before I set foot out of this room," I added, tugging the ACG blanket closer. Eden set the vial down with a reverent slowness.
"With Percy's confession, Kalamack can't buy his way out of this."
A smile played about his square face.
"Clayton tells me we got the brimstone at the airport, too. I ought to get out from behind my desk more often."
I sipped my coffee. The bitter swill filled my mouth, and I reluctantly swallowed. "How about that call?" I said as I set the cup down and looked at the red amulet glowing in my lap. Eden sat up with a grunt and took out a slim cell phone. Cradling it in his left hand, he hit a single digit with his thumb. I looked at Jenks to see if he noticed. The pixie's wings blurred, and with an impatient look, he slid from Nick and walked stiffly down the table to me. I raised him up to my shoulder before he could ask. Levering himself close to my ear, Jenks whispered, "He's got the IS on speed dial." "How about that?" I said, the tape pulling on my eyebrow as I tried to raise it.
"I'm going to wring every drop of gloat out of this one,"
Eden said, slouching back in his chair as the phone rang. The white vial stood out before him like a tiny trophy.
"Denon," he shouted. "Full moon next week. How you doing?"
My jaw dropped. It wasn't the IS Eden had on speed dial. It was my old boss. And he was alive? The demon hadn't killed him? He must have had someone else to do his dirty work. Eden harumphed, clearly misunderstanding my surprise before turning his attention back to the phone.
"That's great,"
he said, interrupting Denon.
"Listen, I want you to call off the run you have on a Ms. Rachel Morgan Maybe you know her? She used to work for you."
There was a slight pause, and I almost caught what Denon said. It was so loud. On my shoulder, Jenks fanned his wings in agitation. A sly smile came over Eden.
"You do remember her," Eden said. "Great. Call your people off. We're paying for it."
Again a hesitation, and his smile grew.
"Denon, I'm offended. She can't work for the FIB. I'll move the funds when the account's open in the morning. Oh, and could you send one of your trolleys out to the main bus depot? I've got 3 witches needing extradition to Inderlander custody. They were making a ruckus, and since we were in the neighborhood, we downed them for you."
There was a spate of angry conversation from the other end, and Jenks gasped. "Oh, Rachel," he stammered. "He's ticked."
"No,"
Eden said firmly, sitting straighter. He was clearly enjoying this.
"No,"
he said again, grinning.
"You should have thought about that before you set them on her."
The butterflies in my stomach wanted out. "Tell him to dissolution the master amulet keyed to me," I said, setting the amulet to clatter onto the table like a guilty secret. Eden put a hand over the phone, drowning out Denon's irate voice. "A what?" My eyes were fixed on the amulet. It was still glowing. "Tell him," I said, taking a slow breath, "I want the master amulet keyed to me, dissolutioned. Every assassin team spelling for me has an amulet just like this one." I touched it with a finger, wondering if the tingle I felt was imagined or real. "As long as it's glowing, they won't stop." His eyebrows arched.
"A life sign monitoring amulet," he said, and I nodded, giving him a sour smile.
It was a courtesy from one assassin trio to the next, so no one would waste time plotting to murder someone already dead.
"Huh,"
Eden said, putting the phone to his ear.
"Denon," he said cheerfully, "be a good boy and dunk the charm monitoring Morgan's life sign so she can go home to bed."
Denon's angry voice was loud through the small speaker. I jerked when Jenks laughed, vaulting himself up to sit in the swing of my earring. Licking my lips, I stared at the amulet, willing it to go out. Nick's hand touched my shoulder, and I jumped, my eyes fixed back onto the amulet with a hungry intensity. "There!" I exclaimed as the disc flickered and went out. "Look! It's gone!" Pulse hammering, my eyes closed in a long blink as I imagined them going out all over the city. Denon must have had the master amulet with him, wanting to know the exact moment the assassins were successful. He was one sick puppy. Fingers shaking, I picked it up. The disc felt heavy in my hand. My gaze met Nick's. He seemed as relieved as I was, the smile on his face reaching his eyes. Exhaling, I fell back against the chair and slipped the disc into my bag. My death threat was gone. Denon's angry questions echoed through the phone. Eden grinned all the wider.
"Turn on your TV, Denon, my friend," he said, holding the speaker away from his ear for a moment.
Drawing it close, he shouted,
"Turn on your TV. I said turn on your TV."
Eden's eyes flicked to mine. "Bye-bye, Denon," he said in a mocking falsetto. "See you at church." The beep as the circuit broke was loud. Eden leaned back in his chair and crossed his good arm over the one in the sling. His smile was one of satisfaction.
"You're a free witch, Miss Morgan. How's it feel to come back from the dead?"
My hair swung forward as I looked down at myself, every scratch and bruise complaining for attention. My arm throbbed in its sling, and my face was one solid ache. "Great," I said, managing a smile. "It feels just great." It was over. I could go home and hide under my covers. Nick stood and put a hand on my shoulder.
"Come on, Rachel," he said softly. "Let's get you home."
His dark eyes rose to Eden's briefly.
"She can do the paperwork tomorrow?"
"Sure." Eden rose, taking the vial cautiously between 2 fingers and dropping it into a shirt pocket.
"I'd like you to be at Mr. Percy's interrogation, if you could manage it. You have a lie-detecting amulet, don't you? I'm curious to see how they compare to our electronic devices."
My head bobbed, and I tried to find the strength to rise. I didn't want to tell Eden how much trouble it was to make those things, but I wasn't going to go spell shopping for at least a month, to give the charms aimed at me a chance to filter out of the marketplace. Maybe 2 months. I looked at the black amulet on the table and stifled a shudder. Maybe never. A soft boom of sound shifted the air and the floor trembled. There was a heartbeat of absolute silence. Then the faint noise of people shouting filtered through the thick walls. I looked at Eden.
"That was an explosion," he breathed,
100 thoughts racing behind his eyes. But only one struck me. Trent. The door to the break room flung open, smashing into the wall. Briston fell into the room, catching herself at the chair Francis had recently occupied. "Captain Eden," she gasped. "Clayton! My God, Clayton!"
"Stay with the evidence," he said,
then darted out the door almost as fast as a vamp. The sound of people shouting drifted in before the door majestically closed. Briston stood in her red dress, her knuckles white as she clenched the back of the chair. Her head was bowed, but I could see her eyes welling up in what looked like grief and frustration. "Rachel?" Jenks prodded at my ear. "Get up. I want to see what happened."
"Trent happened," I whispered, my gut clenching. "Francis."
"Get up!" Jenks shouted, tugging as if he could yank me up by my ear. "Rachel, get up!" Feeling like a mule at the plow, I rose. My stomach lurched, and with Nick's help, I hobbled out into the noise and confusion. I hunched under my blanket and held my injured arm tight to me. I knew what I'd find. I'd seen Trent kill a man for less. Expecting him to sit idle as a legal noose slipped around his neck was ludicrous. But how had he moved so quickly? The lobby was a confusing mess of broken glass and milling people. Cool night air came in through the gaping hole in the wall where glass once hung. Blue and yellow FIB uniforms were everywhere, not that they were helping matters. The stench of burning plastic caught at my throat, and the flickering black and orange of a fire beckoned from the parking lot where the FIB van burned. Red and blue lights flashed against the walls.
"Jenks,"
I breathed as he tugged on my ear to urge me on.
"You keep doing that and I'll squish you myself."
"Then get your sorry little white witch behind out there," he exclaimed in frustration. "I can't see squat from here." Nick fended off the well-meaning efforts of good Samaritans who thought I'd been hurt in the explosion. But it wasn't until he scooped up an abandoned FIB hat and set it on my head that everyone left us alone. His arm curved around my waist, supporting me. We haltingly crunched over the broken glass, stepping from the yellow lights of the bus station into the harsher, uncertain come-and-go lights of the FIB's vehicles. Outside, the local news was having a field day, sequestered in their little corner with bright lights and excited gestures. My stomach twisted as I realized that their presence had likely been responsible for Francis's death. Squinting at the heat coming from the fire, I made my slow way to where Captain Eden stood quietly watching, 30 feet back from the flaming van. Saying nothing, I came to a standstill beside him. He didn't look at me. The wind gusted, and I coughed at the black taste of burnt rubber. There was nothing to say. Francis had been in there. Francis was dead.
"Clayton had a 13-year-old,
Eden said, his eyes on the billowing smoke. I felt as if I had been punched in the gut, and I willed myself to remain upright. 13 was not a good age to lose your father. I knew. Eden took a deep breath and turned to me. The dead expression on his face chilled me. Flickering shadows from the fire pulled the few lines in his face into sharp relief.
"Don't worry, Morgan," he said. "The deal was you give me Kalamack, the FIB pays off your contract."
Emotion crossed his face, but I couldn't tell if it was rage or pain.
"You gave him to me, I lost him. Without Percy's confession, all we have is a dead witch's word over his. By the time I get a warrant, Kalamack's tomato fields will be plowed under. I'm sorry. He's going to walk. This," he gestured to the fire, "this wasn't your fault."
"Eden," I started, but he held up his hand. Pulling away from me, he walked away.
"No mistakes,"
he said to himself, looking more beaten than I felt. An FIB officer in a yellow ACG coverall rushed up to him, hesitating when Eden didn't acknowledge him. The crowd swallowed them up. I turned back to the sudden bursts of gold and black, feeling ill. Francis was in there, along with my charms. Guess they weren't so lucky after all.
This wasn't your fault,
Nick said, putting his arm around me again as my knees threatened to buckle.
You warned them. You did everything you could.
I leaned into his support before I fell over. I know, I said flatly, believing it. A fire engine wound between the parked cars, clearing the street and drawing an even larger crowd with its sporadic whoops of siren. Rachel? Jenks tugged on my ear again.
Jenks,
I said in bitter frustration.
Leave me alone.
Blow it off your broomstick, the pixie snarled. Jonathan is across the street.
Jonathan?
Adrenaline rushed painfully through me, and I pulled from Nick.
Where? Don't look.
Nick and Jenks said simultaneously. Nick put his arm back around me and started to turn me away.
Stop!
I shouted, ignoring the pain as I tried to see behind me.
Where is he? Keep walking, Rachel,
Nick said tightly.
Kalamack might want you dead, too. Damn you all back to the turn, I shouted. I want to see.
I went limp in an effort to make Nick stop. It sort of worked as I slipped from him and hit the pavement in an untidy pile. Twisting, I scanned the opposite street. A familiar, hurried gait drew my attention. Darting between emergency personnel and rubberneckers was Jonathan. The tall, refined man was easy to spot, standing head and shoulders above most of the crowd. He was in a heap of hurry, headed for a car parked before the fire engine. Stomach clenching in worry, I stared at the long black car, knowing who was inside. I swatted Nick out of the way as he tried to get me upright, cursing the cars and people who kept getting in my line of sight. The back window rolled down. Trent met my eyes, and my breath caught. By the light of the emergency vehicles, I could see his face was a mass of bruises and his head was bandaged. The anger in his eyes clenched my heart.
Trent,
I hissed as Nick crouched to grip me under my arms and help me up. Nick froze, and we both watched from the ground as Jonathan came to a halt beside the window. He bent to listen to Trent. My pulse raced as the tall man abruptly straightened. Following Trent's gaze across the street to mine, I shivered at the hatred pouring from Jonathan. Trent's lips moved, and Jonathan jumped. Giving me a final glare, Jonathan walked stiffly to the driver's door. I heard the door slam over the surrounding noise. I couldn't take my eyes from Trent. His expression remained angry, but he smiled, and my worry tightened at the promise in it. The window went up and the car slowly drove away. For a moment I could do nothing. The pavement was warm, and if I got up, I would only have to move. Denon hadn't sent the demon after me. Trent had. 33. I bent to get the paper from the top step of the church's stoop. The smell of cut grass and damp pavement was almost a balm, filling my senses. There was a sudden rush on the sidewalk. Pulse pounding, I fell to a defensive crouch. The small girl giggle following the pink bike and tinkly bell down the sidewalk was embarrassing. Her heels flashed as she pedaled like the devil was after her. Grimacing, I slapped the paper against the palm of my hand as she disappeared around the corner. I swore she waited for me every afternoon. It had been a week since my IS death threat was officially nulled, and I was still seeing assassins. But then, more than the IS might want me dead. Exhaling loudly, I willed the adrenaline from me as I yanked the door to the church closed behind me. The comforting crackle of newsprint echoed off the thick support beams and stark walls of the sanctuary as I found the classifieds. I tucked the rest of the paper under an arm and made my way to the kitchen, scanning the personals as I went. "About time you got up, Rach," Jenks said, his wings clattering as he flew annoying circles around me in the tight confines of the hall. I could smell the garden on him. He was dressed in his dirt clothes, looking like a miniature Peter Pan with wings. "Are we going to go get that disc or what?" "Hi, Jenks," I said, a stab of anxiety and anticipation running through me. "Yeah, they called for an exterminator yesterday." I laid the newsprint out on the kitchen table, pushing Ivy's colored pens and maps away to make room. "Look," I said, pointing, "I've got another one." "Let me see," the pixie demanded. He landed squarely on the paper, his hands on his hips. Running my finger across the print, I read aloud, TK seeking to reopen communications with RM concerning possible business venture. There was no phone number, but it was obvious who had written it, Trent Kalamack. A weary unease pulled me to sit at the table, my gaze going past Mr. Fish and his new brandy snifter, and out into the garden. Though I had paid off my contract and was reasonably safe from the IS, I still had to contend with Trent. I knew he was manufacturing biodrugs. I was a threat. Right now he was being patient, but if I didn't agree to be on his payroll, he was going to put me in the ground. At this point, I didn't want Trent's head. I wanted him to leave me alone. Blackmail was entirely acceptable, and undoubtedly safer than trying to get rid of Trent through the courts. He was a businessman, if nothing else, and the hassle of disentangling himself from a trial was probably greater than his desire to have me work for him or see me safely dead. But I needed more than a page out of his daily planner. Today, I would get it.
"Nice tights, Jenks,"
came Ivy's weak croak from the hall. Startled, I jumped, then changed my motion to adjusting a curl of hair. Ivy was slumped against the doorframe, looking like an apathetic Grim Reaper in her black robe. Shuffling to the window, she shut the curtains and slumped against the counter in the new dimness. My chair creaked as I leaned back in it. "You're up early." Ivy poured a cold cup of coffee from yesterday, sinking down into a chair across from me. Her eyes were red-rimmed and her robe was tied sloppily about her waist. She listlessly fingered the paper where Jenks had left dirty footprints.
"Full moon tonight. We doing it?"
I took a quick breath, my heart thumping. Rising, I went to dump out the coffee and make more before Ivy could drink the rest. Even I had higher standards than that. "Yes," I said, feeling my skin tighten.
"Are you sure you feel up to it?"
she asked as her eyes settled on my neck. It was my imagination, but I thought I felt a twinge from where her gaze rested. "I'm fine," I said, making an effort to keep my hand from rising to cover the scar. "Better than good. I'm great." Ivy's tasteless little cakes had made me alternatingly hungry and nauseous, but my stamina returned in an alarming 3 days, rather than 3 months. Madalena had already removed the stitches from my neck to leave hardly a mark. Having healed that fast was worrisome. I wondered if I was going to pay for it later, and how. "Ivy?" I asked as I got the grounds out of the fridge. What was in those little cakes?
"Brimstone."
I spun, shocked. "What?" I exclaimed. Jenks snickered, and Ivy didn't drop my gaze as she got to her feet.
"I'm kidding,"
she said flatly. Still I stared at her, my face cold.
"Can't you take a joke?"
she added, shuffling to the hall.
"Give me an hour. I'll call Carmen and get her moving."
Jenks vaulted into the air. "Great," he said, his wings humming. "I'm going to go say goodbye to Madalena." He seemed to glow as a shaft of light pierced the kitchen as he slipped past the curtains. "Jenks!" I called after him. "We aren't leaving for at least an hour." Didn't take that long to say goodbye. "Yeah?" came his faint voice. "You think my kid's just popped out of the ground?" Face warming, I flicked the switch and started the coffee brewing. My motions were quick with anticipation, and a glow settled in to burn in my middle. I'd spent the last week planning Jenks's and my excursion out to Trent's in painful detail. I had a plan, I had a backup plan. I had so many plans I was amazed they didn't explode out my ears when I blew my nose. Between my anxiety and Ivy's anal retentive adherence to schedules, it was exactly an hour later that we found ourselves at the curb. Both Ivy and I were dressed in biker leather, giving us 11 feet, 8 inches of badass attitude between us. Ivy most of it. A version of those assassin life-monitoring amulets hung around our necks, tucked out of sight. It was my fail-safe plan. If I got in trouble, I'd break the charm and Ivy's amulet would turn red. She had insisted on them, along with a lot of other things I thought were unnecessary. I swung up behind Ivy on her bike, with nothing but that fail-safe amulet, a vial of salt water to break it, a mink potion, and Jenks. Nick had the rest. With my hair tucked under the helmet and the smoked faceplate down, we rode through the hollows, over the bridge, and into Cincinnati. The afternoon sun was warm on my shoulders, and I wished we really were just 2 biker chicks headed into town for a Friday afternoon of shopping. In reality, we were headed for a parking garage to meet Nick and Ivy's friend, Carmen. She would take my place for the day, pretending to be me while they drove around the countryside. I thought it overkill, but if it pacified Ivy, I'd do it. From the garage, I would sneak into Trent's garden with the help of Nick playing lawn service guy, spraying the bugs Jenks had seeded Trent's prize rose bushes with last Saturday. Once past Trent's walls, it would be easy. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. I had left the church calm and collected, but every block deeper into the city wound me tighter. My mind kept going over my plan, finding the holes in it and the what-ifs. Everything we had come up with seemed foolproof from the safety of our kitchen table, but I was relying heavily upon Nick and Ivy. I trusted them, but it still made me uneasy. "Relax," Ivy said loudly as we turned off the busy street and into the parking garage by the Fountain Square.
"This is going to work. One step at a time. You're a good runner, Rachel."
My heart thumped and I nodded. She hadn't been able to hide the worry in her voice. The garage was cool, and she wove around the gate, avoiding the ticket. She was going to drive right on through as if using the garage as a side street. I took my helmet off upon catching sight of the white van plastered with green grass and puppies. I hadn't asked Ivy where she had gotten a lawn care truck. I wasn't going to either. The back door opened as Ivy's bike lub-lub-lubbed closer, and a skinny vamp dressed like me jumped out, her hand grasping for the helmet. I handed it to her, sliding off as her leg took my place. Ivy never slowed the bike's pace. Stumbling, I watched Carmen stuff her blonde hair under the helmet and grab Ivy's waist. I wondered if I really looked like that. Nah, I wasn't that skinny.
"See you tonight, okay?"
Ivy said over her shoulder as she drove away.
"Get in,"
Nick said softly, his voice muffled from inside the van. Giving Ivy and Carmen a last look, I jumped into the back, easing the door shut as Jenks flitted inside. "Holy crap!" Jenks exclaimed, darting to the front. "What happened to you?" Nick turned in the driver's seat, his teeth showing strong against his makeup-darkened skin.
"Shellfish,"
he said, patting his swollen cheeks. He had gone further in his charmless disguise, dyeing his hair a metallic black. With his dark complexion and his swollen face, he looked nothing like himself. It was a great disguise, which wouldn't set off a spell checker.
"Hi, Ray,"
he said, his eyes bright.
"How you doing?"
"Great," I lied, jittery. I shouldn't have involved him, but Trent's people knew Ivy, and he had insisted. "Sure you want to do this?" He put the van into reverse.
"I have an airtight alibi. My time card says I'm at work."
I looked askance at him as I pulled off my boots. "You're doing this on company time?"
"It's not as if anyone checks up on me. As long as the work gets done, they don't care."
My face went wry. Sitting on a canister of bug killer, I shoved my boots out of sight. Nick had found a job cleaning artifacts at the museum in Eden Park. His adaptability was a continual surprise. In 1 week he had gotten an apartment, furnished it, bought a ratty truck, got a job, and took me out on a date. A surprisingly nice date, including an unexpected 10-minute helicopter tour over the city. He said his pre-existing bank account had a lot to do with how fast he had found his feet. They must pay librarians more than I thought.
"Better get changed,"
he said, his lips hardly moving as he paid the automated gate and we lumbered out into the sun.
"We'll be there in less than an hour."
Anticipation pulled me tight, and I reached for the white duffel bag with the lawn care service logo on it. In it went my pair of lightweight shoes, my fail-safe amulet in a zippy bag, and my new silk nylon bodysuit tightly packaged into a palm-sized bundle. I arranged everything to make room for one mink and an annoying pixie, tucking Nick's protective, disposable paper overalls on top. I was going in as a mink, but I would be damned if I was going to stay that way. Conspicuous in their absence were my usual charms. I felt naked without them, but if caught, the most the IS could charge me with was breaking and entering. If I had even one charm that could act on a person, even as little as a bad breath charm, it would bump me up to intent to do bodily harm. That was a felony. I was a runner. I knew the law. While Nick kept Jenks occupied up front, I quickly stripped down to nothing and jammed every last bit of evidence that I had been in the van into a canister labeled toxic chemicals. I downed my mink potion with an embarrassed haste, gritting my teeth against the pain of transformation. Jenks gave Nick hell when he realized I'd been naked in the back of his van. I wasn't looking forward to changing back, suffering Jenks's barbs and jokes until I managed to get into my bodysuit. And from there, it went like clockwork. Nick gained the grounds with little trouble, since he was expected. The real lawn service had gotten a cancellation call from me that morning. The gardens were empty because it was the full moon, and they were closed for heavy maintenance. As a mink, I scampered into the thick rose bushes. Nick was supposed to be spraying with a toxic insect killer, but in actuality was salt water to turn me back into a person. The thumps from Nick tossing my shoes, amulet, and clothes into the shrubs were unbelievably welcome, especially with Jenks's lurid running commentary about acres of big, pale, naked women as he sat on a rose cane and rocked back and forth in delight. I was sure the salt water was going to kill the roses rather than the aggressive insects Jenks had infected them with, but that, too, was in the plan. If by chance I was caught, Ivy would come in the same way with the new shipment of plants. Jenks and I spent the better part of the afternoon squashing bugs, doing more than the salt water to rid Trent's roses of pests. The gardens remained quiet, and the other maintenance crews stayed clear of Nick's caution flags stuck around the rose bed. By the time the moon rose, I was wound tighter than a virgin troll on his wedding night. It didn't help that it was so cold. "Now?" Jenks said sarcastically, his wings invisible but for a silver shimmer in the dark as he hovered before me. "Now," I said, teeth chattering as I picked my careful way through the thorns. With Jenks flying vanguard, we skulked from pruned bush to stately tree, finding our way in through a back door at the commissary. From there it was a quick dash to the front lobby, Jenks putting every camera on a 15-minute loop. Trent's new lock on his office gave us trouble. Pulse pounding, I fidgeted by the door as Jenks spent an entire, unreal 5 minutes jigging it. Cursing like a furnace repairman, he finally asked for my help in holding an unbent paper clip against a switch. He didn't bother to tell me I was closing a circuit until after a jolt of electricity knocked me on my can. "You ass!" I hissed from the floor, wringing my hand instead of wringing his neck like I wanted. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "You wouldn't have done it if I had told you," he said from the safety of the ceiling. Eyes narrowed, I ignored his snarky, half-heard justifications and pushed open the door. I half expected to find Trent waiting for me, and I breathed easier upon finding the room empty, lit dimly from the fish tank behind the desk. Hunched with anticipation, I went right for the bottom drawer, waiting until Jenks nodded to tell me it hadn't been tampered with. Breath-tight, I pulled it open to find nothing. Not surprised, I looked up at Jenks and shrugged. "Plan B," we said simultaneously, as I pulled a wipe from a pocket and swabbed everything down. To his back office. Jenks flitted out the door and back. 5 minutes left on the loop. We gotta hurry." I bobbed my head, taking a last look at Trent's office before I followed Jenks out. He buzzed ahead of me down the hallway at chest height. Heart-pounding, I followed at a discreet distance, my shoes silent on the carpet as I jogged through the empty building. The fail-safe amulet about my neck glowed a nice, steady green. My pulse increased, and a smile curved over me as I found Jenks at the door to Trent's secondary office. This was what I had missed, why I had left the IS. The excitement, the thrill of beating the odds, proving I was smarter than the bad guy. This time I'd get what I came for. "What's our clock?" I whispered as I came to a halt, pulling a strand of hair out of my mouth. 3 minutes. He flitted up, then down. "No cameras in his private office. He's not there. I already checked." Pleased, I slipped past the door, easing it closed as Jenks flew in behind me. The smell of the garden was a balm. Moonlight spilled in, bright as early morning. I crept to the desk, my smile turning wry since it now had the cluttered look of one that was being used. It took only a moment to find the briefcase beside the desk. Jenks jimmied the lock, and I opened it up, sighing at the sight of the discs in neat, tidy rows. "Are you sure they're the right ones?" Jenks muttered from my shoulder as I chose one and slipped it into a pocket. I knew they were, but as I opened my mouth to answer, a twig snapped in the garden. Pulse hammering, I jerked my thumb in the hide gesture to Jenks. Wings silent, he flitted up to the row of light fixtures. Not breathing, I eased down to crouch beside the desk. My hope that it might be a night animal died. Soft, almost inaudible footfalls on the path grew louder. A tall shadow moved with a confident quickness from the path to the porch. It took the 3 steps in one bound, moving with a content, happy motion. My knees went weak as I recognized Trent's voice. He was humming a song I didn't recognize, his feet moving to a spine-tingling beat. Crap, I thought, trying to shrink farther behind the desk. Trent turned his back to me and rummaged in a closet. An uncomfortable silence replaced his humming as he sat on the edge of a chair between me and the porch, changing into what looked like tall riding boots. The moonlight made his white shirt seem to glow past his close-cut jacket. It was hard to tell in the dim light, but it looked as if his English riding outfit was green, not red. Trent bred horses, I thought, and rode them at night. The twin thumps of his heels into his boots were loud. My breath coming faster, I watched him stand, seeming far taller than the extra inch the boots gave him. The light dimmed as a cloud passed before the moon. I almost missed it when he reached under the chair he had been sitting on. In a smooth, graceful motion, he pulled a gun and trained it on me. My throat closed.
"I hear you,"
he said evenly, his voice rising and falling like water.
"Come out. Now."
Chills raced down my arms and legs, setting my fingertips to tingle. I crouched beside the desk, not believing he had sensed me. But he was facing me squarely, his feet spread wide and his shadow looking formidable. "Put your gun down first," I whispered.
"Miss Morgan?"
The shadow straightened. He was actually surprised. I wonder who he had expected.
"Why should I?"
he asked, his mellow voice soothing despite the threat in it. "My partner has a spell right over your head," I bluffed. The shadow that was Trent shifted as he glanced up.
"Light's 48%,
he said, his voice harsh. The room brightened, but not enough to ruin my night vision. Knees turning to water, I rose from my crouch, trying to look as if I'd planned this as I leaned against his desk in my silk and spandex bodysuit and crossed my ankles. Gun tight in his grip, Trent ran his gaze over me, looking disgustingly refined and smart in his green riding outfit. I forced myself to not look at the weapon pointing at me as my gut tightened. "Your gun?" I questioned, sending my gaze to the ceiling where Jenks waited. "Drop it, Kalamack!" Jenks shrilled from the light fixture, his wings clattering in an aggressive noise. Trent's stance eased to match my own tension-laced, casual poise, motions sharp and abrupt. He took the bullets from the gun and tossed the heavy metal to my feet. I didn't touch it, feeling my breath come easier. The bullets clattered dully into a pocket of his riding jacket. In the stronger light, I could see evidence of his healing demon attack. A yellowing bruise decorated his cheekbone. The end of a blue cast poked beyond the cuff of his jacket. A healing scrape showed on his chin. I found myself thinking that despite it all, he looked good. It wasn't right that he should look so confident when he thought he had a lethal spell hanging over him.
"I only need to say one word, and Quen will be here in 3 minutes," he said lightly.
"How long do you take to die?" I bluffed. His jaw clenched in anger, making him seem younger.
"Is that what you're here for?"
"If it was, you'd already be dead." He nodded, accepting that as truth. Standing wire-tight across the room, his gaze flicked to his open briefcase.
"Which disc do you have?"
Feigning confidence, I brushed a strand of hair out of my eyes. "Huntington. If anything happens to me, it will go to 6 papers and 3 news studios, along with the missing page of your planner." I pushed myself off from his desk. "Leave me alone," I threatened flatly. His arms hung unmoving at his sides, his broken one at an angle. My skin pricked, though he made no move, and my veneer of confidence slipped.
"Black magic," he mocked. "Demons killed your father. Shame to see the daughter go the same way."
My breath hissed in. "What do you know of my dad?" I said, shocked. His eyes slid to my wrist, the one with the demon scar, and my face went cold. My stomach knotted as I remembered the demon killing me slowly. "I hope it hurt you," I said, not caring that my voice quavered. Maybe he'd think it was in anger. "I don't know how you survived it. I almost didn't." Trent's face went red, and he pointed a finger at me. It was nice to see him act like a real person.
"Sending a demon to attack me was a mistake," he said, his words sharp. "I don't deal in black magic, nor do I allow my employees to do so."
"You big fat liar!" I exclaimed, not caring if it sounded childish.
You got what you deserved. I didn't start this, but I'll be damned if I don't finish it. I'm not the one with the demon mark, Ms. Morgan, he said icily. A liar as well. How disappointing. I'm seriously considering withdrawing my offer of employment. Pray I don't, or I won't have any reason to tolerate your actions any longer. Angry, I took a breath to tell him he was an idiot, but my mouth stopped. Trent thought I had summoned the demon that had attacked him. My eyes went wide as I figured it out. Someone had called 2 demons, one for me, one for him, and it hadn't been anyone at the IS. I'd stake my life on it. Heart-pounding, I reached out to explain, then shut my mouth. Trent went wary. Ms. Morgan, he questioned softly, what thought just percolated through that head of yours? I shook my head, licking my lips as I took a step back. If he thought I dealt in black magic, he'd leave me alone, and as long as I had proof of his guilt, he wouldn't risk killing me. Don't back me into a corner, I threatened, and I won't bother you again. Trent's questioning expression hardened. Get out, he said, moving from the porch in a graceful movement. Shifting as one, we exchanged places. I'll give you a generous head start, he said as he reached his desk, snapping his briefcase shut. His voice was dusky, as rich and abiding as the scent of decaying maple leaves. It may take 10 minutes to reach my horse. Excuse me? I asked, confused. I haven't run down 2-footed prey since my father died. Trent adjusted his hunter-green coat with an aggressive motion. It's the full moon, Ms. Morgan, he said, his voice thick with promise. The hounds are loosed. You're a thief. Tradition says you should run. Fast. My heart pounded and my face went cold. I had what I came for, but it would do me no good if I couldn't escape with it. There was 30 miles of woods between me and the nearest source of help. How fast did a horse run? How long could I go before I dropped? Maybe I should have told him I hadn't sent the demon. The distant sound of a horn lifted through the black. A baying hound answered it. Fear struck through me, as painful as a knife. It was an old, ancient fear, one so primal it couldn't be soothed with self-induced delusions. I didn't even know where it came from. Jenks, I whispered. Let's go. Right behind you, H, he said from the ceiling. I took 3 running steps and dove off Trent's porch. I landed in a rolling crouch in the ferns. There was an explosion of a gun. The foliage beside my hand shattered. Lunging into the greenery, I bolted into a sprint. Bastard, I thought, my knees almost giving way. What happened to my 10 minutes? Running, I fumbled for my vial of salt water. I bit through the top and soaked my amulet. It flickered and went out. Ivies would turn and stay red. The road was less than a mile. The gatehouse was 3. The city was 30. How long would it take Ivy to get here? How fast can you fly, Jenks? I panted between foot strikes. Pretty damn fast, Rach. I stuck to the paths until I reached the garden wall. A dog bayed as I climbed over it. Another answered. Shit. Breathing in time with my strides, I ran over the manicured lawn and into that eerie wood. The sound of the dogs fell behind me. The wall was giving them trouble. They'd have to go around. Maybe I could do this. Jenks, I panted as my legs began to protest. How long have I been running? 5 minutes. God, help me, I silently pleaded, feeling my legs begin to ache. It felt like twice that. Jenks flew ahead, pixie dust sifting from him to show me the way. The silent pillars of dark trees loomed and vanished. My feet thumped rhythmically, my lungs ached and my side hurt. If I lived through this, I promised myself I was going to run 5 miles a day. The calling of the dogs shifted. Though faint, their voices sang sweeter, truer, promising they'd soon be with me. It struck like a goad. I dug deeper, finding the will to keep my pace. I ran, pushing my heavy legs up and down. My hair stuck to my face. Thorns and brambles ripped my clothes and hands. The horns and dogs grew closer. I fixed my gaze on Jenks as he flew before me. A fire started in my lungs, growing to consume my chest. To stop would mean my death. The stream was an unexpected oasis. I fell into the water and came up gasping. Lungs heaving, I pushed the water from my face so I could breathe. The pounding of my heart tried to outdo the hoarse sound of my breathing. The trees held a frightened hush. I was prey,
and everything in the forest was silently watching, glad it wasn't them. My breath rasped at the sound of the dogs. They were closer. A horn blew, pulling fear through me. I didn't know which sound was worse. "Get up, Rachel!" Jenks urged, glowing like a will-o'-the-wisp. "Go down the stream!" I scrambled up, lurching into a slogging run in the shallows. The water would slow me down, but it would slow the dogs down, too. It would only be a matter of time before Trent would split the pack to search both sides of the stream. I wasn't going to get out of this one. The pitch of the dogs' singing faltered. I surged out onto the bank in a panic. They had lost the scent. They were right behind me. Visions of being torn apart by dogs spurred me on, though my legs could hardly move. Trent would paint his forehead with my blood. Jonathan would save a lock of my hair in his top dresser drawer. I should have told Trent I hadn't sent that demon. Would he have believed me? He wouldn't now. The burble of a motorbike brought a cry from me. "Ivy!" I croaked, reaching out to support myself against a tree. The road was just ahead. She must have already been on her way. "Jenks, don't let her go past me," I said between gasps for air. "I'll be right behind you." "Gotcha." He was gone. I stumbled into motion. The dogs were baying, soft and questing. I could hear the sound of voices and instructions. It pushed me into a run. A dog sang clear and pure. Another answered it. Adrenaline scoured through me. Branches whipped my face, and I fell into the road. My skinned palms stung. Too breathless to cry out, I forced myself up from my knees. Staggering, I looked down the road. A white light bathed me. The roar of a motorbike was an angel's blessing. Ivy. It had to be. She must have been on her way before I broke the amulet. I got to my feet, listing as my lungs heaved. The dogs were coming. I could hear the thump of horses' hooves. I started a jolting, weaving jog toward the approaching light. It rushed upon me in a sudden surge of noise, sliding to a halt beside me. "Get on!" Ivy shouted. I could hardly lift my leg. She pulled me up behind her. The engine thrummed under me. I gripped her waist and struggled not to fall into the dry heaves. Jenks buried himself in my hair, his tight grip almost unnoticed. The bike lurched, spun, and leapt forward. Ivy's hair flew back, stinging as it hit me. "Did you get it?" she shouted over the wind. I couldn't answer. My body was trembling from the abuse. The adrenaline had spent itself out, and I was going to pay for it in spades. The road hummed under me. The wind pulled my heat away, turning my sweat cold. Fighting back nausea, I reached with numb fingers to feel the reassuring bump of a disc in a front pocket. I patted her shoulder, unable to use my breath for anything other than breathing. "Good," she shouted over the wind. Exhausted, I let my head rest against Ivy's back. Tomorrow I'd stay in bed and shake until the evening paper came. Tomorrow I'd be sore and unable to move. Tomorrow I'd put bandages on the welts from the branches and thorns. Tonight, I'd just not think about tonight. I shivered. Feeling it, Ivy turned her head. "Are you all right?" she shouted. "Yeah," I said into her ears so she could hear me. "Yeah, I am. Thanks for coming to get me." I pulled her hair out of my mouth and looked behind me. I stared, riveted. 3 horsemen stood on the ribbon of moonlit road. The hounds were milling about the horses' feet as they pranced with nervous, arched necks. I had just made it. Chilled to the core of my soul, I watched the middle rider touch his brow in a casual salute. An unexpected pull went through me. I had bested him. He knew and accepted it, and had the nobility to acknowledge it. How could you not be impressed by someone that sure of himself? "What the hell is he?" I whispered. "I don't know," Jenks said from my shoulder. "I just don't know." 34. Midnight jazz goes very well with crickets, I thought, as I sprinkled the chopped tomato on the tossed salad. Hesitating, I stared at the red globs among the leafy green. Glancing out the window at Nick standing before the grill, I picked them all out and tossed the lettuce again to hide what I had missed. Nick would never know. It wasn't as if it would kill him. The sound and smell of cooking meat pulled at me, and I leaned past Mr. Fish on the sill to get a better look. Nick was wearing an apron that said, "Don't steak the cook, cook the steak." Ivy's, obviously. He looked relaxed and comfortable as he stood at the fire in the moonlight. Jenks was on his shoulder, darting upward like fall leaves in the wind when the fire spurted. Ivy was at the table, looking dark and tragic, as she read the late edition of the Cincinnati Enquirer in the light of a candle. Pixie children were everywhere, their transparent wings making shimmering flashes when they reflected the moon, 3 days past full. Their shouts as they tormented the early fireflies broke into the muted roar of Hollow's traffic, making a comfortable mix. It was the sound of security, reminding me of my own family's cookouts. A vamp, a human, and a posse of pixies were an odd sort of family, but it was good to be alive in the night with my friends. Content, I juggled the salad, a bottle of dressing, and the steak sauce, and backed out the screen door. It slammed behind me, and Jenks's kids shrieked, scattering into the graveyard. Ivy looked up from the newsprint as I set the salad and bottles beside her.
"Hey, Rachel," she said. "You never did tell me how you got that van. Did you have any trouble taking it back?"
My eyebrows rose. "I didn't get the van. I thought you did." As one, we turned to Nick, standing at the grill with his back to us. "Nick?" I questioned, and he stiffened almost imperceptibly. Full of a questioning speculation, I grabbed the steak sauce and eased up behind him. Waving Jenks away, I slipped an arm around Nick's waist and leaned close, delighted when his breath caught and he gave me a look of surprised speculation. What the heck? He was a nice guy for a human. "You stole that truck from me?" I asked.
"Borrowed,"
he said, blinking as he remained carefully unmoving. "Thank you," I said, smiling as I handed the bottle of steak sauce to him. "Oh, Nick," Jenks mocked in a high falsetto, "you're my hero." My breath slipped from me in bother. Sighing, I let my hand drop from around Nick's waist and stepped back. From behind us came Ivy's snort of amusement. Jenks made kissing noises as he circled Nick and me, and fed up, I darted my hand out. Jenks jerked back, hovering in surprise as I almost got him. "Nice," he said, darting off to bother Ivy. "And how's your new job going?" he drawled as he landed before her.
"Shut up, Jenks,"
she warned. "Job? You have another run?" I asked as she shook open the newsprint and hid behind it. "Didn't you know?" Jenks said merrily. "Eden arranged it with the judge to give Ivy 300 hours of community service for taking out half his department. She's been working at the hospital all this week." Eyes wide, I went to the picnic table. The corner of the paper was trembling. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked as I angled my legs past the bench and sat across from her. "Maybe because they made her a candy striper," Jenks said, and Nick and I exchanged dubious looks. "I saw her on her way to work yesterday and followed her. She has to wear a short pink and white striped skirt and a frilly blouse." Jenks laughed, catching himself as he fell off my shoulder. "And white tights to cover her perky little ass. Looks real good on her bike." A vampire candy striper? I thought, trying to picture it. A chortle slipped from Nick, quickly turned into a cough. Ivy's knuckles, as she gripped the paper, turned white. Between the later hour and the relaxed atmosphere, I knew it was hard for her to keep from pulling an aura. This wasn't helping. "She's at the Children's Medical Center singing and having tea parties," Jenks gasped.
"Jenks,"
Ivy whispered. The paper slowly dropped, and I forced my face into a careful impassivity at the black hazing her. Wings a-blur, Jenks grinned and opened his mouth. Ivy rolled the paper. Quicker than sound, she slammed it at him. The pixie darted up into the oak, laughing. We all turned at the creak of the wooden gate by the front walk. "Hello? Am I late?" came Keesley's voice. "We're back here," I shouted, as I spotted Keesley's slow-moving shadow making its way across the dew-wet grass, past the silent trees and bushes. "I brought the wine," he said as soon as he was closer. "Red goes with meat, right?" "Thanks, Keesley," I said, taking the bottle from him. "You didn't have to do that." He smiled, extending the padded envelope tucked under his arm. "This is yours, too," he said. "The delivery man didn't want to leave it on the steps this afternoon, so I signed for it." "No!" Ivy shouted, reaching across the table to intercept it. Jenks, too, dropped from the oak, his wings making a harsh clattering. Looking annoyed, Ivy snatched it out of his grip. Keesley gave her a dark look, then went to see how Nick was doing with the steaks. "It's been over a week," I said, peeved as I wiped my hand free of the condensation from Keesley's wine. "When are you going to let me open my own mail?" Ivy said nothing, pulling the citronella candle closer to read the return address.
"As soon as Trent stops sending you mail,"
she said softly. "Trent?" I exclaimed. Worried, I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, thinking about the folder I'd given Eden 2 days ago. Nick turned from the steaks, his long face showing concern. "What does he want?" I muttered, hoping they couldn't tell how agitated I was. Ivy glanced up at Jenks, and the pixie shrugged. "It's clean," he said. "Open it up."
"Course it's clean," Keesley grumbled. "You think I'd give her a spelled letter?"
The envelope felt light in my grip as I took it from Ivy. Nervous, I slid a freshly painted nail under the flap, tearing it. There was a bump inside, and I shook the envelope over my hand. My pinky ring slid out and fell into my grip. My face went slack in shock. "It's my ring!" I said. Heart pounding, I looked at my other hand, frightened to not see it there. Eyes rising, I took in Nick's surprise and Ivy's worry. "How?" I stammered, not remembering even having missed it. "When did he— Jenks, I didn't lose it in his office, did I?" My voice was high, and my stomach tightened when he shook his head, his wings going dark. "You didn't have any jewelry that night," he said. "He must have taken it afterwards."
"Is there anything else?"
Ivy asked, her tone carefully neutral. "Yeah," I swallowed, and slipped my ring on. It felt odd for a moment, then comfortable. Fingers cold, I pulled out the thick slip of linen paper smelling of pine and apples. "Ms. Morgan," I read softly and unease, "congratulations on your newfound independence. When you see it for the illusion it is, I'll show you true freedom." I let the paper fall to the table. My thick feeling of disquiet that he had seen me sleeping broke apart in the knowledge that that was all he did. My blackmail was tight. It had worked. Slumping, I put my elbows on the table and dropped my forehead into my hands in relief. Trent had taken the ring from my sleeping finger for one reason only, to prove he could. I had infiltrated into his house 3 times, each one more intimate and unguarded than the last. That I could do it again whenever I wanted was probably intolerable to Trent. He had felt the need to retaliate, to show that he could do the same. I'd gotten to him, and that went a long way toward ridding myself of my angry, vulnerable feeling. Jenks started down to hover over the note. "A sack of slug salt," he said, and angry pixie dust sifted from him. "He got past me! He got past me! How the hell did he do that?" Stealing my face, I picked up the envelope, noticing the postmark was the day after I had escaped him and his dogs. The man worked fast. I'd give him that. I wondered if it had been him or Quen who did the actual pilfering. I was betting it was Trent. "Rach?" Jenks landed on my shoulder, probably concerned at my silence. "You okay?" I glanced at Ivy's worried expression across from me, thinking I ought to be able to get a laugh out of this situation. "I'm gonna get him," I bluffed. Jenks flitted up and away, his wings clattering in alarm. Nick turned from the grill, and Ivy stiffened.
"Whoa, wait a moment,"
she said, flicking Jenks a look.
"No one does that to me,"
I added, clenching my jaw so I wouldn't smile and ruin it. Keesley's brow furrowed, eyes pinched. He sat back. Ivy went paler than usual in the candlelight.
"Slow down, Rachel," she warned. "He didn't do anything. He just wanted to get the last word. Let it go."
"I'm going back!" I shouted, standing to put some distance between us in case I was yanking her chain too hard and she came after me. "I'll show him," I said, waving an arm. "I'll sneak in, I'll steal his freaking glasses and mail them back to him in a freaking birthday card." Ivy stood, her eyes going black.
"You do that, and he'll kill you."
She actually thinks I'd go back? Was she nuts? My chin trembled as I tried not to laugh. Keesley saw it, and he chuckled, reaching for his unopened wine. Ivy spun with a vamp quickness.
"What are you laughing about, witch?" she said, leaning forward. "She's going to kill herself. Jenks, Tell her she's going to kill herself. I'm not going to let you do this, Rachel. I swear I'll tie you to Jenks's stump before I let you go back.
Her teeth were agleam in the moonlight, and she was wound tight enough to pop. One more word, and she might make good her threat. "Okay," I said lightly. "You're right. I'll leave him alone." Ivy froze. A heavy sigh slipped from Nick at the grill. Keesley's gnarly fingers were slow as they pulled the foil from the top of his bottle.
"Oh, doggies, she got you, Tamwood," he said, laughing low and rich. "She got you good."
Ivy stared, her pale, perfect face marred with shock and the sudden realization that she'd been had. A stunned bewilderment, quickly followed by relief and then bother, crossed her. She took a breath. Holding it, her face went sullen. Eyes tight and angry, she dropped back down to the picnic table's bench and shook out the paper. Jenks was laughing, making circles of pixie dust to sift down like sunbeams to glitter on her shoulders. Grinning, I rose and went to the grill. That had felt good. Almost as good as stealing the disc. "Hey, Nick," I said, slipping up behind him. "Those steaks done yet?" He gave me a sideways smile.
"Coming right up, Rachel."
"Good. I'd figure everything else out later."